me as I get my other platforms up and running, and we should be going momentarily. We're going to be talking about, as you see what's on the monitor behind me, we're going to be talking about possibility of tyranny in America. Gosh, I never expected to say such a thing, but we're going to take it apart and discuss it. Tyranny, the possibility of tyranny in this great nation, and whether that's a farce or whether there's some factual basis behind that. But give me a minute or so to thank you, Eric Von Eric. So you hear the sound. Thank you very much. I don't know what made YouTube start acting right all of a sudden. So we definitely love you too very much. Thank you for tuning in, Eric. Eric Von Eric, or is that Eric? Okay, we're gonna be talking about American tyranny and getting your opinion on it. And I guess the other obvious question we'll be asking is, are we great again yet? Because that was the goal, right? So we should be great. We're about a quarter of a way through Trump's second term. So if the goal is to make us great, we should have clear cut signs of being there. So give me a minute here to get my last. Today was a good workout. Today, keep lifting. I don't know if I did any lifting. Well, my job, what I do for a living requires physical work. I'm physical at work, so if you're calling it that, but I don't know about a good workout today. So I wasn't exactly sweating or doing any serious cardio. So be it. Anyway, almost done here. Um, right now, Trump is in the news. Apparently, Iran is dealing with protests, and we're going to ask a simple question. Because we got protests going on in America. I mean, we got protests going on here too. So, are the Iranian protests more important? Because you don't really hear Trump talking about doing anything to address the protests going on here. But he is threatening to interfere, or better yet, go after the Iranian government if they don't get their own protests under control. So we'll talk to you folks to see how that makes sense. But I think we're good to go on my other stream here. And having said that, we'll go ahead and start the program up. And it looks like three, two, and one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, depending on who you ask. Good to see all you folks here. As you know, I was not on yesterday. I had to take care of some business, and I must admit, I'm still not 100%. I still not quite. That flu really beat the hell out of me. I'm a good 90%, but I'm still not 100%. But I did finally get some really good sleep and all that other jazz. So here we go. We're talking about the potential of tyranny in America. Heard somebody say this on another social media page, suggesting that President Trump, that the Trump administration, that America in general is we're operating on a basis of tyranny. That America is a tyrannical government. And I want to hear from you folks whether or not you see any inkling of reality to that, or does that just sound like a bunch of mumbo jumbo, ridiculous shit? That America is tyrannical. That's a strong statement to make. What the hell is tyranny? Oh man, Alexa, what is tyranny?
Tyranny is the arbitrary and oppressive exercise of power by a ruler or government. It involves suppressing freedoms and using fear to maintain control.
Do you see any of that coming from the current administration? Oppressing freedoms, using fear to maintain control. Do you see any of that coming by way of the Trump administration?
The current administration, led by President Trump since January 2025, has faced various criticisms and debates about its policies.
Okay, Alexa, stop. I didn't know she was still talking to me. I was asking you folks, but Alexa was going to answer that. Alexa was going to answer that question. But what about you folks? Do you see the Trump administration using fear, oppressing rights, as we're talking about here? Do you see tyranny coming from by way of the Trump administration? We're going to talk about that. I want to hear from you folks if they are if they're either given the appearance that they're about to go overboard, or if they've already gone overboard as we speak. We're going to be talking about tyranny because remember, we're under the guise that having Second Amendment rights in this great nation prevents it from ever becoming tyrannical. Go figure. How can you have tyranny in America when everyone has the right to bear arms? A lot of folks suggest that tyranny cannot happen here because we have the personal right to have firearms. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, in Minnesota, according to the mayor of Minneapolis, some of the arrests being performed by ICE is literally 50 to 1. Now, I don't know if there's any validity to that, but I can tell you this, the videos we see do feature a hell of a lot more ICE agents than it does the individual being taken into custody. So if 50 people, 50 armed people show up to get you, does it really matter what kind of weapon you really have? Unless you got a Gatling gun in the crib with a whole lot of bulletproof protection, you're not going to stop 50 armed guys. You're just not. So we can talk about the Second Amendment and tyranny, but they're showing up awfully deep. As we talked about earlier on the previous shows, the city of Minneapolis only has 600 sworn officers on duty. So they only have 600 police officers in Minneapolis. Trump sent 2,000 ICE agents to Minneapolis. And when Renee Nicole Good was slain, he sent another 1,000. So they have basically almost 5 times as many ICE agents in that city as they do police. So we're talking about whether or not you believe tyranny can be stopped by having a Second Amendment right. At some point, once you become greatly outnumbered, it doesn't matter what type of weapon you have. If you're that outnumbered, I don't think you have a chance at winning, but I want to hear from you folks. Also, we're going to talk about Somalis have lost their temporary protected status. Trump has given the Somali population that are on TPS until, I forgot the actual date, but it's in March. So they got a little bit more than a month and they have to vacate the country. So the Somalis have lost their TPS status. Nothing has changed in Somalia to justify that. So the reason they were given temporary protected status has not changed. If they're fleeing their homeland for whatever reason they're fleeing for, nothing has changed in Somalia whatsoever. It's still a war-torn country that barely has a government. But they have to return back there in the month of March, so a little bit over a month from now. And I see the comments. Red G, I bet not Red G, but Jeremy says tough shit. Well, Jeremy, my guess is you probably would have never given them TPS to begin with. I don't think you would ever given it to them to begin with. Gangsta Grandma with the jellyfish. Thank you, gangster. Also, I do want to ask this question. By the way, the premier of Greenland has made it clear that they would rather stay with Denmark than the United States. Trump referred to that as their problem. So it doesn't matter who you want to stay with. We're coming to take you over. I don't know. How many of you folks, by way of yes or no in the comments, because Trump has stated we need Greenland for strategic purposes. By way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks believe we should take control of Greenland if it is tactically beneficial to the United States? How many folks believe that we should? Yes or no in the comments. How many folks believe we should take control of Greenland if it benefits us? I don't think it's going to benefit the people of Greenland at all, but I don't think we really care about that. But take control of Greenland, yes or no? Looks like there's far more no's than yeses, but there are some yeses. There are some yeses. Tyrant Papa, and we're talking about tyranny, but Tyrant Papa says 100% take Greenland. Wow. Gangsta Grandma, thank you. Gangsta, appreciate that. And last but not least, this clip here, I just want to give this to you before we start taking callers and getting on with the show. because this one here leaves me baffled considering what is going on currently in the United States. I don't get this one. I'll play it because I want to hear from you folks. Maybe you can straighten this out and let me know how this makes sense.
And by the way, to all Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions if possible, and save the name of the killers and the abusers that are abusing you. You're being very badly abused. If the numbers are right now, I hear 5 different sets of numbers. I hear numbers. Look, 1 death is too much, but I hear much lower numbers, and then I hear much higher numbers. But I say save their names because they'll pay a very big price. And I've canceled all meetings with the Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. And all I say to them is help is on its way. You saw that I put tariffs on anybody doing business with Iran. Just went into effect today. And I say make Iran great again. And by the way,
Where did we go from Make America Great Again to Make It Iran? Now, there's a ton of protests. Gangsta Grandma, mad love to you. How did we go from Make America Great Again to Make Iran Great Again? There are protests taking place all over America right now. And he's on television telling the protesters of Iran, help is on the way. Can somebody explain what the hell that is about? You're going to skip over the fact that there are widespread protests in your own country to deal with something happening in Iran. Where's the, explain to me, where is the America first in that? Dealing with Iranian protesters and totally ignoring the ones in America. Tell me where the America first is in that. Jen Smith says they burning the flag in New York City out front of the federal building. Well, it is constitutionally protected. First Amendment free speech. You can burn the American flag. The Supreme Court has ruled on that. Fact is, a lot of people are not happy with the direction of this country. And that is one way that they often protest when they're unhappy with America. Under the Biden administration, there were no shortage of my beloved MAGA that were unhappy with the direction of this country as well under Biden. The right doesn't favor burning the flag. They fly it upside down or they paint the whole thing black. But that is indeed desecration of the flag as well. That goes against flag code as well. Flying the flag upside down or painting it completely black. That's what the right does. The left sets the whole damn thing on fire. The right says that what the left is doing to protest is wrong, but they favor their own method. So go figure. I see in the comments, EZRA says, fuck that flag. Wow. Fuck Old Glory, huh? Are you concerned about the Epstein files and the fact that Trump is heavily implicated with Epstein? I've made this clear on the program, and thank you for that comment there. Before we get into the show and start taking calls, the whole Epstein saga is a 90-10 issue, meaning that I strongly believe that Trump supporters see at least 90% of what Trump is doing for this nation is outstanding, fantastic, leading us in the right direction. And, listen, 90% of the guy is good, 10% of the shit I don't like. I don't like the way he handled the Epstein stuff, but if I can get 90% out of my candidate, I'm happy. I believe that the right, particularly MAGA, views the Epstein stuff as a 90-10 issue. So they're not going to throw him under the bus for 10% of things they don't like when they favor the other 90%. So and having said that, I don't think with the right, there's going to be any major anguish over the Epstein files. I just don't. I don't. And when I say that, I mean, I don't care what comes out of it. I think even if it came out that Trump had actually abused a kid or had actually abused a young woman, I still believe it would be a 90-10 issue. The evidence is overwhelming based on Trump's actions that either he himself is implicated or he's protecting somebody else that is. And the right is still on board no matter what. So I think it's a 90-10 issue. Anyway, looking in the comments, 90% instead of Biden 10 is great. There's exactly the point. Exactly the point. Says North Fork Runner. Says, look, 90% of what's good coming out of President Trump is still better than the chances of having Biden again. So, and I do believe that is the approach to that. Anyway, we're going to get on with the program. Tyranny in America. We're judging President Trump. So far, we're dealing with almost a quarter of his term. How much are you liking it so far? Gangsta Grandma. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Gangsta. Tyranny in America. What say you?
Let me tell you something. You got, when Donald Trump got back in, everybody knew what he was about, all about racism. You know what I mean? So these maggots are all racist. They are.
Wait.
All of them.
Everybody wearing a hat. Everybody wearing a hat is a racist.
Yep. Because you know what? You know what he's doing. You know everything he's doing, and it's all about racism.
What is Trump? What?
I seen your bald-headed looking, fluffy looking ass, and that old Viagra wannabe Viagra live.
Okay, thank you. Are you watching me?
No, I seen that.
You see me?
You know what? Let me tell you. So you need to go straight ham on that old gizzard. You know what I mean? Because you know what? He's a disgrace, actually, for being a vet, and he's all proud of this shit. He's sucking on a white man's cock so harder than you.
Well,
yes, master. You know what? He needs to take Viagra, and I hope you're listening, bitch. You need to take Viagra to go kiss and go fuck on your
wait.
luggage.
Okay, Gangsta Grandma, let's be clear.
I'm just saying.
I get that. I get all that, but let's be clear.
You won't add me. You know what?
Wait, can I get a word in? Can I have a conversation with you?
No, not really, because you're too much of a snow roach's ass. But go ahead, Pookie. I gave you some gifts.
Nothing but love for you.
You know, I don't see no snow roaches giving you no good damn gifts. A black woman gave you some gifts. Now that's snow roach. Okay. Cheap ass mofos.
Okay, let's be clear. Black MAGA is overwhelmingly pleased with the performance of Trump. So while you're talking about him, Black MAGA is happy with him.
Yes, master, the house nigga. House ninja. I have to say the ninja. Okay. I can't say the N-word. God fucking forbid. You're calling him.
And Dark Side Rider, appreciate the support. Thank you. I want to ask you this. Why do you say that MAGA are all racist? What have they done to make you say that?
They are. You walk like a duck. You talk like a duck. Quack, quack, you a duck. You know what? The black maggots, the snow roaches of the sea. Let me tell you something about them. They want to be white so bad. They think getting next to them, next to the white man, they're going to give you all this kind of money. But what they didn't understand is they wanted that PPE and all that shit. It was the Democrats that did that. It wasn't Trump or the Republicans, because the Republicans was fighting on them. They didn't want to give them all that. See, they always assume that the white team man will give them something. Yes, master. Yes, master. And oh, give me the whip and all that shit. Bitch, don't tell me what the fuck to do.
What, as opposed to being based on racism or thinking the white man's going to get, what about the notion that...
Hold on. Well, for one, bitch, I'm not white, and if I want to say ninja, I can, bitch. Because if you go look, you can't say it. Yes, I'm not white.
Okay, you're arguing with somebody. You're arguing with somebody in the comments. But what I'm asking you is this: I'm asking you is this, as opposed to it being about racism or black MAGA thinking that they're white. What about the notion that Biden was just a bad candidate and they thought Trump was better for the economy?
Okay, let me tell you something about what Biden did. Biden did a CHIPS Act. Biden did the Structure Act, whatever, the Infrastructure Act, infrastructure, right?
Okay.
You know what Trump did?
What?
Took $1 billion out of the food pantries. And guess what? Well, guess what he sent $1 billion to? Guess what?
Argentina?
No, that was $40 billion or some shit like that.
Yeah.
He sent it to Africa for their Medicaid, for their medical, right? And screwed us, right?
Well, then,
okay.
But wait a minute. If he's sending money to Africa, how are you calling him racist?
Oh, he is racist.
Based on what?
He would call them a shithole. He would call them a shithole country. Go fucking figure.
What is
because he wants something from them. He wants the titanium and shit from the Africans. They're not stupid. He wants the diamonds and shit.
Okay.
He's doing everything this man does. He wants something in return. He's given more to other countries than Biden has.
What's wrong with our president not giving away? Wait. What's wrong?
Because he's taking food stamps away from people, from kids. He's cutting the damn what is it called? It's the education system. Well, half these motherfuckers need it. The interbred motherfuckers, 3 years?
I'm trying to figure out. You said
doing that.
You said everything the president does, he wants something for. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with our president wanting something in return for our country for what we're giving out. That's a good thing, right? He's
Uncle Ruckus. Uncle Ruckus, shut the fuck up, Uncle Ruckus. Get the cock out your mouth. I know. I mean, you're still sick. You're still. The uncooked protein ain't selling, is it?
A lot of
It's not
Americans.
making you feel better, is it?
A lot of Americans are tired of us constantly supporting everybody else.
You know what I'm tired? You know what I'm tired of? You know what I'm tired of? Uncle Ruckus is like your black ugly ass saying that, oh well, you know, we have to give him credit for when, bitch. When do we give this motherfucker credit for what? For putting us in the World War III? Huh? They're telling Iran, oh, you'll protest. But if we protest, we're the enemy of the state, right?
How is he putting us in World War III? It looks like we're dominating.
Are you serious, Uncle Ruckus?
Tell me where the war's coming
Are
from.
you serious? Shit, he wants to go to take Greenland. Why in the name of God would you want to go take Greenland?
Tactically, it's an advantage for this country.
No, it's not. Tim, get your ugly.
Real quick in the comments. Real quick.
You a house ninja too. I saw you, Uncle Ruckus / house ninja.
Dark Side Rider 007 says, "Gangsta Grandma, Tim, tell her I still want to leave a good, wonderful tip. LOL. I need my waffles." So you got a fan out there. But
well, if he's white, he ain't never gonna get my.
What the hell? Why do you got such a problem with white people?
Because I don't like uncooked meat. Okay, going to my coochie. You got me fucked. I don't want no salmonella. I don't want no chlamydia. I don't want none of that BGG shit. Golly. Who the fuck wants that? At least my chocolate don't talk back to me. Don't give me no VGVs. And I know it tastes somewhat decent. Unlike they asses. No damn flavor.
And while you were crediting Biden, the handsome conservative said all the money for the infrastructure bill went to the wealthy. So he's saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Did you see how ignorant those motherfuckers are? Do you see how interbred those motherfuckers are? In Cali, we got a lot of new highways. New Mexico got a whole lot of new highways. Your interbred kids that need to go to school, right, bitches? Need to go to school. Didn't you guys get internet in the rural places, boogie woogies? Because you motherfuckers couldn't afford it? Yeah, that was Joe Biden. Yeah, Joe Biden. It wasn't your little chlamydia mofo in the White House that can't even get his dick hard. He has to get Viagra, honey bunnies.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's Donald Trump. He has to have Viagra to get his ding-a-ling hard now.
The man is 80 years old.
You know what I'm saying? He's 80 years old. So, no, honey, I see some black man at 80 who knows how to stroke this shit still.
Ain't nobody stroking at 80.
White teen man in the White House, he needs Viagra, and half these motherfuckers don't even know what Viagra is, so they gotta whack the winkies off just to get it harder.
Gangsta, ain't nobody stroking at 80. It's over with by then.
Yeah, he is stroking. He's trying his hardest, because you know he is. He's a pervert.
Well, you know
he can't keep nobody around his ugly ass.
Well, you know he does have a supermodel wife, so maybe. This is so weird.
Hold the fuck up. I know your Uncle Ruckus looking ass called a Barbie that's all plastic except for her cooter that looks torn from the floor up. That is gorgeous. Are you tripping? See, men like you will fucking suck. That coochie looked tore up from the floor up, and she need to go get some, what is that called when they fix your shit? Reconstruction shit. Hell yeah.
Okay, first of all,
I would never stick my head down there in that cooter. That shit would, but I'd probably get JJ's on my fucking face. That was a hot fucking mess.
Okay, first of all,
just by looking at it, I know it's stanky booty.
That's crazy. First of all, many of us have seen the photos.
No, black coochie is the bomb, okay? Okay? It melts in your mouth, not in your head. But that shit, I wouldn't even look.
Many
God,
many folks that are tuned in have seen the unfortunate nude photos of Melania Trump floating around. She didn't look bad at all.
Shit.
She didn't look bad. I don't know why
you don't fuck anything. You like your snow roaches. I do not like snow roaches because they'll get it for GG. Okay? I stick to my chocolate, okay? At least I get good protein out of my damn chocolate, vitamin D and shit. I don't know what the fuck you get from that shit. I'll tell you. Oh, you wouldn't fuck that hell no.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. MAGA Mission in the comments says Melania is definitely more beautiful than her. So he's talking about you.
Let me tell you something. My BBL is organic, bitch. With pork chops, collard greens, mac and cheese and shit. My BBL is 100% real. Okay? My 38 triple D's, honey, is 100% pork chops, collard greens, mac and cheese, and all other kind of goodies. Okay? All that bitch is plastic. Her lips are even plastic. You know, if she ever got a BJ, that'd probably be like, I bet her lips are so fucking hard. Like you couldn't even get your schnut off because her lips ain't even fucking soft.
Where are you getting all this from? Melania Trump is a nice looking woman. Why are you ridiculing
me that my fucking ass is not as ugly, bitch, when all my shit is BBL organically? Because see, black women, we got to like that. God loved our asses. We didn't come with no flat back looking, no titty looking women, honey. We are.
I'm going to say this again. Melania Trump is a nice looking, clean woman. Why are you bashing her so much?
That is nasty. She can't even speak her English. She had the fucking kids and scared out of her mind reading that damn book.
Look, she has a strong accent. That happens when you're from Eastern Europe.
No, she has a strong cooter disease too. Like, golly, like, you know what? I tell you, every time you say the border's open, yep, she's wide the fuck open. Everybody went right through it.
Okay, so do you see?
It has that nasty ass smell. It sure do.
And I see in the comments.
Yeah, it sure do. Right fucking open. Everybody went through it.
Honeybee Stovall 1776 says, I'm a black woman. Please silence her. So even some of the sisters are not liking
Oh, shut the fuck up, because she probably wrote down on her knees for a white man and she's all pee-pee-hearted because she voted for that maggot in the office. Get the fuck out of here.
Wait. But what the hell is so wrong about an African-American voting for Trump? Is that impossible?
Can I say cootie? Can I say Ratty Raccoony? Can I say Uncle Ruckus? Can I say Miss Ruckus?
Can you say
because you know what? Let me tell you something. Only reason why they voted for him because they thought they were going to get a paycheck. They sold us all fucking under the goddamn bus for a fucking what? $2,000 paycheck? White woman? No. I'm telling the truth with your ugly, washed up looking, no good for nothing, oily looking ass. And then you motherfuckers don't even wash your cooter at all. Because I went to the white side of TikTok and I went right back off the white side. I could never be that.
What about the notion?
Don't wash their asses.
What about the notion that African Americans believe that Trump would give us a better economy, would make America more respected worldwide, and
are we a better economy? Fuck no, we not. The beef is in orbit. He can't even do that fucker. We're gonna bring down the grocery prices. No, it's through the fucking roof. Well, the only thing that's a little bit down is the gas prices. But it's not because of him. Because they're laying fucking people off, you numbskulls. Two of the oil things are closing in Cali. It's fixing to go through the damn roof. As soon as they close that shit down, the only reason it's down is because the barrel of oil is fucking down. The barrel of oil is fucking down. How about
all the money? Nearly $1 trillion he saved us in waste, fraud, and abuse with Doge.
Where's the money at? No, where's the money at, Uncle Ruckus?
It's not.
Because I certainly wanted some of that money because it's my damn money. The Tibbs is bringing in money. Where, bitch? You know where it's all at? It's going over to Kenya. It's going over to Venezuela. It's going everywhere else but to our fucking fat asses that we should be getting. I thought it was America first. But no, he took food stamps away from people. He took Medicaid away from people. He took the damn, the baby's education and took it down the damn thing. You know what else he took? Pals and there wasn't grants and stuff for people with disabilities, the kids with disabilities. He took that and dismembered it. So shut the fuck up about America First. Shut the fuck up when you say that, what he's doing for us, he hasn't done shit for us. Only lining his own goddamn fucking pockets. And you know what? Who's going against him right now is the oil companies. Because the oil companies said they don't want to go down there. Because do you know why they don't want to go down there? Because the oil that they have, we do not need. We pump oil.
Okay, wait, hold on. North Fork Runner says he raised food stamps, dumb lady. So in other words, you may have that wrong with food stamps.
Do you see the interbred is coming out of these white people? For real.
What the hell are you talking about?
Mama and daddy is. He raised the damn food stamps. Where, bitch? Where? He just cut the sorry asses. You numb nut. You bag of fucking dum-dums. That's why he likes you uneducated fucking dum-dums. That's why he likes you. Because he can tell you that the sky is fucking falling. And you'll say, where's it at? Where's the sky is falling? Oh my God. Go get all the stuff. And let's go into our basements because we're going to die. Like, you know that doomsday shit? When they was all
wait, what are you trying to say that?
We're still fucking here, aren't we?
You make it sound like MAGA don't have the capacity to think for themselves and they just follow Trump.
They don't have the capacity of a fucking roach, Tim. A damn mouse is more intelligent than they are, Tim.
Yet they won all 7 swing states. They won all 7 swing states. So what does that say about the Democrat Party if you're talking about the...
We're more intelligent. We're more intelligent. We went to college. We're not stopping our kids from going to college. We're not stopping our kids to get educated. We're not doing that. That's why I'll never sleep with a white man because you motherfuckers are the dumbest, the interbred motherfucker. I don't even want the seat up inside my house. I don't want no damn rejects up in there. I'll get beheeve-jeevies. You feel what I'm saying? Golly, that's just nasty.
And Blue Sea says, love you.
Blue Sea. They really fucking thought he raised the food stamps.
I'm just telling you. Hold on. Blue C3 says, love you, keep exposing the weirdos in conversation. So,
bitch, I'm a weirdo, honey, with triple D's and everything. But let me tell you something. My hair's not falling out. I looks good. I smell good. I know how to wash my cooter. I don't get on TikTok saying we don't take showers every fucking damn day. I put seasoning on my fucking damn chicken. I know how to grill. I know how to barbecue. And guess what? I know how to fake fucking bones. I guarantee you white men don't even know what fucking bones is.
How do you respond? How do you...
I'm always my barbecue.
Miss Tree 23 and many others are calling you a racist. How do you respond to that?
Yup, I am. I'm a racist. Yup, I'm the one that voted for this damn clown, right? Yeah, get the fuck. See, you guys don't like the fucking truth. You guys fucked all of us. You feel what I'm saying? You guys even went against your own damn interests because he don't even give a damn about you. Ghetto-looking asses. He don't give a fuck if you have your grandma is on Medicaid and welfare. She don't give a fuck if you guys have to eat and shit. He don't give a fuck as long as he's lining his fucking pockets with your dumb ass fucking money. You dumb buck of fucking rocks.
Last question. Has Trump done anything good for America at all, in your opinion? You hammering him a lot.
No, he hasn't died yet.
Not one good thing for this country.
Nope, he hasn't died yet. When he fucking dies, that's going to be the fucking best damn shit ever. Hallelujah, do we need to rejoice? I go and I ask God every night, when is his time? When is his fucking time? And then we will rejoice. But you know there's people on TikTok has prayer community saying, let's pray that he goes. I gotta be nice.
We'll move it on, but Gangsta Grandma, that is horrible to say that the only good thing he can do is pass away.
No, it's not. See, let me tell you something, Tim. My last thing. You know what? You quit being Uncle Ruckus, okay? Get off the cockroaches, pee-weenie and shit. Maybe you come to the black side and get you some shit, good shit. Maybe you'll know what your blackness is anymore. Instead of being an Uncle Ruckus and trying your hardest to love this man when you know nothing there is, nothing to love. Just only lining his own pockets. Don't give a fuck about nobody else. This never was about America first. It's about him first. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tim.
Gangsta Grandma, thank you for coming through. You don't make it easy. Tap the screen, by the way, folks. Get the likes on up to 10, better get 20,000. We can certainly make that happen. This is uncensored programming. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone, as you may have been able to tell. We are MAGA friendly, always have been, always will be. Nevertheless, liberals are welcome on the program as well. We go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having dinner with Q. If you're currently watching us live on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok, feel free to follow the program. We're here most weekdays. If you're watching us on YouTube live right now, give us a sub. Using this cunt for fodder, how embarrassing. Damn, Grandy's Garden, that's harsh. She just proved being black is a mindset. How, Creed? What are you suggesting, that her activity is some sort of reflection on black America? Let me know what you mean by that. MAGA is in the house. You are a chicken supporting Colonel Sanders. I've never been called that before. Every day is a new one. Okay, let me get back to the comments. And I see 12 McAdams says, I love her. So Instagram does have fans. Tap the screen, get us up to 20,000. We'll take the next caller. Talk about Sasha Riley on Substack. Crazy if true. I'm not totally familiar with that. Rabbi 207. Say what you want, but Gangsta Grandma didn't lie about Trump. Not once. I'd have to really break apart some of the things she said. I disagree with the notion that Trump hasn't done anything good for this country at all. I think every president, rather, to correct myself, every president has done something good for the country. So I think that when you get to the point where you say a president hasn't done anything good for the country at all, your bias is showing. That's my take. I think your bias is showing at that point. But some of you folks may agree with her. Why bring in color, says Miss Tree. I can't answer that. I just believe in putting guests on uncensored, and some guests go in that direction. That's just how it is. Some guests does go in that. North Fork Runner says, love the show so far. Thank you very much. We'll see if we can maintain that posture with you, North Fork Runner. Sometimes we get folks who start out liking the show and then they hate my ass by the time it's over, and vice versa. But we're all about free speech here. We're all about zero censorship. Libbies are protecting pedos is a thing. It's interesting you would say that, considering how Trump is maintaining the Epstein list. You're saying liberals protecting pedos is a thing. I don't see where the Trump administration is trying to bring them to justice. So you can talk about the liberals, but you're not going to be able to give Trump much credit at all in that. They talk all this shit about cops and Fed agents, but be the first to call for them. Well, that happens. I don't see any issue with pointing out corrupt cops and then dialing 911 when you're in trouble. I mean, if something happens and you don't dial 911 and deal with it yourself, you could end up on charges. I mean, so this is the system we have. We had 20,000. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. And by the way, help your boy out with that TikTok cap goal. What is he doing good in his second term? Securing the border tomorrow. I think Trump has secured the border significantly better than Biden. That's a huge accomplishment. Some folks favor the tariffs, correcting the trade imbalance. I'm not saying everybody does, but some folks favor that. Some folks favor getting rid of excessive spending, USAID, money going overseas and things. Some people favor that. So it depends on where your politics are. But the idea that he hasn't done anything good is a bit heavy in my opinion. She speaks the truth, says she is crazy about, she speaks the truth, says she is crazy about not. We've been on the decline since the 90s. This is nothing new. But here's the problem, though. Trump promised to turn all that shit around. Not become yet another politician doing the same stuff. So when you bring up Trump doing something wrong, if people start comparing him to other politicians and saying, well, they did it too, then that means he's no different. He promised to drain the swamp and be different. And remember, he wasn't a typical politician. Now when he's doing things wrong, we're comparing him to typical politicians. Why are you not talking about Bill Clinton not showing up to court? At this point, it's kind of normal, is it not? I mean, is that not? I mean, did Trump show up to every case? I think it's kind of normal at this point. Trump is kind of shown the way to how to deal with courts. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 20,000, and we'll continue on with Stick the Ruler. They all promised to turn it around and didn't. Yeah, so in other words, he's no better than anybody else at this point. Stick the Ruler, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim, man? I've been trying to get in there for about a week and a half, man. What you got going on, man?
Apparently the show is growing, if only slightly, but because you're not the only one telling me that. I can't, I'm trying, but I'm a one-man band. We're talking about the possibility of tyranny in America. Do you see any capability? You see anything resembling that in modern day America?
Oh yeah, it's a lot of tyranny going on, especially now that Trump is in office. We got the thing that just happened with the lady out there in Minnesota.
You talking about Renee Good? How is Renee's death amount to tyranny? Many would say that she simply didn't comply and tried to run over an officer.
Nah, that's not true. We've been in lives and we watched it on TV. As far as the people that don't live in Minnesota who didn't actually witness it. But for everybody that witnessed it on the video, they're calling out the ICE agents, telling them they were wrong. The ICE agents know that they were wrong. Why did he leave? What was up with that? Why did he do a official thing which was pew-pewing her while holding a cell phone? When did they start doing that?
I don't have an answer for that, but maybe it was all in the reflex. He was filming her to cover his ass, and while filming her, she decided to plow forward and run him over, and he didn't have any other choice but to squeeze the trigger.
Boy, you sound like a goddamn MAGA right now.
I'm just giving it to you from the other side.
Boy, you goddamn MAGAs, boy, I tell you what. You done brought the country out of me. I can't believe that y'all trust the city slicker. The hell's wrong with you? You used to want your salsa from El Paso. Now you want it from New York City?
Well, listen, a lot of that is because they thought this woman didn't know what she was doing. So as a result, Trump is in office. They thought Kamala Harris was a bad candidate.
Okay. So I'm going to say pause, right?
Okay.
Now, I want you to go back in your the handsome liberal brain. I want you to tell me something that Kamala said when it pertains to if Trump wins that hasn't happened. Go.
She said he would get us in World War III. That hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. There's no way you're going to tell me we're in World War III right now.
Hold on, Tim. It was about to happen. But what happened was a couple of Republicans and all the Democrats. Let's keep it G. All the Democrats made sure that he couldn't go back in Venezuela, right? But he wanted to continue. Then
do you feel confident right now that if Trump wanted to go in Venezuela, he couldn't do that?
At this point, I don't think he can. And if he does try, he's going to go bye-bye.
You're talking about this War Powers Limiting Act.
Yeah, I'm talking about what Congress did when they came back and told Trump he does not have the right to go into Venezuela anymore.
I hear what you're saying, Stick. I'm not certain, because if Trump decided to go and do it, I mean, who's going to prosecute or do anything to him?
Oh, okay. So this is what we've come to. We've come to it's swim or unalive, right?
Okay, swim or drown. Okay.
What I mean by that is they're looking at their future. Trump's straight.
Yeah.
He got immunity. He got money now. He's back on top. He done sued himself. Like he told Pam Bondi, just give me my money. She said, okay.
But let me just say, like, many folks see Trump as not only doing right by America, but one of the best presidents we've ever had. What do you see from Trump that's making you feel that he's such a bad leader?
Okay, so first of all, you had the government closed. People needed to eat. You having a great Gillespie party. while your American people are cold and starving and without said subsidies.
But did he?
Uh,
Wait, Trump didn't close the government. I mean, folks will suggest that that was the Democrat Party holding out.
no. I know you doing the little pushback, the little playing devil's
That's what I
advocate.
have
I
to
see the
do.
little,
Okay.
I see the little smirk. Yeah, I got you. Though.
All right.
I got you.
Keep going.
So, with all that being said, we know how the government is being ran. Number one, the Republican Congress ain't doing their job. They rather go on vacation and leave early, not vote on the Epstein files, which, by the way, everything that we're going through at this moment is about that one said thing. If I can distract them in some type of way, we're going to leave this Epstein file thing alone. Now, mind you, I have people sending me stuff, DMing me.
Thank you, North Fork.
The decline of people asking me about the Epstein files and their interest. They have an actual chart from the time that it peaked to now it's starting to just flutter and fall off because he's doing things with Venezuela. He wants Panama, part of that World War III. He wants Greenland, part of that World War III.
Well, but you would admit right now, as we speak, we're not at World War III. So what Kamala said is wrong.
Well, because of all the Democrats and because of a couple of Republicans, I can agree with what you just said.
Okay, so she was wrong about Trump. Kamala Harris was wrong about Trump. All right, I mean,
hold on, Tim. We ain't done. He's got 3 more years. Oh, and by the way, ain't he extending the Obama care?
yeah, you had 17 Republican representatives side with the Democrats. So for 3 more years, the Obamacare subsidies are in place. But how about this? North Fork Runner says Trump is actually preventing World War III by leading as a strong leader. You know, by strength. So according to what he's saying is that a projection of strength.
So by unaliving people that we don't know what they got on their boat, by double tapping people who we don't know what they got on their boat.
That ain't what do you mean don't know what they got on the boat? Trump says they were carrying narcotics on those boats.
And Trump says that he is 6'3", 215.
He maybe exaggerates a little bit, but he said that those boats were carrying narcotics.
So they unalived off of exaggeration.
Well, we don't know. I mean, he didn't say those.
That's the point. Thank you, Tim. You proved my point. We don't know. Why would we do some shit about some shit that we don't know what's going on?
Well, but the government knows. Maybe there's a confidential or classified reason why you and I don't know. But the government says that those boats were carrying narcotics.
Okay, so now everybody's finna get mad at me because I'm finna give you a little bit of window, right?
Sure.
I'm finna tell you why I can kind of agree with what you just said. Trump let the FBI go in Mexico and bring over El Chapo's people, didn't he?
How long ago that's been? Yeah. Okay. What's your point?
Okay. So then, shortly after said action, all of a sudden, we know where these ethanol routes are with the boats.
Okay.
Now, also, we're hitting Colombian boats. They've already told us that one of the boats was Colombian. So let's just say he's actually doing what he's doing,
which is a great job for America.
So this is where I said people are going to be mad with me. Maybe when El Chapo paid that $5 million, you can bring your people over for $5 million a piece.
What are you saying? I remember that. What are you saying? He bought his way out?
President Trump, I have $85 million for you if you get my people out of there.
But are you trying to say our president can be bought?
All day, every day. He is a salesman. Remember, he's not a politician. He is a businessman.
I'm under the impression that President Trump is running the country like a business, came with his own money, didn't even take a salary. So this doesn't sound like the guy that can be bought. He's willing to do it for free.
Whoa. Okay, if that were true, he wouldn't have been suing his own administration for $200 million. That's number one. If that was true,
Well,
if that were true, he wouldn't be trying to take Gaza for himself. If that was true,
well,
if that
he's not necessarily trying to take Gaza for himself. He's trying to take Gaza so that there will be peace in the region. As one of my viewers says, Trump is the gangster president that the United States deserve. He knows how to persuade. Tony Soprano will be proud of our great president, Donald J. Trump. What say you?
hold on. He said Tony Soprano.
Yeah.
Do he know who Tony Soprano is?
Did you just hear him say he's a gangster president? Of course he knows.
So we're going to talk about a person named Tony Soprano, and I'm glad he mentioned it because guess what? I am the person that actually gets on TikToks and critiques these shows. I just did something about Tony Soprano, how he was so goddamn disrespectful in a black man's house that loved the Lord. And he came in a black man's house that loved the Lord and said all this cussing and cursing and all of that other stuff. Didn't respect nobody. So you might be right. He might be like Tony Soprano because he is a disrespectful asshole. So you might be right.
Yeah, but he may be disrespectful, Stick, but he's our guy. What he is doing is for the best interest of the United States, disrespectful or not. It benefits this country.
So I'm gonna run with that narrative. What has gotten better for you? Go ahead.
Well, our country is more respected now. We don't have to worry about strangers being here because he's secured the border.
Says who? Says who?
Says who? You don't believe Trump has secured the border?
That we're respected more.
Well, shit! Look what he's doing. Ain't nobody fucking with him. I mean, he's talking about taking over Greenland. He's done what he wanted to do in Venezuela. The world stage don't like it, but they ain't doing nothing about it.
So are we talking about Trump or are we talking about the U.S. military?
We're talking about Trump, the one that's in control of the U.S. military.
Okay. So again, are we talking about Trump? Are we talking about the military?
We're talking about. We're talking about the. How about this? We're talking about the president's use of the military.
Okay, the president's use of the military. Okay,
right.
So now again at this time, being that they came back off break, they did their vote. He can't hit Venezuela. He's probably not going to be able to do Panama, Greenland, or any Canada, Mexico. He ain't been able to do none of that.
You feel confident about that? You feel confident that vote is going to stop Trump?
I feel that everybody understands what's at stake. What's at stake is your safety from these so-called conflicts, because that's what there are. And then going forward with that, they understand that, man, look, if I keep voting with this guy, number one, I'm not going to be here. They're going to vote my ass out.
I'm not hearing that, Stick. I'm hearing MAGA is overwhelmingly pleased with the performance of Trump. I'm not hearing people saying that they're not going to vote for him.
No. I heard Trump himself say, you got to go vote in the midterm, because if you don't, they're going to impeach me.
I mean,
they're going to impeach me.
That's just what.
You know why he said that? You know why he said that?
Because it's probably true. It's true.
He's scared. He's a little bitch. He knows he's going to lose. He knows that it's going to be more Democrats that can tear his ass up. No Diddy, right? Hopefully.
Wait a minute, what makes you suggest that Trump, our president, our commander in chief, is a little bitch? What would make you suggest that?
I think a balloon popped in the hangar and he was like going left and right. That was before the ear incident. You know what I mean? He heard a balloon pop. Oh shit. Yeah, he's soft as hell. He can't run. He needs diapers. Like, he's really like, I mean, what do I have to say? I mean, and they got shirts. Real men wear diapers. You know, Biden did the ultimate mind fuck, made him get in a damn trash truck because he called them his people and then they was walking around with trash bags.
Yeah, but how does it look to say all this about Trump when we just got rid of Biden? I mean, you know, some folks will say that Biden could barely even stay awake.
Listen, some people got lied to. Some people just love Trump and love his orange hair so much that they just willing, or should I say his skin, his orange skin so much that they're just willing to, jump off that, imaginary bridge.
I'll tell you one thing, Stick. There's a hell of a lot more people that like Trump than they did Biden. The support for Trump has been significantly stronger than the Democrat support for Biden. So say what you want about Trump. He's doing something right.
Only thing I ever heard from them is I'll never vote for a Democrat, right? But what you've heard from the Democrats is I don't care if Biden is on his deathbed. I will vote for Biden any day.
But the problem with that though, Stick, is they're not voting for Biden. They're voting against Trump. Trump voters vote for Trump. They're not voting against him or voting against somebody else. They're voting for Trump because they love the candidate. The Biden supporters were not voting for Biden out of love of Biden. They were doing it out of hatred of Trump.
Okay, so let's say that you're right. But let's also say what the president said, since you love saying what he says is basically true, because you keep repeating it. People that vote for me basically are stupid because smart people don't like me. I'm a smart person. I don't like his bitch ass. So guess what? He told me.
Why are you disrespecting the president like that? You're calling him a bitch.
Because he's a bitch ass dude. He ain't never served. He got all the shit to say about us veterans. I ain't got nothing for his bitch ass. Nothing. Fuck him. Fuck his administration. Fuck all the lies that they put out. She got up there before the shit could even be, he got ran over by a lady that's a terrorist and he's in the hospital. And then we see the video, see him pew the lady, walk off, come up, take a picture of her, and drive off.
I got it. Before I'm moving on from the Stick, I will just say, if Renee Good had complied with law enforcement, don't you think she would have still been alive today?
What was she? Okay, so first of all, ICE don't do traffic stops. That's number one.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that actually is true.
No. When dealing with U.S. citizens, ICE does not do traffic stops. That's number one. Number two, they, just like in the beginning, and I'm saying something again that everybody probably won't care for, but when he first put ICE out there, he had the police in said town or city he was going to escort. Then it escalated to the National Guard.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
This time, you didn't see any National Guard. You didn't see any police. So what that tells me is they weren't operating in the way that they were supposed to, and they didn't have the backup because 9 times out of 10, just being honest, they were the agitators. So regardless of where she was at and what she was doing, 9 times out of 10, they were going to unalive somebody.
I disagree. I think if Renee Good had complied with law enforcement, she would still be alive today. I really believe she was.
Did you see the whole video? Did you see in the beginning where she said she don't have a problem with them?
Yeah, but she's still, there's still part of the video that shows her not compliant, Stick. There is a point where she stopped complying.
The point where she stopped complying was when her girlfriend told her to drive.
Well, her girlfriend got her killed. Her girlfriend got her killed.
When she turned right, no, her girlfriend didn't get her killed. The cop that unlawfully
she took bad. How about this? Her girlfriend gave her bad advice.
No, actually she didn't. They just picked a bad officer to be out there doing ICE. Look, when you got somebody, hold on, time out, Tim. Let's keep it G. We not finna do this. I'm playing devil's advocate right now. I need you to understand what I'm finna say. We have the vice president get up there and tell you this guy just had an incident a couple of weeks ago, a month ago, or whatever the case.
I'm not siding with him or Christy Nome or anything. What they said. What they said was too soon, and it was just biased in nature.
But this is telling, Tim. Did he not also say he might have been suffering from PTSD? Yeah. Did he not say that?
I don't like that they tried to defend the officer. I don't like that they tried to rush to defend the officer. They should have just let it go on its merit.
So this is my point then. If you know, as the vice president, you get this information, this intel rushed to you, hey, he just had this incident. Your actual question should be, well, why the hell was he out there on the streets with PTSD, jumping in front of fucking cars? Let's keep it real.
That's a decent question. That's a decent question to raise, but she didn't comply. I gotta move it on, Stick. But like I said, she did not comply. That's not up for debate. She did not comply.
When is non-compliance mean I get unalive?
Depends on how you're not compliant. I gotta move it on. I'll talk about it on the other side, but not complying can lead to a bad outcome.
Through the side window. 2 shots through the side window. Let's give him the first one because it was through the windshield, right? But then he followed alongside of the car after moving out of the way, not getting hit, and fired 2 more shots. He's wrong, Tim.
Okay.
Period.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Stick, appreciate you coming through. Thank you. By the way, tap the screen, get us up to 35,000. Now, let me just say something real quick because of what I'm talking about in regards to Renee Nicole Good. A lot of my liberal side of that do not like what I just said. I'm just going to repeat this. I don't, listen, I don't think that the officer had to blast her. Trying to choose my words here to prevent the censors that come with TikTok. But I don't feel that if that officer had not blasted Renee Nicole Good, he would be gone. I don't believe that. But I do believe, based on the laws in place, the blasting of her was justified. And I'll tell you why I say that. If a cop is in front of your vehicle and you're coming at him, even him or her, even if they have the ability to jump out of the way, the law does not require they do that. I feel confident that this officer, not only do I feel confident, I've seen him jump out of the fucking way. So it's obvious that the cop was able to survive regardless of what Renee Nicole Good was doing. But her actions by law give him the right to blast her. And he chose that option. It was an optional shoot. It was not necessary to save his life. That's the point I'm making. No different than if you absolutely knew for certain someone you seen breaking in your home was unarmed and you could easily deal with them physically. Well, once they come in your home, the law allows you to shoot them. You can actually exercise your rights based on an option as opposed to it being out of necessity. I don't think it was a necessity at all to save that officer's health or life for what he did. I think he chose as an option. If you come near me, I'm going to blast you. And that's what he did. Fuck around and find out type guy. I need an excuse. Just give me one. Or go ahead and make my day for you older folks out there. It's one of those type deals. I'm just looking for a reason to blast. And she gave him one. And I think the law will protect him in that. I don't like it. I don't like what happened. I don't think it was necessary. I think that he clearly got out of her way. Clearly got out of her way. As my last caller pointed out, a couple of the rounds went through the side window. So at that point, he was not even in the path of the vehicle anymore. But if you are told to comply with law enforcement and you drive towards them, the law is going to back up the officer if he chooses the option of taking your life. And that's what happened in this case. It was an option. Wow, such great people in this country is, what are you saying there? Heirs the house, heiress the house. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, say God bless. Like I said, I don't like what happened. And I don't feel it was necessary to save the life of the officer. But the way the law is written, if you do A, the officer can respond with B. And he responded with B, even though it wasn't necessary to do so. How wasn't he in the path when you feared the thud? It says, how was he not in the path when you hear the thud? He got hit. Ayo, who mans is this? Well, there is a video coming from the cop where you can hear him being hit by the vehicle, but that doesn't. He's filming with the camera in one hand and he's holding a firearm in the other hand. It does appear as if he was struck with the vehicle. But I still go back to my original statement. I don't see that officer firing those rounds and think, whoa, I just saved my own life. I don't believe that. I don't believe that cop felt that he was in grave danger. I believe he exercised an option. If you come forward with me and tap me with this vehicle in any way, I can do this. I really believe the officer exercised an option that was not mandatory. Is there, let me ask by way of yes or no in the comments. I'll go to the next caller, but by way of yes or no in the comments, type yes if you believe this. How many of you believe that if that officer had not taken the life of Renee Nicole Good, he would have been killed? How many of you believe that? That if he had not shot her, he himself would be dead or would be ran over with great bodily harm? How many of you believe that, based on what you're seeing, that it was only because he fired that he didn't get ran over and or killed? Is there anybody that believes that? Let me know in the comments. Because that's what I'm saying, is that he was in no danger of seriously bodily harm. He just took that as an option. I don't even think the folks that believe she deserved to be blasted see him doing it as a last resort to getting killed. You just think she was stupid for not complying. That's why I keep saying it was an option. He didn't do it it wasn't mandatory. He did it as an option. Anyway, let me go back to and I see in the comments the response is overwhelmingly no. Even from my viewers that are mostly MAGA, even they're saying no, it was not. This guy was not in any serious danger of being ran over. He clearly was able to get out of the way of that vehicle on his own. He didn't pop her, and all of a sudden, by popping her, the vehicle stopped because she hit the brakes or she suddenly turned out of his way. No, he got out of the way of the vehicle without a problem. So he popped her as an option. Let me go back to the box, and we'll continue on with the program. Jeremy, good evening. I see what Creed says yes many times. So Creed, you think he was going to die if he didn't do that? Huh? Okay, Jeremy, is that how you see it? That he was going to die if he didn't pop her?
I mean, why would you stand in front of a vehicle when it's about to hit you in the first place? Like people are like, oh, but like he only got like tapped. Shut up, you fucking retards. Seriously, like I'm just so tired of these. I'm so sick of these lobotomites saying and this stupid shit. Like, oh my god, I'm like, how could you? When you are in a vehicle, you're in a 2-ton death machine. You are inside of basically a large bullet, a projectile.
So you definitely see it as justified.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
But do you agree with me? How could that be out? Somebody don't like you already. But do you agree with me? And apparently they don't drop my caller. I don't know, Jeremy. I don't know how that happened, but I'll go to the next caller. How did he get banned? For some reason, my last caller got dropped, and I didn't have anything to do with it. We're all about free speech here. Don't know how that happened, but we'll continue on. Wow, that was crazy. No clue. Tap the screen, by the way. Get us on up to 45,000. Help us reach that TikTok cap goal as well. We'll continue on with Joe Grind 617. Why was they telling her to get out of the vehicle? Because she was stopped. She was blocking the flow of traffic, pissing them off. She was basically committing an act of obstructing justice. You can't just stop the cops from doing their job. That's called obstructing justice. She was blocking the street with her vehicle. So in the comments, Peter says she hit him with the car. It could have easily been far worse. Don't accelerate your vehicle when a cop is ordering you out and another is in front of the car. It's pretty simple. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that if you accelerate your car towards an officer that's standing in front of your car, it could end badly. But however, I still stand by my original statement that even though she did accelerate her car in the direction of the officer, that officer was in no serious danger because he was easily able to get out of the way of the vehicle. That officer was not hurt to any significant degree at all. I think they said he went to the hospital to get checked out. That's just to cross a few T's and dot a few I's. That guy was perfectly fine after that happened. He was able to get out because his popping of her did not make her turn the wheel, did not make her step on the brakes or anything. The reason he's alive is he was able to easily get out the way of the vehicle. So he popped her as an option. It's as simple as that. I'll go back to the next caller. I don't know why my last caller got dropped, but shit happens sometimes when you're dealing with these damn apps. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody, by the way. Tap the screen, get the likes on up. What was she going to do next? She was going to drive off. That's what she was going to do next. She was going to drive off. What do you think she was going to do? Circle around and try to run them over like bowling pins? No, she was going to drive off. She was just going to leave the scene. The gig is up. I mean, you've been blocking them and fucking with them. You've pissed them off. Now they're about to arrest your ass, and she takes off running, which is not going to end well, by the way. Even if they don't pop her, you're going to get a high-speed chase in your hands. They're not going to just let you leave. Now they're chasing you. So her actions were not advisable by any stretch of the imagination. We can have the argument that you don't think she deserved to be shot, but what she did is ill-advised no matter how you look at it. We'll go to James. I don't know why my callers are not coming up, but what she did was a bad idea no matter what. James, good evening.
What's going on, Sam?
And by the way, Miss Mobette in the comments says they can't chase her. I don't believe that. You're telling me that the officers just have... Somebody else said that on my last show. Do you buy into that, James, that if the feds try to arrest you and you run, they can't chase you?
Nah, they can justify it, saying that you're fleeing the scene.
Yeah, I don't believe that. And by the way, let me try this before we get into our conversation. Alexa, can ICE make traffic stops?
ICE officers don't have direct authority to pull over vehicles for traffic violations. However, they can collaborate with local police during traffic stops to check immigration status, leading to potential detentions.
Alexa, stop, which is not what they're doing. They're not collaborating with police. Now, I put that in on Google. AI says otherwise. AI, if you put it in on Google as a search, they say they can do it.
And they say it's limited.
Alexa, stop.
To when they're doing actual...
Go ahead, say that again.
They say when it's like actual ICE operations, they can stop vehicles. Not just like willy-nilly, just like throwing their lights on and just say, hey, you pull over.
Yeah. Well, let's face the facts. Let me go ahead and state the obvious. ICE is operating above and beyond what they normally would be authorized to do. And they're doing that at the behest of the president. So
hold on, wait. You said above and beyond.
Yeah.
No, what you mean to say is they're overreaching.
What is the name of this show?
Tyranny.
Right. They're actually operating above and beyond the power they're given because the president is going to back them. I mean, stopping people for their skin color and their language they're speaking, or if they're hanging out in front of Home Depot, that wasn't legal until Trump came along.
Yeah, this is getting even worse now because if they see that they're operating, they see somebody with a phone in their hand, they swarm them.
Yeah, and I see in the comments somebody says it's called enforcement. Stopping somebody because they speak Spanish is not enforcement. It's profiling. That's not law enforcement. You're profiling at that point. I mean, go ahead.
They took the stop and frisk for Rudy Giuliani to like the 100th level.
Yeah. I mean, it is clear now. Some folks believe that the Biden administration or whoever let so many illegal immigrants in this country. You got to do whatever you got to do to get them all out. But the fact is, what ICE is doing is above and beyond what they were normally authorized to do. They were never authorized to stop people solely because a person spoke Spanish or they were black or brown. That is new shit that came along under the Trump administration.
And then if they try to say, "Oh, it's not about race," then why did the commander-in-chief come out not too long ago saying that, "Oh, the civil rights was unfairly treating white people"?
Race is definitely part of it. I mean, but what about the notion that there are, as Trump says, there are people coming in the country from prisons and insane asylums, and there's millions of people we don't know that are here and that's been unvetted. Would you be willing to give them a little bit of extra power to correct that?
No, because Trump always uses like scare tactics for everything he does. He always says like, "Oh, these people coming in are the worst of the worst," but let somebody try to come in and give him money to come in, and he'll allow them to come in. Because remember, he just let that Binance dude come back into the country, and he was laundering money to the cartels.
Yeah, some of that, I agree with that. Some of it does not look right. If you're going to say you are anti-narcotics coming into this country or you're anti-fraud, it doesn't look right when you're pardoning fraudsters and pardoning drug dealers. And he absolutely is doing right in the middle of the Venezuelan boats being bombed. He pardons a drug kingpin. Right in the middle of going at the Somali fraud, he pardons the Binance guy you're talking about who's responsible for millions of dollars worth of fraud. Some of that does not look, it doesn't look kosher. It looks like you're on some bullshit. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
But he says that like they're being hard on fraud, but like you said, it's like almost every week there's a different person that's pardoned, and they don't have to get back none of the money that they stole.
I don't have an answer for that. I can defend Trump where he deserves to be defended, but yeah, if you're against drugs coming in this country, you shouldn't be pardoning kingpins. If you're against Somalis committing fraud or people committing fraud, you shouldn't be pardoning fraudsters. It doesn't make sense.
They're talking about the Somalis, but if you go to Mississippi, Missouri, all those other states, there's people that have stolen millions in fraud, and we're not sitting there going after the leadership there talking about some you messed up and you didn't catch this.
But what about what are we? Maybe we're missing something. Like for instance, MAGA mission in the comments says there's details you're leaving out. Now the drug kingpin from the Honduras that Trump pardoned, he had been given a 45-year sentence in federal prison, and Trump pardoned him, shaving off 43 plus years of that sentence. So what details are we missing that this guy deserved to get out 43 years early? I'd be curious to know because this is in the middle of him going at the Venezuelan boats, claiming that he didn't like drugs coming in his country, and he pardons a kingpin that's gotten a 45-year sentence. What details are missing out on that? I'd love to know because it doesn't look right.
Of course, it doesn't look right, and not to mention when it came to those boats, they actually like recovered some of the records of some of those boats, and guess what? They didn't find on not near one of them boats residue the F drug and all those other things. They didn't find none of the stuff that they were claiming were being transported on any of the records of those boats.
Yeah. I think I really, because like I said, I'm willing to defend Trump where he deserves to be defended. I really wish he had shown at least the contents of one of those drug boats. I mean, just to show us that you are in, because you notice since we've invaded, or better yet, since we've gotten rid of Maduro, and we've taken control of the country. At least Trump says he's in control of the country. You notice you're not hearing about drug boats anymore? So it's like we bombed about 12 boats and stopped the entire fentanyl trade coming out of that country. That doesn't make sense either. So you're not hearing about any more drugs anymore. Why is that?
Because that boogeyman is long since gone. Like it's on to the new boogeyman.
Yeah. Because when you think about how much money is made from the sale of illegal narcotics, you're not going to kill 100 and something people and stop that. It doesn't. You're not going to stop that anywhere near that easy. But yet, for some reason, when it comes to Venezuela, it seems to have all stopped.
But see, part of that was he said Maduro was the leader of that, like helping that go through. And then as soon as they catch him, all of a sudden they was like, oh, well, we can't charge him for being like the leader of a cartel because that cartel actually doesn't exist.
Like I said, I can't speak on it because a lot of it does not make sense. And in the comments, MAGA Mission says, why did Biden pardon pedophiles? I don't know if you really want to have that conversation considering he was preceded by Trump. I mean, do you really think the way Trump is handling a pedophile scandal is any better? Go ahead, James.
They talking about Biden pardoning pedophiles, but Trump is literally pardoning kingpins, fraudsters, insurrectionists, like any criminal that he believes. Like, in fact, all they have to do is just say they were sentenced while Biden was in office, and he finds justifications to let them go.
So what about the notion? I mean, because I do agree that Trump is pardoning a lot of people. They're bringing up that Biden promised he wouldn't pardon Hunter Biden, and look how that turned out.
He tried to be fair, but when he realized that Trump was going to be in office, he knew exactly what was going to happen. Trump was going to do what he's doing right now with Letitia James and James Comey.
You really believe that there was any inkling of iota, any chance at all, no matter how minute, that Biden wasn't going to pardon Hunter? I'm going to tell you, my belief is it didn't matter who won. Biden was lying about that. He was going to pardon his son.
I can't say definitively because he did pardon him, but like I said, he wouldn't have gave all those pardons that he did at the end if Trump went on a mission of retribution against everybody who he perceived as an enemy.
I can believe some of that, but I mean, just look. If I got the power of the pardon, I'm gonna pardon my family members. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not perfect. I'm not gonna pretend like I'm gonna let my brother or my cousin or somebody go down. I mean, there was no. He lied about something. Talking about President Biden. He lied about something that wasn't even necessary to lie about. Everybody knew from day one. You're probably pardoning your son. Like, why even lie about that?
Like I said, I can't argue that because but at the same note, like the same thing that he was getting accused, like Biden and Hunter was getting accused of, Trump is doing at a 10 times worse rate.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with it because Hunter Biden with Burisma, the Trump family is making they're making multiples of whatever Hunter Biden got paid. They're making multiples of that. But I'm still saying Joe Biden lied about something that everybody knew he was lying about when he said it.
And he was wrong for lying.
All right, that's a fair point. I mean, so go ahead.
I can't excuse what he did. He lied, and that was wrong.
Yeah, and I see in the comments some folks have said, "Look, what did somebody say? Trump, better yet, he said, I believe he was going to pardon his son, and I'm not mad about it." I think that sometimes they say, "What is it? It's not the lie, it's the cover up or whatever." I think that him pardoning his son is what all of us would have done. Whether we're talking MAGA, independents, or liberals, all of us. That's what I said. I don't see why he lied about it. Everybody, if Trump pardoned his own kid, MAGA would say, "Look, I don't have a problem with it." So I don't see why Biden would even try to lie about that.
They would have definitely had a problem with it because they were, when it came to Biden, it was MAGA was holier than thou. Everybody should follow every letter of the law until Trump showed up, and now all of a sudden it's like I don't see him doing that. You got to show me proof.
Well, Trump was promising to be the law and order president. That is something he ran on.
The law and order president, the no new wars president. I'm gonna fix your economy, and he got in there. And then you tried to talk about Doge earlier. His cabinet has wasted so much goddamn money on frivolous shit since they've been in.
Give me some examples. What are you talking about? What is he waste? What is this cabinet wasting money on?
Cash Patel using federal resources to shuttle his girl to different events, plus giving her FBI agents as security. Let's see, Chrissy Nome. She's been sitting there laundering money from the government to her family and friends, giving them contracts for no goddamn reason. You got Trump having his son awarded millions of dollars in contracts to a company that he bought that he didn't even own for a whole year yet.
Yeah. I mean, to the victors go the spoils. I can't disagree with any of that. They are. I mean, because
we haven't even gotten on Hegseth in his whole thing of, I need a makeup studio in the Pentagon.
I can't argue with that. I'm able to push back where I can, but they say to the victors go the spoils, because what you're pointing out, if it was done on the left, MAGA would have a big problem with that.
We're supposed to. All this is happening, but those are supposed to be for government efficiency. They didn't touch none of that, nor did they touch Musk when he was stealing contracts from other people for projects that he wanted his company to do. All they did was they gutted oversight, and then they got rid of anybody that they can use DEI as an excuse for why they got hired, and use that as an excuse to fire all these people.
Well, they do say Trump is a gangster president, so he's in there doing what he wants to do. I mean,
no, he he is an idiot with people around him that's going to take advantage of him.
How could you?
Like if they got it.
You think he's an idiot? You don't get to be president of the United States by being an idiot.
Yes, you do. If the people that voted for you are stupid.
So all of MAGA, all the Trump supporters are stupid.
I'm not gonna say. Well, let's get this. MAGA is stupid, yes, because MAGA will follow any. They excuse any and everything that he does. Like the other people that voted, they voted because they didn't want Kamala hit. I won't even put them with MAGA. That's the reason why his poll numbers are so goddamn low. He only got about 30%. That's MAGA. Everybody else is like, this ain't the shit I voted for.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that what Trump campaigned on versus what he is doing is like night and day. And I would agree that he can go from night and day and MAGA will follow him. But a lot of the independents and liberals that switched over and black MAGA and Hispanic MAGA, they don't favor that. But you're right. He is doing a lot differently than what because he campaigned on bringing down groceries and ending wars.
You keep hearing MAGA talk about some, yeah, we won the landslide. No, you barely won by 1%. Like, Biden beat Trump with a way bigger percentage. Not to mention how many people was like, I don't like either option, so I'm going to sit my ass home.
Well, Trump winning by a landslide is just something Trump is going to normally say, but he did win the popular vote, which is unprecedented in recent time. Who was the last president to win Republican to win the popular vote? Reagan? I mean, that don't happen very often. So he did make some serious gains.
He made serious gains, and guess where those gains are now? Completely gone, because what happened ever since? It's been upset after upset after upset, and then when it wasn't an upset, it was goddamn super close races. There was no landslides. It was a complete recovery of all the stuff that they got.
Well, he still has 3 years, so there's time to turn it around. I got to move it on, James, but he got 3 more years left, so you can't count him out just yet.
We'll see.
All right, James, thanks for coming through. By the way, tap the screen, folks. Get us on up to 60,000. Money pays their way. Unfortunately, that's how it is. Mike says listening to the Democrats is a bad rerun of Groundhog Day. And you believe that if you get away from the Democrats and only listen to Republicans, you won't be still subjected to a bad rerun of Groundhog Day? Trump talks about the 2020 election every time you put a microphone in front of his face. What do you think he's doing? So, you don't think Trump repeats the same shit over and over again? Okay, all right. I guess you only see it one way then. Gas prices are down now. We need food prices to go down. Jazzy, I agree with that. And that's what Trump promised. I believe I got a clip I can play of him promising to bring down the price of groceries on day one. He exaggerated on some of his promises so great that he kind of left himself no room but for failure. You know, ending wars in 24 hours and all this stuff. In fact, he said he could end the war in the Ukraine before becoming president. He said he could do it as a president-elect. That definitely did not age well at all. A Boogie says gas is still $3 where I'm at. Well, some of that's going to be probably the responsibility of how much your state government is taxing you, or your city government. If you live in California, Pennsylvania, you live out on the East Coast in the New England area, Chicago, I mean, the taxes are very high. The price of gas is dropping, but there's a lot of taxes involved in how much you pay at the pump. I think I've heard once before that 50% of what you pay for gas is taxes. I don't know how true that is, but taxes can play a huge part in how high your gas is in your area. $1.89 in Waco, Texas, says Texas Queen. It's $1.89 a gallon in Waco. Wow. Should be some thanks Trump flags everywhere in that town. Miss Bobetta says when you go to the grocery store, it will make up for gas being lower. There's some validity to that. Cooler J, what does that say? Cooler at K94. I'm in Rhode Island. I paid $2.79 for gas, and that's at a Mobile or a Shell. That's not bad for Rhode Island, is it? I mean, when I used to be an over-the-road driver, I remember the gas prices in the New England area were expensive. That don't sound bad for Rhode Island. You, sir, are 100% right. Trump is the best person to help America and Americans. His downside is ego. I am more than willing to accept that as long as his policies are the ones that help all of Americans. Danny, I got to disagree with you. When you say that Trump is the best person to help America and Americans, he's clearly on record saying, I hate Democrats. So he's not helping Democrats. He's not even attempting to help Democrats. He made it clear he doesn't like Democrats. In fact, he stated, I hate Democrats. So if you believe that Trump is helping all Americans, you believe that Trump is helping Americans, you believe that he's helping Americans that lean right. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing so special for folks on the left. He hates them. He said it clearly. He hates Democrats. So, no, he's not. Listen, I understand some folks favor President Trump and really like his performance. I get that. But it's hard to claim that what he is doing is in the best interest of all Americans. No, he's doing what is in the best interest of his supporters. He's kind of made that clear. Is that if you treat him right and you're loyal to him, he'll reward you. The Democrats didn't vote for him, so he has no reason. I don't believe he feels he has any reason to reward them or be loyal to him. So, I definitely disagree that he's doing what he can and what's in the best interest of all Americans. He's doing what's in the best interest of his supporters. I'm not talking to Tim right now. Not after that whooping the Bears gave Packers in that wild card game. How did they blow a 21-point lead? We have the best fourth quarter comeback team this side of the 2000s. I don't know any other team that comes back in the fourth quarter like the Bears administration. So it was, in fact, before I get back to the program, because I do bet a little bit on DraftKings and all of that. When the Bears were down by 21-3, I jumped in and I think I put 10 or 20 bucks on because, with them being down like that, I think it was like bet 10, we'll give you 80 or something ridiculous because they were like they had a 5% chance of winning or something like that. So I bet an amount that they were offering to pay multiples of because I didn't think the Bears were going to win either. However, if they start catching up, they'll offer you certain payouts. So if it's say bet 10, win 80, and all of a sudden the game goes from 21-3 to 21-14, they may offer you 35 bucks or something like that. And I normally cash out on those. I cashed out on the Bears about 5 minutes early, but I still made a few multiples of what I bet it. Fourth quarter comeback Kings. Cooler says, thank you for your generosity. Cooler, appreciate it. Why would you ever be on record saying you like Democrats when all they have done is come for your throat every step of the way? Wow. Now that's powerful. Let me just say it like this. I say on the program all the time, in defense of Trump to my liberals, there are legitimate reasons for people to vote for Trump, even if you're African American. But this question is the other way. Why the hell would you ever vote for a Democrat? As he's saying, they come for your throat every step of the way. There's a lot of legitimate reasons to vote Democrat, just like there are legitimate reasons to vote Republican. Minimum wage increase. You're not going to get that from the Republican Party. If you're working at a piss poor paying job and you want a minimum wage increase, who are you voting for? If you are one step above falling on your face and needing government help, you going to vote Republican? You got Charlie Kirk on the record saying that kids in school shouldn't even get free lunches. So it depends on what your particular issues are as to why, what's going on with ICE right now. There's a hell of a lot of Americans that have friends, neighbors, spouses that are undocumented. There's people who voted for Trump that have had their spouse deported. You think they would still vote for Trump if they could go back again? So I'm not going to say there's no reason to vote for Trump, but I'm not going to say there's no reason to vote Democrat. It depends on what your issue is. You pro-choice, you going to vote Republican? If you're pro-choice, you don't want Christianity in schools, you going to vote Republican? So it depends on what you stand for. Looking in the comments, Gangsta Grandma's already came up. She was the first call. Find another job or work a second job. Like, okay, fine. So you're saying as opposed to getting a minimum wage increase, find another job or work a second job like I do. Okay. So if I want a minimum wage increase and the Republicans say no and I go out and find another job or get a second, that means the Republican Party didn't do shit for me. I found my way out of it. That party didn't help me out at all. Whereas if I had just simply voted Democrat, I would have got the increase. That's the point I'm making. Clinton said to release the files unredacted. Bill Clinton has no power. Doesn't matter. Okay, he's right. Bill Clinton did say release the files. Trump's DOJ is still covering. Yeah, Bill Clinton has no power. Trump wants the files to remain secret, at least in part, if not completely. So he's the one with all the power, and he's doing it. Again, Democrats don't teach hate and racism and division. Depends on who you ask. Let me go back to the box. Get us. We should be at least at 70,000. Tap the screen, get the likes up. You're currently watching us on Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook. Follow the program. You're watching us on YouTube. Give your boy a sub. We're here most weekdays. Freeloaders for Biden. Some of that is in there, Tower USA. But I also would tell you, if you're a poor or impoverished person that wants to live off the system, yeah, you probably will be better off voting Democrat. However, if you are a wealthy person that wants the system to protect your wealth and not make you pay your fair share and all of that, you should vote Republican. There's plenty of wealthy freeloaders too. We just don't call them that. There's plenty of wealthy freeloaders out there. What do they call it? Corporate welfare. Plenty of them out there. Those people are better off voting Republican. So it depends on your issue in regards to who you should vote for. Democrat politicians do focus on race. I think both sides focus on race. I think the Democrats focus on race from the standpoint of minorities. The Republicans focus on race from the standpoint focused on whites. But both sides do it. Trump right now is talking about whites should sue if they believe they're being discriminated against. I mean, Trump is doing a few things that are, just like the Democrats do some things that are pro-black or pro-minority. Trump is doing things that are pro-white. I mean, he's focusing on the race too. It's just he's doing it for the other side. Cooler says minimum wage is just another avenue to increase overall price. Businesses are here to make money. They got to make up for it somehow. High minimum wage jobs also decrease incentive to do better. We're not talking about high minimum wage increase. No, there is no, what you're saying does not provide any explanation whatsoever for why the minimum wage stayed the same for like 20 straight years. There's a reason why minimum wage suddenly is going from $7 an hour to $15 an hour. It's to catch up. There's no reason that the minimum wage should stay at 0% increase from year to year when inflation is constantly moving. Because in your comments, you say minimum wage is just another avenue to increase overall price. Well, minimum wage wasn't increasing and the price was going up anyway. So they're going to find an excuse to raise price. You're not going to stop that by holding the minimum wage back. They'll just they'll come up with another excuse to do it. So now the workers are not seeing an increase in salary, but the cost of goods and services are going up anyway. I would agree that you don't go from $7 an hour to $15 an hour or whatever the case may be, this huge jump in the minimum wage. Where I disagree is it should not have stayed the same for 15, 20 years straight. In fact, there are states right now as we're talking where minimum wage is $8 an hour or less. Yeah, most jobs aren't paying that low, but the fact is there are places you can go in America where minimum wage is under $8 an hour in 2026. And if you went back to 2016, 10 years ago, the minimum wage was the exact same it is now in those states. There's just no legitimate reason for that. The same excuse they're giving us now for not raising minimum wage, they were giving it to us 2016 and 2006. So it's a little bit more to it than just not wanting to raise prices. Why isn't the minimum wage automatically increased year over year? That would be the simple solution. Figure out what the percentage of inflation is for the previous year and increase minimum wage by that much. If shit goes up 4 or 5% in terms of minimum wage, that's only going to be some change. Every year, minimum wage should go up at least 20 to 50 cents a year. Every year, it should go up that much. But when it doesn't, for damn near 2 decades to catch up, you got to actually go up by several dollars. That's what happened. That's what happened. Cooler says, I'm an HVAC technician, heating, what is that? Heating, what does the V stand for? High voltage, what? I'm missing it. I know what HVAC is. That's heating and air conditioning, but what does the V stand for? Anyway, I'm an HVAC technician. I went to school. I had to learn a ridiculous amount of information and skills. I don't want anybody behind a cash register making $20 within my range. Venting. Okay, that's what ventilation. Okay, the V is ventilation. Thank you. Well, let me just say it like this and tap the screen. Get us at 70,000. I'll take the next caller. I always say minimum wage is like the foundation on a home. If you're on the second floor of a home, the minimum wage people live on the first floor. If you're on the second or third floor of the home, if the foundation goes up, you on the third floor will feel yourself rising as well. The point I'm making is if minimum wage increases, people that are not making minimum wage are going to benefit from it as well. They're not going to all of a sudden pay the burger flipper 15 bucks an hour, but the paramedic is still going to continue making 16 bucks an hour. Once minimum wage increases, everyone will notice that. So when you say, as an HVAC technician, you don't want somebody behind a cash register making $20 within your range, your pay is going to go up. It's as simple as that. Right now, minimum wage is now 15 bucks an hour in a lot of areas. You think the HVAC technician is still making the same they were making back then? No, their wages are going up too. So you're going to feel it no matter what. But you continue on by saying, okay, your argument towards minimum wage has validity, but there should be no minimum wage job within the realm of those who went to school and learned a skill. CNAs, certified nursing assistants, they barely make more than minimum wage, and they got to go to school to learn how to do that. School bus drivers they barely make more than minimum wage, and you got to have a CDO to drive a school bus. There's a lot of jobs out there where you got to have a little bit of a skill, and you barely get paid more than minimum wage. Lifeguard has to know CPR and a few things. They don't get paid much more than minimum wage. There's a lot of jobs out there like that. So I mean, the fact is, the right is not just against minimum wage increase. You're also against regulating and interfering with how corporations do their business. So if they can find ways to pay people cheaper, you're not going to interfere with it. So they are demanding they are demanding training from a lot of people and not paying them shit. There's a whole lot of jobs out there that barely pay more than minimum wage and require you to at least get a certification, if not an actual 2-year degree. Let me go back to the box. Are we at 70? You guys have some lazy thumbs in here. Blue collar pay has not changed. The economy is shit. Well, Trump is saying the economy is doing well. Trump says the economy is the best it's ever been. Somebody's not getting something right here. Billy Wap says if they can determine the cost of living wage, why can't they figure out a minimum wage? They can. They can. But like my caller, my viewer over here was saying, is that they can tell you things that make some folks go against minimum wage increase. If I'm making, more than the minimum wage and I'm happy with my job, telling me that if you increase the minimum wage, which is not going to affect me at all, people believe, but it's going to cause me to have to pay more for what I buy, you'll get a lot of people that don't support keeping the minimum wage the same because they're thinking for their own pocket. If I give the lady at the grocery store an increase in her minimum wage, it's going to result in me paying more for groceries. Fuck her. That's what you're getting. That's why people are voting against it, because they're thinking about their own stuff first. Cooler says, for everybody that wants to talk about the trades, I make $175,000 a year. That's impressive. I get 4 weeks paid vacation, so don't talk down on the trades. Well, my guess is, and I'm not in the trades, but my guess is you make more. You're probably in the 1%. You're probably in the 1 percentile. Most HVAC technicians aren't making anywhere near 175,000. So you're not the norm. you're way above the norm. I mean, there's a lot of HVAC technicians that don't even make 75,000 a year. So the trades have been good to you, but you are not a typical case of somebody in the trades. How about zero income tax for anyone on minimum wage? That's kind of what happens anyway. When you think about all the shit they earned, the income credit stuff. I'm not okay. Let me go back to the box. I think we're at 70,000 just about. In the comments here, the handsome conservative says, "I'm a conservative and I believe in a living wage for everybody, no matter your education." Shit, you sure you almost sound like a rhino? They would kick you out of the party talking like that. A conservative that believes in a living wage for everybody? You sound like you've been hanging out with Bernie talking like that. Let me go back to the box. I don't know about that one. MAGA mission. 175,000 as an HVAC is impressive, though. MAGA mission, good evening.
Yo, what's up, handsome?
Not
How's
much.
it going?
I'm doing good. I'm doing.
Am I breaking up or am I coming through clear?
Loud and clear. We can hear you loud and clear. So,
okay, yeah.
We've been talking about the
I would your past guests unpacked so much stuff, handsome, that I was listening to that I wanted to talk about, but I would need a notepad to write all the nonsense down.
What do you got written down? We'll talk. What do you got written down?
Well, no, I didn't write anything down, but your last guest, he was saying a bunch of stuff that it's like, it's kind of misleading to some degree. And what I wanted you to do is I wanted you to try and Google up why Trump did certain pardons. It'll give you some insight to what his thought process was. Even though it's controversial, I'm not going to say it's not controversial. He has a reason, especially for the, what was it? What was the one guy? It was,
the Honduran drug kick, the Honduran drug.
You talked about, the Honduras guy.
What reason?
So there were a lot of narco political interests going on there, and it was considered a political hit job on the guy, actually similar to what they tried to do with Trump in his first term. And Trump saw a lot of similarities in the way that he was being set up. And when I say interest, there were political opposition interests that wanted him out, and to frame him for that or those types of allegations. That's
so he's innocent.
To get him out of office.
So he is innocent.
I'm not saying he's innocent or not. I'm just saying Trump said there were some similarities there, and
let me just say it this way, because Trump also said it was a hit job on the J6 folks, and pardon all of them when some of them were on video beating cops and shit like that. I mean,
that's a whole other.
I'm just saying Trump. Yeah,
that's a whole other.
Trump gives credit to some folks that are clearly on video being bad guys. I don't know about this Honduran guy, but the J6 folks, some of them were on video clearly doing things that were bad.
Just Google it.
Google his. You mean Google his
Google
reasons?
The Honduras guy, and you'll get some insight as to what Trump was thinking.
I mean, what Trump said.
Yeah, what
Trump also said.
Yeah, pardoning that guy, and you'll get arguments for and against.
Well, Trump also claimed that every charge against him was a witch hunt too. So I get why he thinks that way, but I don't believe what he is saying is accurate. I mean, he believes every single charge against him was just fabricated. He's 100% innocent, and everything against him was just made up.
Well, there is a lot of things that happened there with the Russia Gate stuff that came out to be false and made up. So we know this now. But the polls, that gentleman was mentioning the polls. From my understanding, the polls are not really reliable because they weren't asking very many people. How many people did they actually poll to see what Trump's approval rating was?
You know, when it comes to stuff like that, I'll just say it like this. Everybody hates the polls until the polls say something positive about it. When the polls are favorable for Trump, he don't question them at all. When they're not favorable, suddenly it's not a big enough data sample and all this other stuff. But when the polls are showing good for him, he was fine with the polls.
We don't believe the polls. MAGA doesn't believe the polls. The polls are bullshit.
Trump?
Just like we know that it's bullshit. It's fabricated bullshit. Every single one.
Is there? But you guys,
I don't care if it says Trump is favored. I would say that that's a psyop if they say it's favored to make us lax up and not think we need to go out and vote.
But you say that MAGA don't believe the polls. Let's be clear, MAGA mission. You guys don't believe any negative information about Trump at all.
No, it's not about negative or positive. We just know that there's always a biased spin on the polls. We know that the polls are fallible. We know that it's limited. We know that it's not. They didn't ask me. They didn't ask any of my friends. I know that they didn't ask any of the Trump supporters, hey, what do you think about Trump? Who are they polling? Look into it. It's like 2,000 people, a select group. These are small, isolated polls.
Yeah, but I still go back to my. I still stand by.
I just want to know where the numbers came from. That's all.
Yeah, but I still stand by my original statement. You guys on the MAGA side do not believe accuracy when I don't care what it is about Trump. If it's a negative report about Trump, you guys don't believe it, no matter what it is.
I want you to remove that and just strike all polls out of the equation. We are not following polls as the pulse of America. We are not. We are following our hearts and our minds and our faith in President Trump as our president. So what I'm saying is they could bring out a poll that says he's in the dirt. I don't care. You call me a cult member for that? I don't know. But I'm saying I don't trust the polls. So give me a reliable poll, and then maybe we'll pay attention to them.
Yeah,
and that's the give us a reliable poll.
And that's the point. And that's the point I'm making.
Yeah, this is accurate. This is a good rendering.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. If a poll comes out that is favorable to Trump, he's gonna be on TV bragging about it. He just doesn't believe. And MAGA won't be going around saying they don't believe in that poll. It's just the polls that are negative.
He actually said, if I'm leading in the polls, don't believe it. Get out there and vote anyway.
But then he has no problem.
He never said if the polls are favoring me, which they were. He said, don't believe it. Go out there and vote as if we're behind by 10 or 20 points.
I'm just saying the guy has no problem citing. The guy has no problem citing when polls are unfavorable to him. He has no. If you don't believe in polls, why are you talking about polls that are leading for you? Why are you even bringing them up?
I'm talking about his campaign. I'm talking about his campaign when he was running for president. He said, don't believe the polls, even if they show that it's favorable. He said those words. Okay. So we can land it with that. And yes, if there's something favorable, sure, he taunts it, he flaunts it. Of course, he's a narcissist.
Well, I'm just saying, not only is that
he's
narcissism.
A narcissist, though. Some self-love is healthy.
Bro, not only is that narcissism, it ruins your credibility. It ruins your credibility as well, though. You either trust polls or you don't. It's like the elections. I only trust the elections that I win. If I lose, I don't think that was a fair election. Then that hurts your credibility.
Oh, there you are. You're back. I think I'm losing signal, handsome.
Okay. We're moving on.
No, there it's recovering.
Yeah, I'm hearing you loud and clear over here. But if you're having problems on your end,
wait. I want to know why you think that the police officer wasn't struck by a vehicle and that wasn't a threat to him and his body and his life.
Yeah, I don't believe that if that cop had not popped that girl, he would have died. I don't believe he would have been seriously injured or anything.
Okay. My question to you is this. If he had not moved, would he have been seriously injured and or unalived if he had not evaded that car? If he had not been able to move, maybe slipped on the ice, maybe he wasn't able to do that maneuver where he got around the corner of the vehicle. Would he have been seriously injured and or hurt?
I'm not even for sure that that's true. But let's say it is. Let's say what you're saying is true. Clearly, he was able to physically get out of the way. Him popping her had nothing to do. Hang on. His popping her had nothing to do with his survival. Him getting out of the way is why he survived. Him popping her was an option he took. That didn't save his life.
No, I understand your point, but what I'm saying is that we don't know what she's going to do down the road as she's evading and doing a high-speed chase.
So what do you say?
She might hit an innocent child that's crossing the street. She could do a lot more damage if they don't stop that person.
No, yeah, you and I don't agree on that. I mean, the girl goes from "I'm not mad at you" to suddenly she's going to go running people over deliberately. Her actions did not dictate somebody that's going to go down the street trying to run everybody over.
a high-speed chase on snowy conditions or icing conditions would not end well for anybody.
You can't,
It's a danger to society,
yeah,
sir.
but you can't justify offing somebody because I thought they were going to run away and start running over people. That you off somebody because you believe that they are a threat, not because you assume they're a threat.
No, once somebody makes the decision to use a vehicle as a deadly weapon, we don't know who else she would choose to use it against as a deadly weapon.
Yeah,
she already made the decision to use that car as a deadly weapon. So we can't judge what she would have done. We don't know that, what was going through her mind.
I don't think you can, yeah, I don't think that if somebody takes off running,
we just can judge what she did on the scene. What she did on the scene was she hit the gas pedal. We saw the tire spin, and she aimed the car at the cop. We saw that. So
we saw that, and that's what's leading me to suggest that the law will protect the cop for what he did. Actions, he proved that he did not save his life by popping her. That had nothing to do with why he survived. He survived because he got out the way.
He might have saved his partner. He might have saved his partner's life, who possibly could have been dragged when he was reaching through the window. He could have saved a child down the road. That's my point. There's other people to save but himself.
Okay, but he pops her, and then she goes down the road and has a major crash anyway. She could have went in somebody's house and killed them. I mean, if you want to go with woulda, coulda, shoulda, by having a deceased driver behind the wheel in a moving car.
You're actually doing that. You're saying that there was no need for him to pop her. You're doing the woulda, coulda,
I am 100%.
You're projecting that there was no need to do it.
I am 100% behind that comment that he did not save his own life by popping her. I truly believe that.
Okay, let's move on from that. I'll concede to the fact that that's what you believe, and I'll let you believe what you believe.
That's how the program works. That's how it works.
But really, do you think that the legal ethics and the hurdles that the state would have to go through to get him into a court of law?
With Trump in office, it's almost impossible.
It's going to be very difficult for the state to bring charges against him.
With Trump in office, it would be almost... Trump would stop funding for the whole state to say that guy. It would be almost impossible.
No, they're already stopping the funding for the state, Handsome, because of the fraud. Minnesota's already cut off.
Now, when you're pardoning fraudsters...
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to say what I told the last caller. When Trump is out there actively pardoning fraudsters... I don't want to hear about what he's doing against Somali fraud. He is pardoning people that are guilty of fraud. He's literally doing that.
Again, you're not looking at the why. But you're not looking at the why. You're not looking at the why. Go look it up. Look what he says about why he did it. There's a reason for it.
Okay, why did he do it?
There's a reason behind every pardon that you think is controversial, and it doesn't remove the controversial part. It still remains controversial, no matter what Trump thinks or why he did it.
Why did he pardon the Binance founder? Why did he pardon the Binance guy? What was the why behind that?
Imagine being able to build an app with your
I would have to look into each case with you and go. I don't have any of my notes with me.
Yeah,
but what I do find interesting, Handsome, is that Biden only signed the pardon for his son. He didn't actually sign most of the pardons. He only made sure to put his signature on his son's pardon because he knew that was the only valid pardon that he ever wrote. And he knew that he knew better to sign that one for his son, didn't he? But all the other ones he didn't give a shit about. He had them auto-penned.
Are they not legally allowed to use auto-pen? Is that a crime?
Not if it wasn't without his understanding or
do you have any
rumor that a lot of those pardons?
There's rumors that Trump tried to steal an election.
There's reason to.
Is there any? Is there actual proof?
Mike Johnson asked him about.
Is there actual proof?
Okay, yes.
What's the proof?
I'm going to give it to you right now. Mike Johnson actually asked him about things that he signed, and he had no recollection. In fact, denied that he signed the things that he signed. And Mike Johnson had to assure Biden that he actually did sign these things. And so what I'm trying to tell you is a lot of the time he might have just said, yeah, and that's his, sign it. And he didn't really give a shit. I don't think he was actually aware, to tell you honestly.
And I
think people were signing this stuff in his name for him.
Well, I'm going to say, first of all, when it comes to...
He also pardoned a pedophile, by the way.
Okay, I'm going to say, okay, let me get in here somewhere. I'm going to say, first of all, getting wording from Mike Johnson would be like me telling you Al Sharpton said something about Trump. You wouldn't believe it. Mike Johnson is obviously as anti-Biden as they come. So anything that Speaker of the House Mike Johnson says Zero credibility to that. You'd have to give me somebody else.
So you sound like you just blame me of doing the same thing. Now you're doing it. Anything that I say that's negative about Biden, you're not going to believe. Anything that Mike Johnson.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Your audio's going in and out.
Oh shit! Sorry. I'm probably got bad connection. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear
so
now.
You just did the same thing. You just did the same thing. Anything Mike Johnson says, you're not going to believe. You accuse me of not believing polls because anything negative about Trump, I'm not going to believe. You're doing the same thing.
It was acceptable coming from you. It's acceptable coming from me. If you can do it, I can do it, right?
No, it is. It's from both of us. We have a right to our opinion. And Handsome, I got a lag problem, so I don't want to take up any more of your time. I'm really grateful that we had this conversation. I want to come back and visit you again. Keep going. I'm listening. You got it. And thank you so much.
Anytime. You're always welcome back. Sometimes that happens, by the way. We do have, sometimes people get a lag. You know, you're always welcome back on the program. We don't agree on much, but we don't have to. This is not a program where you're censored because you have a difference of opinion or anything like that. So you're always welcome back on the program. But I see the comments. CD007 says never come back. Be nice to the guests. Anyway, I want to look at the comments. Oh my God, it says never come back. That's mean. In the comments here, I wanted to make sure I didn't miss this. I'm not going to be pronounced his name. YIB still. Yib still? If not complying with an illegal arrest warrants a death sentence, what is the sentence for ignoring a judge or releasing the Epstein files? Wow. When it comes to President Trump, because you're comparing him to this, that's Congress' job. Just like TikTok was supposed to go away by, I think, late last year or something like that. Trump is defying congressional orders. If Congress don't stand up and exercise their authority, then he's going to get away with it. And that's what's happening, is that Congress is, the few laws that Congress passed, Trump is just like, fuck him. Trump was ordered to release the Epstein files in what is the term? In their entirety is what I'm looking for. He was supposed to release all of them. They didn't come close to doing that. Congress has no enforcement behind it. I mean, it's like telling a bad kid to stop doing something, and if the kid don't stop doing it, you don't do nothing to the kid. So he's going to keep doing it. So you got to blame that on Congress. But he says if not complying with an illegal arrest warrants a death sentence. Unfortunately, not complying with an illegal arrest can result in a death sentence. Absolutely can. By the way, not complying with any illegal order given to you by law enforcement can result in beatings, wrongful arrest, or a death sentence. That absolutely can happen. Mike, the boss, appreciate you helping your boy out with that TikTok cap goal. Thank you very much. Look, when you're on the side of the road with an officer, even if what they're doing to you violates your constitutional rights or whatever the case may be, if you resist, it can lead up to a death sentence. It absolutely can. I mean, I wish I could give you some better information. All cops do not know the law. It's as simple as that. All cops do not know the law. And some actually do know the law and they just violate it anyway. There's not much you can do. Like, for instance, there's a video out there on TikTok of this woman that was filming ICE. The agent walks up to her. This is after the death of Renee Good. So this is very recent. The cop walks up to her and says, haven't you guys learned your lesson following us around? And then he snatches her phone out of her hand. That's completely illegal. That's an assault. But if that citizen tries to fight with that cop to get her phone back, it's almost a guarantee that beatings and wrongful arrests and all kinds of other shit going to follow. Guaranteed. That cop has not only broke the law against her, but he is going to defend his position by escalating the situation to something worse if she fights back. So not complying with unlawful orders and arrests can be a death sentence. Like I said, I wish I had better information to give you, but if the cop stops you and you're sitting on the side of the road trying to argue with him that he's wrong, at the end of the day, whatever he thinks is the outcome, you got to go with that. I mean, there's the courts and you can fight it, but if you fight it on the side of the road, you could end up dead. That is the way it is. I know some people say, give me liberty or give me death. They will give you death. They will do that on the side of the road. Real quick, looking in the comments. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Sean B45 says, according to Wall Street Journal, lobbyists close to Trump say pardons start at $1 million. They pay through Bitcoin, where it's untraceable. Damn. I believe that. I don't believe there is any legitimate reason why a president of the United States, while actively leading the country, should have his own cryptocurrency. The ability to do corrupt shit is just too great. I don't believe you should not be allowed to have your own cryptocurrency while you are president of the while you're any politician. That should not be able to be used whatsoever. Now, this viewer is saying that the Wall Street Journal is suggesting that Trump is selling pardons at $1 million. That ain't something I hear and just say, no, there's no way in hell Trump would ever do that. I believe that. I just don't see any legitimate reason why a president of the United States would get their own cryptocurrency. That just opens up all types of avenues for corruption. And eventually, as they say, everything done in the dark will come to the light. Eventually, you will probably find out that something like that happened. You will probably find out that money that was concerning was funneled through that cryptocurrency. That should not be allowed. And I'm sure that if Obama or Biden had their own crypto, MAGA would be going apeshit about that. Why they're not saying nothing about Trump doing it, I don't know. Says when they tell you to get out of your car, obey. When they tell you to turn in your guns, obey. When they tell you to get in the box, obey. Well, I'm not saying you should give up your guns or do any of that. I'm just simply saying if you don't, understand that there could be deadly consequences. That's all I'm saying. Understand that if you're willing to battle it out with cops under the guise of give me liberty or give me death, understand that death is one of those options. It's as simple as that. If a cop on the side of the road is trying to tell you to do something and you don't do it, you do not comply. You may be dealing with a cop like what Renee Good was dealing with, a cop that is one that may take your life, even if they don't have to. Cooler says, all the smoke pops. Thank you for your service. I owe you more than you could ever owe me. You're thanking one of our brave members of the military for their service. Real quick in the comments before I continue on here, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Mr. G says it is a deliberate tactic so that they can draw their firearms. I think a police officer standing in front of your car does have a certain amount of deliberacy to it. Why would you put yourself in danger like that? Why would you stand in front of a suspect's vehicle? Real quick in the comments, Mr. G says, MAGA ain't shit. And he says they sure believe 98% are approval. Wow, 98%, that's pretty high. Let me go back to the box. We'll continue on with the program. Mike, good evening. Give me tacos or give me menudo. What the hell? Mike, good evening.
What's happening, Tim?
Not much at all. We're talking about the possibility of modern day tyranny. Do you see any inkling of possibility that we could be dealing with a tyrannical government right now?
Shit, we're in one already. What do you mean? Will we be in one? We're in one right now. We're watching the president. We're watching the president advocate for ICE agents and his administration to usurp the Constitution and law like he's been doing since he got in office.
Well, Straight Talk in the comments says you damn Democrats will just say anything. So in other words,
fuck Straight Talk. Yeah. Listen, Straight Talk's just trying to get more users by being on your show. He's trying to grip off you. So listen, ever since he's been in office, this is what they've been doing. They defied the law for the Enemy Aliens Act when they deported all of those people over to Venezuela, El Salvador. They defied the law on that. They've been defying law and court orders since they've been. Listen, Tim, this has all been part of their plan, and it's happening in real time. So we can no longer continue to obfuscate as if this is not what's happening.
So then, let me ask you something. If you believe the Trump administration has been getting away with, as you say, defying the law. Let's say, for instance, in the midterms, Trump loses by a significant margin. Now, if he loses in the midterms, that's in November. he still has that Republican Senate and Congress in until January, until inauguration day for those new folks that want. If he is defying the law without any sort of resistance, do you believe that he would let those new winners that are Democrats even become Congress and Senate?
Well, he can't stop him.
You said
What can he do to stop it?
you said he's defying the law.
Yeah, but he can't. What could he do to stop him from being? He couldn't do it. He'd have to tell Mike Johnson, or I mean, they'd have to not swear them in, right? They'd have to hold a recess like they did last time, right? And hold this recess as long as possible. But they can usurp that too, right? So yeah, I mean, but he couldn't stop it from that perspective. Now, could he try to somehow say that it's martial law or whatever, and try to say that elections? I mean, anything. There's nothing that you can take off the table with this guy. But they would 100% try. Listen, Tim, half the stuff they're doing right now, they're trying. Just like the whole tariff checks. That shit was never gonna fucking happen, Tim. There's no money to give people $2,000.
I don't know if I agree with you there, Mike. I'll tell you this: when the midterms come up, to try to get more folks to see the good of the Trump administration, it wouldn't surprise me if August, September, they started putting out checks. It wouldn't surprise me.
You're right. Let me take that back. You're right. Let me not say that they can't do it. What I'm saying is the money for it is not there. This money is being dispersed. They're cutting the big, beautiful bill. They got tariff money. We got a $200 million hole in the White House right now. We got active conflicts all over that's costing us money all over the place. That doesn't mean he won't spend it, because he's treating the government like his own businesses. He'll drain it till it's bankrupt, frankly.
Damn. Well, first of all, he's talking about bringing in a ton of money with the tariffs and bringing jobs back. He's talking about bringing in a ton of money with Venezuelan oil. He's obviously not sending money to the Ukraine anymore. USAID claims he saved $1 trillion in Doge. According to Trump, he saved us a bunch of money.
Yeah, so Trump makes a lot of claims that he never shows proof of. You've been saying that ever since I met you. This motherfucker never shows proof of anything. He tells a lot, but he never shows proof. And so then you have to go back and look at the economists when they talk about the economy. Then you have to go look at oil experts when they talk about Venezuela. When they say it's going to cost these oil companies, first of all, Exxon and ConocoPhillips said, we ain't doing that shit.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Right? And then Chevron said, not without a whole lot of assurities and safety, because they've been there before. So if the oil companies that he said were going to go in don't go in, then you're waiting for that. And if they do go in, do you know what the estimates they said, how long it would take to even get anything out of it?
6 years or something?
Just to get started.
Yeah. The problem is these folks, just like with the tariffs and bringing jobs back, all of these folks realize that what Trump is doing is radical, and if for some reason a liberal government replaces him, all of the stuff that they were hedging on that Trump was going to make them a bunch of money would go away. Because it's possible that if we get a liberal government to follow Trump, we'll completely withdraw out of Venezuela and leave their oil alone. Same thing with all the tariffs. A lot of that stuff will be reversed, and with apologies, probably, if you get a liberal in there. So these corporations know if we actually hedge our bets on what Trump is promising us, he may not be around long enough for us to see it delivered.
Well, and even if he was, I don't know if you heard what he told them. He told them that they would have to make the investment, and then the government would reimburse them. You trusting this motherfucker to pay a bill? Are you kidding me? But just say he does. Well, again, history and resume matters, right, Tim?
Yeah.
So this motherfucker's known for not paying people. But just say he does. Who's really paying for that?
You and I? Are you suggesting you and I?
You and I are paying that. So you and I would be paying anywhere from $100 billion, because estimates are $100 billion to $1 trillion. That's the range. It's a pretty huge range, but that's what these oil experts are saying that these oil companies would need to do. $1 trillion.
No, that's crazy. Shannon in the comments says we're dozens of trillions of dollars in debt. That might be a bit much, Shannon. You says we're dozens of trillions of dollars in debt. We don't have the money, but they will borrow money to invest in what his regime wants. Borrow money from who? The Chinese? That's about the only one. Who else is known for lending us money?
Man, ain't nobody. Who the fuck would loan us money right now, Tim? See, this is the problem that these. Would you? Let me ask you this. I'm just going to ask you this.
Sure.
You're a gazillionaire, trillionaire, and Trump came to you and said, "A couple trill, Tim. I got you." Based on his fucking track record, Tim, what do you do?
I mean, I wouldn't trust it, or I wouldn't operate on it, not only based on Trump's track record, but I know what he is doing is on behalf of a nation that's not fully behind him. Only half of the nation is behind Trump right now. So I can't count on your nation adhering to your promises once you're no longer around, because half of them don't support what you're doing.
Exactly. So when Chevron executives said that it's uninvestable, and Trump tried to strong arm them and say, you heard what he said. I need you to sign up right now. I got 25 more waiting. That's some con man shit. Listen, you want this leather jacket? You got to take this leather jacket right now. It's on sale right now. I got 30 more people outside that want to get in.
Yeah, that's like when you see stuff on. That's like when you see stuff on the TikTok shop. They always follow up by saying, "You got to hurry up and sell it out."
Wait, there's more. I told you that shit. I told you he was Lenny from Good Times when I met you.
Oh,
this is Lenny opening up the jacket. He got plenty because his name is Lenny. This motherfucker is a con man. And listen, it's okay when he's saying it until he brings you to the table. Now, mind you, he couldn't even stay sitting at the table with these oil executives without popping his crazy ass up, looking out the window going, see, that's the ballroom over there. This motherfucker's so disconnected, he read the note out loud for Mark Rubio.
That's our president. And by the way, Shannon in the comments says we're almost 40 trillion in debt. Are we that deep in debt? 40 trillion?
The last thing I saw was 38, but I could be.
So she's right there. Okay, so we are dozens of trillions in debt. I didn't know it was that fucking bad. Wow.
Yeah, he added like 2 in the first. He added 2 this year.
Yeah. Wow.
He added 2 this year.
Well, listen. To me it's almost like you make a long shot bet with a bookie, a bookie that's ran by a mob organization. 100 to 1, and you actually win. Even though the bookie owes you a fortune, if they don't pay you, what are you really going to do about it? I mean, America's 40 trillion in debt, according to one of my guests here. I mean, but who's going to do anything about it? I mean, you can play games with terrorists and things like that, but it ain't like you're going to America is the muscle. So it's not like you're going to hustle the muscle. So, I mean, there's a reason why we can run up debt like that. There's only so much they can do.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Tim. If you go back and look at the last 6 administrations, I think a quarter of the debt is in Trump's first administration in this year. Think about what I just said. If you go back and look at the last, I think it's 6 administrations, a quarter of that debt is on Trump's first 4 years in this year.
Well, the Clinton administration, I believe they balanced the budget. Obviously W. Bush has the Iraq War. That alone was a few trillion, I believe.
Okay.
Huh?
Yep. And then Obama, because he was dealing with the housing crisis and the banks and all of that. Well, my point is this: he owns a quarter of our total debt right now.
People think he's one of the best we've ever had, Mike. I see in the comments. Yip still says Trump is currently on track for being responsible for half of our government's debt over his 2 terms in office.
Hey, listen. These people are accepting it. Trump is bending America over, and they are willfully taking it. The last guy that was, listen, Tim, there is no one on this planet that I agree with wholeheartedly. Nobody. Nobody's infallible. These people make excuses for this man that they wouldn't make for their own fucking family. That's honestly not true. Think about this. At the end of the day, Trump knows he's lying. He only knows how to listen. Trump only knows how to be one way. He doesn't know how to.
So
be
you just think
else.
So you think the president is just inherently dishonest?
He is. This is who he is. Yes, 100%. I told you he is unredeemable. Didn't I tell you that?
Damn that term though, unredeemable.
Do you remember?
That sound like some.
Like
that sound like some shit a judge would say before putting you in jail for life. Will G says TMZ reports Trump flipped a bird at a guy saying pedophile. Did you hear about anything like that?
Yeah. Today, when he was at they were at Ford or GM. No, and he told them all. Fuck you. He gave them all the bird. Told them they were all fired. Did the thumbs down.
The president threw up the middle finger.
The president gave the bird today. You Trump MAGA motherfuckers, your president flipped the bird, and then last week you were just talking about how unprofessional it was for somebody to drop an F-bomb. It was at the Ford plant today. Thank you.
But MAGA likes that though. MAGA's going to like that.
Again, Tim, but they only like it coming from him. This is why I call them mediocre and soft. They only like it coming from one direction. When they're getting it back, they don't like it. When they stormed the Capitol, that was a protest.
Yes, I see Yahoo has an article titled, Trump told an auto worker, fuck you before flipping the bird. Wow. Holy cow, that's... Jeez. My God. I hadn't heard about that. That's your president, man. That's our president. But like I said, the right likes...
Cedric, I did know, Cedric. I read every day, Cedric. You don't. I read every day.
Well, the right likes that he fights back, though. They believe that he shouldn't just let people say anything about him, so they like that he fights back like that.
They like that he fights for the bigoted, racist shit that they like. They always try to spin everything he does. And then here's the hard part. He never stays on task. So they can agree with something today, and they'll agree with him today. He can turn around and pivot on that thing tomorrow, and they will pivot with him. These motherfuckers are some ballroom MAGA dancers. That's all they are. You know, they're ballroom MAGA dancers. That's exactly what they are.
Well, the belief is the man is doing what's right for this great nation.
But listen, consumer pricing just went up again.
Okay.
So when consumer pricing goes up again, what does that mean? That means groceries and shit ain't coming down.
Yeah, but they believe in the notion, be prepared to deal with some short-term pain for long-term gain. Now, I know he promised to do this shit on day one, but you're right. They flip with him because now he's talking, you got to be willing to accept some short-term pain for long-term gain. So they do believe that if you stick the course with President Trump, ultimately things will get better.
Is it Big Beautiful Bill short term?
No, but they believe it will get better. They believe it will get better if you ride the course out.
Can I ask you a question, Tim?
Sure, what you got?
Could I convince you that if you allow me to chop off one of your arms, you can still give me or both your arms, you can still give me a high five? See, these motherfuckers are willing to believe anything.
Well, let's be clear. They don't believe that Trump is. They don't believe what Trump is doing is the equivalent of chopping off a limb, though, Mike.
Yes, they do. They're just willing to take it.
No, they believe.
How many people tell you whatever he does, we believe in him? Whatever he does, we believe in him.
Well, what they believe is that Kamala and Biden were going to destroy the country, so they're willing to accept a little bit of discretion from Trump.
Let me tell you how bad this is, Tim, and this happened on this app. If anybody's in your live that was on a live with me in the last couple of days, they will tell you that this happened. A Trump supporter was on there.
Yeah.
He's Trump supporter, ICE supporter, loves Trump, loves the job ICE is doing. He is related to Keith Porter. Keith Porter is his first cousin. Keith Porter was the one that was pew-pewed by the off-duty ICE agent here in California. That is his cousin. The man unalived his cousin. He still supports this bullshit.
Maybe he believes his cousin was worthy of being unalived. Does he think his cousin was doing something wrong?
No, he believes he believes that no, he doesn't. He believes that was wrong, but he still believes in their operations. And this is my point to him. First of all, hey, shit what you eat. Let's just say that.
Well, wait a minute, Mike. If a cop does something wrong to your family, that cop who has done something wrong and hurt you and hurt your family, that don't mean you start not liking all cops, does it?
It's not what I no, it doesn't. It doesn't mean that at all. However, this is why when people don't read, when people don't pay attention to what's going on, Tim, let me say this.
Okay.
And I have no proof to support this other than I'm smarter than these motherfuckers don't pay attention. Where are all the protests from the far right? Where's the Proud Boys? Where's the 3%ers? Where are the Oath Keepers? Where are they right now?
What would they be protesting? They're getting their way.
They're in uniform.
What do you mean they're in uniform?
They're in uniform.
Oh, you mean you believe the protesters and the Proud Boys are masquerading as ICE?
100%. Now I can't prove it other than looking at the behavior. I can't prove it other than ICE is going from 10,000 to 22,000 this year.
Well, there's nothing stopping that from happening. I mean, if you belong to a group and they need extra cops and they're offering a $50,000 incentive to sign on, there's nothing stopping somebody from who you could be ICE, you could be a county sheriff, whatever. I mean, there's nothing stopping a Proud Boy from doing that, as long as they don't find out, I guess.
Yeah, but the difference is that, boy, and how would you find out? Doing background checks, what they're not doing completely. Through the process, because it's supposed to be 13 weeks, but they lowered the bar to 6 weeks. All of that shit. All that shit is, look, hey, Gen X, you can't sign up because you can't breathe and you can't barely walk. That's why you can't do it. But you would if you could.
He said, I wish it. He said,
told you.
Yeah, see, Gen X said, God, I wish this was true. I would say. Remember, Gen X is the one that was.
Gen X, try it. Gen X, try it. They aren't even finishing background checks. You can look all this shit up. They're not finishing background checks. They've lowered the bar. All the requirements to get into ICE right now. Listen, Tim, these people that are acting out, law enforcement is supposed to enforce the laws. These people, you've seen way too many videos where these agents are not following law and protocol. You've seen it, Tim.
Hang on up,
even that one you're about to play right there.
Yeah,
that one you're going to play right there.
Yeah, this one right here, I'll play that we talk, but this one to me was really concerning how they did this, brother. I mean, because he clearly wasn't doing nothing wrong. What they did to him is really bad. I'll end up playing it for the folks, but it's really concerning because this ain't got nothing to do with not cooperating anything. They just rolled up on him and just started fucking.
Is it a black guy?
Yeah, it's a black guy.
Black guy?
Yeah, it's a black guy.
And what did I tell you?
You said you believe
it from the very beginning of this shit.
Yeah, you said you believe it would spread eventually to black people.
What I said, and why would you be surprised? These ICE agents, listen, they're not required to cover their faces. There's a reason they're covering their faces. Yeah. Even on drug operations where they're DEA, they don't all cover their faces.
Yeah, I've said before on the show, I don't favor any form of law enforcement unless they got a serious issue for why they should be to cover their face. If you're just patrolling the streets as ICE, you shouldn't be allowed to do that without identifying who you are. I don't favor having basically a whole police force of people that can actually roam around with masks on. When you look at a bunch of ICE standing around on a street corner somewhere, they don't look much different than ISIS. The only difference is, ISIS wears clothing that is, favorable to living in the desert climate they live in. And ISIS dressed for dealing with the climate of Minnesota. But, they're all covered up. ISIS is carrying what, I guess, ARs or M16s or whatever. And ISIS is carrying AK-47s. But they look very similar when they're standing around.
Of course they do, and let me tell you this, Tim. I'm gonna tell you this. Not only is it this bad, you haven't heard one official call for any calming of anything, have you? Not Trump, not Kristi Noem, none of them. And look, see, Straight Talk Commerce talks about Boogeyman, but see, we know you guys. People know we've seen this shit before. The hood is just changed. It's a mask now. It used to be a hood.
I don't like the mask. I got to move it on, Mike, but I don't like the mask. To me, the mask is just like with Trump having his own crypto. Even if you're doing nothing wrong, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right to have a whole police force roaming around with masks on. Even our soldiers in Fallujah weren't wearing masks. I don't see why dealing with average Americans, you should be to roam around with masks on. That looks like something being covered up.
I'm gonna leave it here, and I know you got to move on. I'm gonna leave it here. And at the end of the day, the MAGA supporters, straight talks, commerce, all that. Listen, all that rhetoric doesn't mean people that understand the history of this country, and history will repeat itself if you let it. Who was the guy that said? Which one of them said it will be a peaceful? It will be a peaceful civil war if the left allows it to be bloodless. Basically, just sit back and let it happen. Yeah. Somebody on Trump's administration.
I heard the phrase. I don't know. Was it Bannon? That sounds like something Bannon might say.
No, I don't think it was Bannon, but I can't remember who it was. But here's my point, Tim. If they want us to be complicit and sit back and just allow it to happen and allow the harm, because we can't deny that what they're doing is unlawful and it's against the Constitution. That video you're about to play when I drop, that video is unlawful.
Yeah.
Just hopping out of car. The guy had the driver of that car had no identifying marks, did he?
No. In fact, he wasn't even wearing a uniform. I'll play it. I gotta move it on. But yeah, he doesn't identify it at all. But I think he says United States Border Patrol, but yeah, he's dressed like.
I can say that too.
Yeah, he's dressed.
Pizza guy. What the fuck?
Yeah, he's dressed.
Goddamn pizzas.
Yeah, he's dressed like a normal guy. Mike, I gotta move it on. Thank you. And I'll play the video, by the way, folks, real quick in the comments. Cream Puff says ICE says its agents wear masks to prevent doxing. And he follows up by saying a term used to describe the unauthorized publication of someone's private information, including their name, address, etc. Every cop could do that. I don't want to be doxxed. So, I mean, every cop out there could be at risk for being doxxed. That comes with the job. You're going to have people that dislike you as a member of law enforcement. That comes with the job. None of the other cops can wear masks and say that they don't want to possibly be doxxed. That's just an excuse to give them the right to do this. I don't favor letting cops wear masks. I just don't. The quote is from Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel's the one he's saying that said that if the Democrats allow it, we'll just have a peaceful civil war. So the right is going to take over no matter what. You can either fight back or just basically cower as we do it. That's what it sounds like I'm hearing. Real quick, I want to play this video and we'll go to the next caller. But this is one I saw, and I don't know. It's only it's in vertical, so you guys may not be able to see it as well on my screen, but you can hear it too, which the audio ain't good.
What's going on? What's up? What's up, man? What's up with me? I don't know what they own me, bro. I got cameras. Y'all tweaking. You got the right to what? Y'all got the right to what? I got cameras.
And they obviously caught him and grabbed him. Now, they just pulled up in what looks like what is that, a Chevy, I can't figure out how to stop this thing, a Chevy Suburban. They just pulled up in a Chevy Suburban and just got out on him. And they didn't say that he was wanted for anything. They just literally pulled. And in fact, the driver got out in plain clothes. The driver ain't even wearing a. Let me see if I.
What's up?
The driver is just.
What's up, man?
The driver there is just in a yellow hoodie. Looks like a pair of gray pants and a pair of boots or something like that with a baseball cap on. He could be anybody. No badge, no anything. He don't even have a gun belt on. No anything. Just jumps out. United States Border Patrol or United States Border Patrol is what he says, and just gets out like that. Now the two other guys got out the back because there were four guys got out on this guy. Two of them did get out wearing United States Border Patrol uniforms, but the driver was not wearing one. The guy who got out first is not wearing one. And like I said, watching this video, I have no clue why they even mess with the guy to begin with. No clue at all. In the comments, Diddler's 777 says this is the modern KKK and we are funding it. Wow. I don't know. This right here should not be acceptable. Just jumping out on somebody like that and chasing them down the street. That should not be acceptable at all. That to me is, if that guy that they chased pulled out a firearm and started firing, I don't know. To me, I think if he get the right jury, he would get away with it. This guy isn't wearing a badge or anything. This just looks like kidnapping. Fuzzer says this is not the KKK. No, KKK didn't even do all that. Let me go back to the box and continue on with the show, and we'll make it happen with Straight Talk. Unlawful and unconstitutional. I don't understand how all you pretend that the 4 years under Biden didn't get us here. I don't think Biden letting everybody in the country that shouldn't be here means that you should be able to just grab anybody off the street because Biden fucked up. That's a bit much. Straight Talk. Good afternoon or good evening.
How you doing, Tim? Let's start here. Okay, this country is $38 trillion. We have debt of $38 trillion.
Okay.
How much of that debt is foreign nation debt? Money we owe to other countries.
I have no clue.
Yeah, it would be important to know that. Do you agree?
Maybe. What you getting at? What's your point?
Wouldn't it be important to know who you owed money to?
Yeah.
Okay, 32% of the money that we owe in that national debt is owed to other countries. China, in particular, has 8% of that debt. 8%. Do you know who owns the lion's share of our national debt?
Is it Americans?
Goddamn right it is.
Okay.
It's you, me, investors. It's Social Security. So, all this talk about our national debt, we owe that money to ourselves. And if you're low intelligent listeners and some of the people that you bring up would ever mention that fact, it does not look so bad.
Wait a minute. If you owe debt, but you owe it to a family member, you still owe debt. What do you mean it don't look bad? I don't get that.
Oh, who's going to call in that debt? Number one. Number two, it's an investment. We're investing in our country. It's an investment in our country. Do you not think that those people that we owe money to, do you not see that they are getting interest on that money? It's called a bond. They make money by lending it to the United States. We owe debt service to that money.
I don't know if everybody.
I know you don't know.
I don't.
There's a lot of stuff you don't know.
I don't know if you know. Well, aren't you the guy that said Trump ain't never told a lie in his life?
I didn't say that.
You said you ain't never heard him tell a lie before.
Hyperbolic. If it infuriates you, I will say that. You want me to
say
it?
I mean, the fact is, you are on record as saying you have never heard Trump lie.
I think he should be on all 4 places on Mount Rushmore. That's what I said.
So when you tell me when you say stuff like that and then follow up by saying there's a lot of things I don't know, it's kind of comical, Straight Talk.
No, what's comical is you guys wringing your hands and talking all this crap about stuff you don't know a damn thing about.
But you
don't take just a minute, and say type into Google, who owns U.S. debt?
We've already went over
this. Who owns U.S. debt? 4 words would tell you we owe ourselves the debt.
Okay, but like I said, as long as you're on record having said you never heard Trump lie, you don't have a lot of credibility.
Okay, well, how much credibility you have when you say that they're doing all this with Bitcoin and it can't be traced at President Trump?
Is that not true? You're telling me there's nothing you can do. So there's nothing you can wait. There's nothing you can do with Bitcoin that's not traceable, is what you're saying.
That's exactly right. It's what's called a ledger. That's why Bitcoin exists. Are you kidding me?
All right,
You guys don't even. Wait. No. You can't just brush it off.
I didn't.
You say stuff out of your mouth, and you say it like you mean it, and you say it like it's true. It's not true, and you guys all shake one another's hand like you said something, and it's not true, and it's infuriating to people who actually have some sense.
Well, let me see how many people have sense since you asked. I'm gonna ask this comment for folks in the comments, yes or no. Are you able? Are you able to engage in deals, financial transactions via crypto that are untraceable? Yes or no in the comments. Can you do things with cryptocurrency that are untraceable? Yes or no in the comments. Because you're saying it can't, right?
That's right. You can't.
Okay.
You 100% cannot. And by the way, it's public. You know what public means? It's public.
Okay.
It means that you can go in and you can trace where that money went and who it exchanged hands with. You personally can do that.
Jake in the comments says the caller is about ready to call you the N-word. You're not about ready to call me.
No. Stop.
Okay, well, you and I disagree that there's nothing you can do with crypto that's not traceable. That's kind of one of the main selling points.
Tell me what it is. Tell me, you disagree with me? Tell me what it is. Because I'm telling you right now, if you got on Google and you typed in crypto, what is a ledger, or Bitcoin, is Bitcoin traceable, then you read it. Don't take my word for it. I didn't ask you to take my word for it. I asked you to do a little bit of research before you open or let your audience say this bullshit.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, I've heard folks suggest that crypto transactions
dumb
cannot
people. You heard dumb people say that shit.
Okay.
And you let them. That's what pisses me off, because you are very fair. If you're not making $1 million a year on this TikTok, I'm telling you right now, you're underpaid.
You don't see my audience. You don't see all kinds of galaxies. I haven't gotten a galaxy today. You don't see all that shit popping up.
That's because your audience is broke as shit and they don't care about you. I have often said that. You know I have. They don't even like your damn. But listen, I didn't say that you were well paid. You're underpaid. I think what you're doing is a very good service to the United States, except when you allow dumbasses to come on here like the last guy, talking all kinds of stuff. Dude, you talk about a stroke. I damn near had a stroke listening to that. My IQ dropped 45 points. Luckily, I got the points to give, but they dropped 45 points listening to that nonsense that he was talking about. And then you're going to let the granny come up here, or Mo come up here, and more ignorance. It's just going to be a fountain, a firework of ignorance.
You may hear Mo next. In the comments, California unanimously voted to raise gas prices. The Democrat Party all voted yes, says the handsome conservative. California,
by the way,
there you go. 12 McAdams. Wow. Thank you.
There we go.
There we go.
Put the spurs to it.
Yeah, no shit. Okay, all right. There's some love out there. There's a little bit of love in the galaxy.
And by the way, do you know why gas prices are higher in California than they are anywhere else in the country?
They're taxes.
No, it's because we use a different type of gas than anywhere else in the country. We use what's called carbob, C-A-R-B-O-B, carbob. It is shipped into California. It's an environmental aerated type of gasoline. Thanks to Gavin Newsom. If you're in California, your governor is the biggest dumbass on the planet. And the minute he's gone, carbob is gone.
Let me ask you this, because this is something Leslie Allison in the comments posted. I have never heard this, but she says cryptocurrency is traceable, but it does not require you use your real identity. That's
true.
That's
true.
Well, shit. Yeah. Then if he makes a trade, let's say for instance this Qatar jet or whatever, if a transaction is made from Qatar to somebody else that's not named Donald Trump, but Donald Trump can get access to the money, then essentially it's untraceable.
It's not true. Just because the transaction is traceable, someone put that money where it was supposed to go, or where it went. Now, you may not know the identity, but there are other ways of tracing that identity. Someone had to pick up that money. It went to someone else's.
Yeah, but you got to be looking for. Here's what I'm saying. Let's say
no shit. You got to.
But hold on. Here's what I'm saying. Let's say I'm living high off the hog, and you wondering where my money come from. I got a cryptocurrency account, but it's in the handsome liver. It's in my name, Tim. If I'm using a fake ID and a fake name, or better yet, a fake name, I may be doing corrupt shit that you'll never find because you don't know the name I'm using.
Yeah, guess what? You can do that with U.S. currency. You can do that with Belgian francs. You can do that with French francs. You can even go to Chad and use whatever the fuck kind of money they use there and do the same thing.
So then
They're not doing anything unusual.
So you
what
took.
I'm saying to,
So you're taking odds at what I said. When what I said is true, is that have a president having his own cryptocurrency and getting involved in that shit opens up another avenue for corruption. How is that not true?
Let's be very clear here. Let's be very clear. You didn't see people dragging Hunter Biden out into the street and demanding he be arrested and all of that. Even though he had weapons charges and drug charges, and that laptop was full of human trafficking.
Bullshit. The Trump administration and MAGA were doing everything they could to demand the guy be arrested. In fact, Trump is talking about his pardon was via auto pen. They are trying to arrest that dude.
100%. And by the way, that I didn't say that they didn't demand it or call for it. What I said was they didn't go snatch him up
because they didn't have the power.
The White House.
They don't have the. They're doing everything they can within their power. They don't have the power to do that.
Let me ask you this: Hunter Biden is free man today? True or false?
True. He has a pardon.
Okay, Hunter Biden. He have charges against him? True or false?
He was convicted. True.
No. He has no charges against him currently. None. They haven't charged Hunter Biden with anything since his father left office.
I thought he pled guilty.
This is a losing argument, and you need to stop.
Did he plead? Hunter Biden didn't plead guilty to anything.
No. Yes, but his father pardoned him. I'm talking about after the pardon.
Okay, if you got a pardon, you still were charged with something. You just were let go for it. He was.
And by the way, you never heard me say a damn thing about Hunter Biden's pardon. This one guy, what did he do? A bunch of low-level shit. I don't care. It's yesterday. It's history. Doesn't matter.
Okay, hang on a second. One of my viewers, T2, says, MAGA appreciates you for not being cancel culture. Thank you. Someday I surprise you with all this chat money. Wow. Most of you liberal audiences doesn't understand how much people like me and others love Donald J. Trump. I understand it. I understand how much you love Trump. I love talking to you. I understand it. Go ahead, Straight Talk.
Well, look, listen, by the way, you're all, I've talked to a bunch of my MAGA associated friends. You are one very popular dude on the right. Now, I say that hesitantly.
Really? I didn't know that.
Very hesitantly, because I know that you're about to have a whole bunch of people on your side hating you, calling you all kinds of names.
That happens every damn
like
show.
Doing that to you.
That happens every damn show. I'm used to being called.
I've watched it.
I'm either a libtard or an Uncle Tom every show. I'm used to that.
I got it, man. You sucking all kinds of things. Everybody part on the. I've been here with you, baby. You are my look. I'm riding with you, okay? We don't agree, but I've said a million times, if you ain't making $1 billion from this, I don't know what's wrong with this country.
Oh,
okay?
My God. Well, I appreciate this.
It does infuriate me that you let people come on here and say things that are you don't even challenge them on it. And maybe it's through your own ignorance. I don't know. And I don't mean ignorance in a bad way. It's just something you didn't know. That's what I mean.
Well,
you didn't know that Bitcoin was on a ledger and you could track every transaction.
I didn't know you could use Bitcoin, but I also didn't know you could use Bitcoin with a fake name. To me, it doesn't matter if you can
use cash with a fake name, Tim. Why would you not be able to use Bitcoin? You could use French francs with a fake name. Fake names are not everybody uses fake names, but you can use fake names in any.
But that goes back to my original statement, which is allowing the president to have his own cryptocurrency opens up another avenue for corruption.
No, what it opens up is another avenue for criticism. I'm wondering how much is it worth to you that you've just opened this door of more criticism on top of you? You're already out there flipping people off and telling people, fuck you. I mean, do you really want to invite even more criticism? And by the way, the president is not doing any of this. His family is, we cannot stop them from making a living. They have to eat.
You really think this is about them eating? Come on, now this guy's making billions of dollars.
You know what I mean? Why
Hold on one second, real quick. Hold on one second. I'm not one to block, ban, or censor. I'm always about free speech. But if you're spamming, that's one thing. And I do. Somebody in the comments is calling Trump a MAGA, and they're saying MAGA's pedals or whatever. We get your point. But if you type it again, I'm gonna have to block you. You typed it over and over again. You don't like Trump. You think they're pedals. We get it. But typing it over and over again forces me to block you. Go ahead.
Let me just say, if you get yourself banned or blocked from this particular channel on TikTok, you are a special kind of asshole.
Well, that person earned it.
Put that in your pocket.
Yeah, I try my best not to block, ban, or censor anybody, but a spammer, I have to do it with a spammer.
Tim, I've heard stuff on this channel that I swear to God, I swear to you. I mean, I'm ashamed to live on the same planet as some of these people. Okay, that's just the bottom line.
But they say the same about you. You've become one of my more well-remembered guests. My liberals don't like you at all.
I get it. I'm sure they don't. Cockroaches don't like the light. You see what I'm saying?
That didn't sound good. That didn't sound good.
Joker, you are correct.
Damn, cockroaches don't like the light. That didn't sound good. I don't think they like that.
I'm not calling them cockroaches. I was just giving an example of something that doesn't like something else. It was the minute that I said it, I regretted saying that. Yeah, because I wasn't calling I'm not calling your followers or your audience cockroaches. That's not what I meant. I meant, hey, tell me something I don't know. How about that?
All right,
there are people that don't like me. I'm a 70-30 person. Yeah, you know what that is?
Well, you're 70% on one side of an issue, 30% on another side.
No. 70% of people do not like me. 30% of people do like me. The 30% that do like me love the shit out of me. But the 70% of people that don't like me, hey, guess what? You're on to something, okay?
Why do so many people not like you? Goddamn.
Because the world is evil. The world they're not good people. Now look, let me address the guys that just got out of that truck, okay?
Okay.
Every state of the union, every county, every city, every town have police officers that work undercover.
All right.
The guy that you saw get out of the driver's side of that vehicle probably, I don't know this for sure, but probably is working.
Hang on a second. Say that again. My thing started talking. We said the guy that got out of the car probably what?
Is probably working immigration undercover. In other words, he is not somebody that is going to present to you that he's immigration right away. He's probably posting up outside of Home Depot. He's probably posting up outside of Lowe's, where all these people congregate.
This is on a city block, though. He's just jumping out of the car on somebody.
I understand that. Yeah, he's riding back to the. I'm not saying that this is 100% true. I'm just saying, don't be surprised that ICE has people working undercover to get into places that are hiring large number of illegal aliens in this country.
Okay. Do you favor just having them spring out of the car like that on somebody 4 deep?
Well, I don't know what the guy did before that camera roll. I don't know what caused them to do that.
Well, they sure didn't announce any damn thing. They didn't say you wanted or anything. They just got out of the car and started chasing them.
No one had a warrant. It wasn't Law and Order. They didn't have a warrant. And I'll ask all nicely. You're exactly right, which makes me wonder what he did and how he knew they were immigration. How did he know they were law enforcement to be recording them?
Probably because he ain't the only person they sprang out of the car on. He probably seen them hovering around the neighborhood and shit like that. He's probably not the only one they jumped out on.
And by the way, he's the first one of them that did the right thing and kept their distance from these individuals. Most of y'all are going up and trying to intermingle and get all up in ICE's business. It's not the place to be, as we're finding out. And let me tell you can I tell you a quick story?
What do you got for me?
All right. So I was in the Army back in 89 through 96, okay?
Okay.
And I was stationed at Fort Hood, and I'm in BDUs. I was loading tanks onto a train heading to NTC.
What is the BDU?
Battle dress uniform. That's the camouflage uniform.
Okay.
Okay? So I am in Army uniform, my name on it, U.S. Army on it, all my badges, my rank, all that. Okay? Easy to identify somebody from Fort Hood, that's in the Army. There's no doubt I'm in the military. Okay? It's 2:30 in the morning. I am driving like a bat out of hell, speeding. I'm a 100% speeding, going 90 miles an hour down the freeway, heading toward Conroe, Texas, where my family lived. I wanted to say goodbye to them before I left and went to the National Training Center in California. I was going to be gone for a while. I got pulled over on the side of the road by a Texas DPS officer because I was speeding, Tim. I was speeding, but breaking the law.
So you're actually doing something wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Doing something wrong.
I don't think these people are doing something wrong, but keep going.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, let's hear the whole story, okay? I pull over. I handed my license and registration. By the time the man got to my window, he asked me to step out of the car. I did that. He asked me, your driver's license says you need corrective lenses. And before I could even tell him that my contacts were in my eyes, this motherfucker comes from downtown and slaps me across the face, knocking me to the side of the road. When I opened my eye again, I could see my contact lens on the toe of his boot.
Damn.
That's how hard he hit me. I pick up my contact off of his boot and I show it to him in my hand, and he doesn't even write me a ticket, Tim. He doesn't.
So this guy just attacked you for driving without glasses on.
Slapped the piss out of me because he thought I did not wear corrective lenses like my license.
I'm assuming you're not. I'm assuming you don't have a bumper sticker that has a Blue Lives Matter flag on it.
Oh, I absolutely do not. Look, it's one bad apple. Look here. So I got in my car and I drove home, and it took about an hour and 14 minutes to get home. By the time I got home, my father is sitting in his tidy whities at the kitchen table, smoking a cigarette and reading the newspaper. And when he sees his middle boy with a handprint raised on the side of his face, he couldn't believe what he saw. I mean, he got pissed.
I got to move it on, but it's just hard to imagine this guy just hit you in the face for absolutely no reason at all.
Well, I don't know that he thought he had no reason, but you and I agree.
Driving without glasses on is a reason to beat up the driver?
Yeah. He thought that I was lying to him. That's basically as much as... and someone said, hey, I said something stupid. Well, I say something stupid a lot, but I didn't say anything to that guy that night. He was very
then next time we have a show when somebody black or minority Hispanic is talking about the cops are messing with them, you should be the last one I hear saying that the cops don't do that. You know from personal experience there are bad cops out there. Sounds like you know that.
Tim, never once in my 58 years of life have I ever said... And I don't know whether this was racial. I don't know that he hit me because I was white. I have absolutely no idea about that.
What color was the cop? Was it a black cop?
Yes, but I don't know that had anything to do with it.
I gotta go. All right. Hopefully that story never repeats. Straight talk. Thanks for coming through.
It won't repeat with me.
All right. Well, hopefully not.
Right
all
now.
right. Hopefully not.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
get the hell out of there. Hey, good to talk to you, Tim. And you guys help support him. Please. I mean, give me a break. I don't see any likes. I don't see any. This man has got a family to feed.
Thank you for that. That's my sympathetic plea. Catch you later. Straight talk. Tap the screen, by the way. Get the likes on up to 130. White man getting smacked by a black cop for not wearing glasses. That's different. That's different. I want to play this clip because this is another one of these ice fragments.
You got people out here locking people up for no reason. I'm born here.
You said you're born here?
Yeah, I'm born here. Kings County Hospital, Brooklyn. I'm born here. I'm gonna get on my fucked up. Yeah, I broke that. Fine ass nigga. Suck my. Yo, suck my.
In it.
Yeah, man. And people out here locking people up for no reason.
They end up letting them go, but you see there, they got him hemmed up against the wall. They're actively handcuffing him, and he's yelling that I'm born here, and he tells you he's born in Kings County Hospital in Brooklyn. So this is an American they're doing this to. And he has some choice words for them once they let him go. They check his ID and they let him go, but how did that end up happening to this guy? How did that even end up happening where he's being hemmed up and required to show proof he's an American? This is what I'm talking about how it appears that ICE has new powers since President Trump got elected. He obviously ain't doing nothing wrong because they let him go. He's obviously not committing any crime. They just simply hemmed him up until he proved he was an American citizen. So he got snatched off the street and hemmed up until he could prove his citizenship. That has never been legal before. But you see a guy that's happening to, they quickly check his ID, unhandcuff him, and let him go. And I see somebody in the comments, Alicia Bling says lawsuit. I don't know how well that lawsuit will go into President Trump, though. Because I think Trump kind of wants this stuff to be done. So if you put in a lawsuit, I would not be surprised if Pam Bondi and the Trump administration interferes with it. You might get away with a lawsuit after they're gone, because it's only going to be 3-4 years until Trump is gone, and you would still be within range of suing for this. But I think if you sue for it now, you're not going to get much. I strongly believe that Kilmar Abrego Garcia has a huge lawsuit coming. They really tried to fuck that dude up. I really believe that dude would end up getting a huge settlement, but he would have to wait until Trump is out of office. Looking in the comments, though, this is exactly what MAGA thinks is correct. Really? Yikes. Doesn't look correct to me. Remember when the right were making the show me your papers jokes during COVID? Boy, how the tables have turned. There is some validity to that. Everybody is okay with big government when big government is doing what they want, because Trump and the Republicans are supposed to be for small government. And yeah, you're sending federal troops all over the damn place. That's definitely not small government. And it's not just the federal troops. It's not just the National Guard. He's also using the power of big government to cut funding and things like that, just because he don't like a mayor or he doesn't like a governor or something here. So he is definitely going crazy with big government. Anyway, looking in the comments, Black Knight says we are not 1939 Germany. Well, give it time. Never forget Kavanaugh allowed racial profiling. Yeah, they have allowed them to stop you based on your language, based on how you look, or where you may be located. So essentially, they can stop you for any reason at all. If I can stop you based on your skin color, the language you're speaking, or where you're located, I can stop you for any reason at all. You could be speaking perfect English and the guy could just think you had an accent. Obviously, anywhere you're standing could be tied into illegal immigrants stand on porches or they stand in front of Home Depot. They literally have a reason to stop you for anything at this point. Michael, yes, you did. Let me go back to the box. But yeah, they have a reason to stop you for anything at this point. Miss Mobetta, good evening. Welcome to the program. And they ain't even German. Miss Mobetta, good evening.
Hey, good evening. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. So, do you see the possibility that we are dealing with a tyrannical government?
Oh, the proof is in the videos. The proof is in all the videos and stuff that we see. Nothing that we've seen has been taken out of context on our behalf.
So it's
most of the stuff we see is of a tyrannical government, a tyrannical behavior, tyrannical mentality. Everything they do is saying tyranny.
Bro, they're going to suggest that they're doing this because Biden let so many people in that they gotta get, they got folks coming out of insane asylums according to Trump. Folks are being released to prison. So they got to do what they got to do to make sure we know who's in the country.
I thought the borders were closed and we're secure here. I thought we were secure.
Well,
did somebody that crossed the border unalive and they good?
Wait, say that again?
Did somebody that crossed the border unalive Renee Good?
No, it was an ICE agent.
Okay.
But Renee Good
Yeah.
did not comply with.
What about Keith Porter?
They didn't comply, Miss Mobetta. Renee Good chose to use her car as a weapon, is what they're saying.
Nope. She did not use her car for anything. You got to go back and listen.
Did she comply? Did Renee Good comply?
No. However, she did not. She did not intend to hit that man. He stood his ass in front of her car. First of all. Second of all, if you go back and watch the video again, when she was when she started, after she backed up and was attempting to go, you had the other ICE officers telling her one thing, and then she was looking the opposite direction of the man who unalived her. She wasn't even looking at him. So if she was intending to hit him, wouldn't she be looking at him? Wouldn't her wheels be pointed towards him?
Well, the cop in a split second doesn't have time to make all of that type of decision. I see.
He had time to record.
Well, he was doing with one hand on the gun, one hand on the phone. Sean B says, "Does your caller?" He's talking about the last caller. Does your caller like his boot seasoned or plain? He's talking about the contact lens on the boot.
When it comes to crooked talk, he's even worse than Magariac. I don't know where the heck you find these doggone people, Tim, but that should be studied.
That's straight talk commerce. I mean, he has an opinion. He favors Trump.
He done had 30 different jobs and all kind of shit. Like those are those patriots. Those are patriots. You had them up here talking about people need to get a better job and not raise minimum wage and all kind of stuff, or do better. First of all, with minimum, all right, they don't want to assist with people going to college. So a lot of these positions that are paying more money requires a college degree. But if you're not affording to go to college, how are you supposed to get a better job?
That's a good point. I don't have an answer for that. I'm a fan of increasing the minimum wage annually. I'm a fan of that.
And that's why unions are important for people that are anti-union and stuff. That's what unions do. They speak on behalf of getting people, higher wages and stuff. I'm in a union myself, IBEW, and trust me, not all unions are good. You got to keep your foot in their neck, so to speak. To make sure they're doing the right thing. You're in
the same. I was once a member of IBEW. I was in the same.
IBEW 2230. So they're important. Because you have some places that are they'll treat you any kind of way. You have a lot of states that are at will states.
I would tell you, I don't care how bad a union is. As an employee, I would rather be in a union than not. I'm gonna always choose being in a union as opposed to not.
Absolutely, absolutely. They do. Most of the unions, they fight for your jobs and your positions, and they make sure you're being treated fairly.
To me, a union is similar to going to court with a lawyer, having somebody fight. I would rather have a bad lawyer than none at all. I mean, I'm always choose a union over none. I mean, I've worked in unions. I've been part not only IBEW, UAW with United Parcel Service was another union I was in. I'm always choose a union over a non-union.
Yeah, as you should. And anybody else, like I say, when you're living in at-will states, they can go in there and fire you just because they felt like it.
Yeah. I don't understand.
Won't allow stuff like that to happen.
I have no clue why average working people voted in favor of at-will state. I don't like this is zero benefit. This has no benefit to you for you to be in a right to work or that. I don't know why the people voted and thought they were getting something out of that.
Yeah, I don't understand why. I don't either. I tried to refrain from trying to come up with some type of logic of their thought process.
Yeah, that's the
people. And that's one of the hardest jobs you'll probably ever face, trying to see why people are doing what they do.
They convince people that the unions get involved on the wrong side of politics, and the unions are so corrupt that you're better off just trusting the corporations, and you'll be. That makes No sense.
You know who that is in a political war right now? Blagger.
Really?
That same analogy you just gave. That's Blagger. See, they get up here and say, "Oh well, the Democrats never did anything for me." When you ask them, "What are you getting now that you didn't get when you were a Democrat?" What did you expect? What did you receive now that you didn't receive when you were a Democrat?
I'm still trying to figure Black MAGA out. I mean, look, Trump. Listen, I understand as a black person why people would vote for Trump. I mean, Trump promised a bunch of great shit. Now he hasn't delivered on most of it, but he did promise to do a lot of great things really, really fast. So I can, because listen, I personally fell for one of Trump's promises, which is he could end the Russia-Ukraine war really quick, because I thought he had a pretty favorable relationship with Vladimir Putin.
Oh yeah.
So
listen, his talking game is on point. He can sell water to a well. You understand what I'm saying? He can do that. That's what he does as a businessman. But when you're a crooked businessman, it's all about you. It's not about the people who you're selling to.
Yeah, if he had delivered on his campaign promises, I think I would be on here saying he's a great president. The difference is the MAGA side sees him as a good president because they changed their campaign promises right alongside him. Like, I never would have voted for Trump if he was talking about defending Christians in Nigeria. That's not that important to me. To MAGA, hey,
and it ain't to him either.
Well,
it ain't him. He's not even a Christian. Oh, but the Christians are being hurt. But like I said, he told that part, but didn't tell the part where just as many Muslims were being attacked as Christians.
Yeah. And see, that stuff to me. Out. Yeah, see, and that's stuff that MAGA is celebrating that Trump did, which is, that doesn't change that is totally irrelevant to me. I don't, the same thing with the Venezuelan drug boats and stuff like that. I don't believe blowing those boats up reduced the amount of narcotics in this country even by a fraction of 1%. But they're championing it like he's doing something really big.
Well, see, and this is what, and I have a question for MAGA. Why would you support somebody who said they hate you?
They hate what?
Trump. He said he hates the Dems. Why would you expect anybody that's a Democrat, liberal, right-leaning, left-leaning or whatever to support him?
I think that is probably because if you watch right-wing media, they're not going to show you when Trump says something awful like that. I think that a lot of folks
heard it. They heard it. That's bullshit, Tim. You're saving them. You're bailing them out with that statement.
Well,
you're bailing them out. So they heard it. Trust me.
Well, I will just say this.
The news is not the only thing that's out there.
I will say this. MAGA sees validity when Trump is launching attacks on others, but they think the attacks on him are all invalid. So they're not going to take it seriously when he says he hates Democrats. They only take it seriously when Democrats say they hate him. So that's how they view it differently.
Well, listen, they still believe in, and they keep saying that the election was rigged in 2020, but they don't believe that it was rigged in 2024 though. So why all of a sudden that the corruption went away as far as elections and stuff go away when he got in office?
Because he didn't say the 2024. Well, remember, he said it was going to be too big to rig. So he believes the voting support for him in 2024 was so great that the Democrats couldn't rig it even if they wanted to.
He also called the people of J6 patriots. They did. That was a love fest.
That I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer for that.
They're eating cats and dogs. He demonized the police officer that unalived Ashley Babbitt, but called Renee Good a terrorist.
I don't have any legitimate reason for why he referred to the January 6th people as patriots. I don't see anything patriotic about what went on January 6th.
Because he is a narcissistic sociopath. That's why. And it's no more. It ain't nowhere else to put it. It's no way else to put it. He is presenting for you to flip off the bird, to flip the bird at somebody. You little pussy. You flipping a bird. 5-year-olds do that.
Well, but they like that stuff, Miss Mobetta. They like when Trump does that stuff.
So we dealing with a whole bunch of goofy ass kindergartners, huh? That's what it is.
I'm just telling you, they believe that Trump is wrongfully attacked all the time by the liberals, so they like to see him fighting back.
MAGA reacts. Go ahead, talk about fighting for the country. They knew that was a whole insurrection. That's what it was. It was an insurrection. Why couldn't they go down there and protest peacefully? Y'all talk about the BLM burning down cities and all of that stuff. What's worse than going to the Capitol and causing an insurrection?
Well, they actually do believe January 6th was a peaceful protest. They believe a handful of people got out of hand, but the MAGA view of January 6th was overwhelmingly
peaceful. They don't
peaceful.
know what to call it, Tim. No, because at first they say, oh, that was Antifa dressed up as MAGA. Like, make this shit make sense.
I don't, Judge Jeanine Pirro, who's not part of the Trump administration, I'm watching her on the evening of January 6th on Fox News, and she said, yeah, that's Antifa. And I kind of got upset about that because I'm like, you're sitting in a studio in New York talking about what's going on in D.C. as Antifa. No evidence that it was just a blind attempt to downplay MAGA and try to put it on somebody else. I mean, we're 5 years out.
Not only that, Tim, what does Antifa mean?
Anti-fascist.
MAGA should be applauding that. Yes. Oh, so you're saying you're fascists? Is that what you're saying? Y'all calling it, you're Antifa, you're demonizing Antifa?
Yeah.
So are you saying it's MAGA fascist?
Yeah, I don't have any answer for that. Why they would try to blame it on Antifa other than to just take the heat off MAGA. But hang on one second. In the comments, Joe, I'm from Belgium, and I'm watching from my helicopter view to the U.S. for years now. All you guys really are so consumed left versus right, while the billionaires are rubbing their hands. You agree with that, Ms. Mobetta?
No, I absolutely agree with that. They pin us against each other, which they do so well. But when you have the commander in chief doing it more than anybody out here,
yeah.
What choice do you have? What do you do? Ain't nobody. I know I'm not kowtowing to that bullshit he's pushing.
I can't argue with it.
Happening.
Yeah, I can't argue with it for the simple fact that I can't argue with it for the simple fact that Trump is running on division. He's not. I mean, he is a divisive president. I mean, if you say I hate Democrats, if you say I hate Democrats, you obviously don't want the country to unite. Now he believes
you're not uniting.
Well, he does believe that he was attacked, though, so he believes what he's doing is revenge.
He also said he didn't hump Stormy Daniels either.
Well,
he also not releasing them files, which he said he was going to release. Did he not run on that?
Yeah.
Did he not run on releasing those e-files? And the story that I heard today with this kid that they had to move out of the country for protection is how. They don't want to release those files because they were unaliving people in.
But MAGA says that Trump never ran on releasing the Epstein files.
That's bullshit. That's a lie. That's a lie, and the lie don't care who tells it.
And your predecessor, Straight Talk Commerce, is in the comments saying that Trump is suffering from division, not causing it.
Bullshit. Do you expect anything else to come out of his mouth?
I'm just telling you what he said.
Trump got his boots on his chin right now. He's keeping that man.
Yeah, I totally disagree that Trump is not causing division. I mean, even if you believe that he's been attacked first or whatever, he is saying and doing all kinds of divisive shit. So he ain't just suffering from it. He's also causing
I told you before, Tim, he sets his own precedent. Again, how many times, if anybody, again, got to go around the world on an apology tour is because of a Republican president effing stuff up?
Well, I'm just people.
Come on now. The last out of the last 11 recessions, 10 of them were Republican presidents, Trump, including Trump.
Yeah, but Ms. Mobetta, Trump says the economy is doing better now than it's ever been in U.S. history.
Of course. He said people are eating cats and dogs.
I mean, the guy.
He said he's the best in the whole world. Just ask him.
I mean, the guy says.
Just ask ask him, the Democrats don't want you guys to have insurance, but yet he didn't come up with an insurance policy to replace the Affordable Care Act.
But what if the choices?
Does he still have a concept? Is it still a concept he had?
Well, they've already extended it now, so it is what it is. But what if there's only limited choices, Miss Mobetta? Bronco in the comments, M. Bronco says, you either can be MAGA or you can be a socialist. Which do you choose?
I'm definitely not MAGA. What is
No, he's saying that no matter how much you find fault with Trump,
either way you're going to be labeled as something.
No. He's saying that no matter how much fault you find with Trump, the other side is outright socialist. So I'd rather deal with Trump than socialist.
That's on them. I for the life of me, I don't know. I think that's a selfish way of thinking. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's saying that you and the people around you are never going to need help from anybody. And that's not to say that I'm sitting around waiting on the government to help me, because that's not what that means. I'm not on any government assistance, and I still think that there's people out here that needs help.
Yeah, well, they tend to believe in you pull yourself up by your bootstraps. So I don't know where that came from. I don't know.
What did I say?
So you got haters.
I didn't even curse.
You got haters.
I know.
It happens.
I didn't even say a bad word. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to do better as far as that goes. I'm trying to do better and not say curse words. I'm because I have a bigger vocabulary than that. So I'm trying to do better.
You're doing it. We'll move it on, but you're gonna have haters. That's the way it always is. Miss Mobetta.
That's all good. That means they thinking about me. And that's why when I'm not up here, you got people like Crooked Talk mentioning our names and all of that.
His name is Straight Talk Commerce. Why y'all calling him crooked?
Because there's stuff that come out of his mouth, man. That should be studied. That's not normal.
Oh my God! All right, Miss Mobetta.
That's not normal.
All right, thanks for coming through.
Thank you guys for the gifts. Tap the screen, get them up.
Hell yeah! Thank you very much.
150 to 150 down.
There you go. Thank you. By the way, she is right. Tap the screen, get the likes up to 150. In the comments, Burr, I think this is BERH, says the division in our country was present long before Trump ran for office. That's true. But there's no denying that it got worse under Trump. The division in this country has gotten significantly worse under President Trump. I'll tell you right off the bat, dispatching the National Guard and ICE to liberal cities is not helping unity out at all. You didn't have widespread protests like this under Bush or Reagan the division under Trump is worse than whatever it was under any of the other presidents. And it's likely because Trump goes on television and says things that are not, come together moments. It's all, what he is getting, if he gets on TV and he picks a side and criticizes the other side. I'll give you a perfect example. What happened with Renee Nicole Good, the response was, this just happened. Yeah, it may not look right on television, but we need to have all the details come out first. I don't want to release a statement until there's been a full investigation. Not having Kristi Noem go on TV and call her a domestic terrorist. People run from the cops all the damn time in their cars. No, I've never heard one of them called a domestic terrorist before. She took that way too far. And of course, Trump, J.D. Vance, and the rest of them defended that shit. She took that shit way too far. People run from cops in their cars all the time. We never called them domestic terrorists. Where the hell did that come from? So that's how division starts, when you do stuff like that. Trump doesn't take a neutral position on any issue. He always takes sides. One thing you don't hear from Trump ever is no comment. I'm not ready to speak on that yet. That's all you got to say. Until there's an investigation, I'm not prepared to make a statement yet. What you're asking me about just happened less than 24 hours ago. Just happened 48 hours ago. They're still investigating it. So you got to say, domestic terrorist? I don't care what you think of Renee Good or whether you think it was justifiable or not. That's not an act of domestic terrorism. That is not what comes to mind. And I've done this. We talked about this on the previous show. Is that the Trump administration? Because you hear this a lot when it comes to minorities calling people racist. Well, you guys have really thrown around the word racism so much it has no meaning. You hear people say that all the time. The Trump administration is throwing around the word terrorism so much it's losing meaning. The narco terrorists, MS-13 and Trinidad Agua terrorists. Now they're calling this girl a terrorist. I mean, everybody's a fucking terrorist. Like, you're throwing around the word so much, it's losing value. We were told that folks putting roadside bombs in Kabul and Fallujah were terrorists. People blowing up shit. Not somebody that's just trying to get away from the law. That's all it takes now. That this woman, Renee Nicole Good, she's in the same category with Timothy McVeigh and the Unabomber all of a sudden? That's insane. Even if you believe she was justifiable, that is insane to put her in that category as a domestic she wasn't terrorizing anybody. In fact, she had no criminal history. Her whole criminal history amounts to 3 seconds and her getting shot. There is no domestic terrorism in that. I mean, I don't understand how so many folks are defending a wild-ass statement like that by Christian Nome. Anyway, looking in the comments, thanks for admitting the obvious, but she was trying to get away. I'm not going to argue that. She drove in direction of the cop. I believe the law will defend what he did as justifiable. I've said this many times. It was not necessary. I don't believe that if that cop did not take her life, his life would have been taken. It was not a me or her type situation. It was simply put, she was driving at him. And the law gives you the right, if somebody is driving at you as law enforcement, to shoot him. And he exercised that option. But I absolutely believe that he could have easily just stepped out of the way without shooting her and survived, which is kind of what he did anyway. I don't believe that him killing her saved his life at all. I don't believe that had anything to do with why he survived. If I hadn't popped her, you would not be dead. I don't believe he had to do it. But I do believe the law will deem it as justified because she was driving towards him. Looking in the comments, the people saying that are the ones who are in that category. She was a missionary. I don't know about her being a missionary, and I don't know if that's even relevant. I mean, if a priest tries to run you over, you can shoot the priest. No, it is not. They are using this kind of language to justify the future upcoming political and law enforcement brutality. I had somebody tell me earlier today that one thing that all MAGA has in common is they derive happiness from watching others suffer misery. Saw somebody say that. She had a criminal record. Criminal record doing what? I didn't hear that Renee Nicole Good had a criminal history. I haven't heard that. I don't know. By the way, it's not relevant anyway. That they weren't exactly trying to arrest her for anything to do with her past. So didn't have any. If she had a criminal record, it's totally irrelevant. She was a missionary to Ireland, like a 90% Christian country. None of that has any relevance. I don't look. She used her vehicle, she used her vehicle as a weapon. All she had to do was to put the vehicle in park, turn it off, and she would still be with us today. But her training from whoever she was, I don't know about her training, but I do believe that if she had to comply with law enforcement, she would still be here. I totally believe that. They may have roughed her up and arrested her, but she would still be alive. But also, I believe that if the cop did not shoot her, he would still be alive today too. I don't believe that cop was acting under it was either going to be her or me. I don't believe that. I believe that cop would have absolutely survived whether he popped her or not. It was an optional shooting. By law, he had the option of whether he wanted to take her life or not, and he chose to do that. Tamar, we'll bring you up now. Tap the screen, get the likes on up, by the way, folks. Get us up to 150. He already been cleared. You can now. He hasn't already been cleared. There's been no investigation. He was cleared by the Trump administration, which made it clear they were pretty biased. So yeah, of course he's cleared. When you're calling the other side of domestic terrorists, Tamar, good evening.
What's up, Tim?
Not much at all. Tyranny, what say you?
Yeah, no.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong on this event with Nicole Good that the guy exercised his option to shoot her?
This is what I wanted to ask you. There's a video that shows the cop like seconds before she actually even pulled off. He switches the phone to hand from his right hand to his left hand. Well before, like seconds before he even got in position to place before she pulled off.
Okay.
And they show him like he was almost planning to do that because the girlfriend was talking so much crap to him. Like,
well, but I'm gonna say what I just said before, that if you're talking shit to a cop and then you start, I don't care if you're driving towards the cop at 2 miles an hour, that he can easily get out of the way. If he pops you, he's probably going to be clear for doing it.
Yeah, that part I agree with, but it was just interesting because the way they showed it, like he literally, like almost like he was planning on doing something because he switched his hand. He had the phone in his hand, in his right hand, and he's walking around the car with the phone filming them, and all of a sudden he switches it to his left, but she wasn't moving yet. He had his hand. He had the phone in his left hand before she even went in reverse.
I don't, something. Just the fact that he was holding a phone in one hand and a gun in the other just comes across as he didn't think he was in any serious danger. But like I said, she's driving in his direction, and that's all you really need by law to be able to take somebody's life.
And then he goes and positions himself in front of the car. And I asked an officer. Today I was interacting with one, and he said that, he said that it was an unfortunate situation. He said, but their training tells you never to, and especially in that type of situation, to never get in front of that car. He said he should have never been in that place to even have to draw his weapon because
but even if a cop does something that goes against their training, like say for instance you're trained on how to clear a room when you're in a house or something. If you do something in a manner that you were not trained to do it, and you find yourself in a deadly situation because you made a mistake and put yourself out there, you still can use lethal force to save your life. So even if you're trained not to get in front of a car, but you find yourself in front of one and the driver is driving towards you, you can still use your firearm to save your life. Or in this case, I don't believe he was saving his life in this. I don't believe he had to do that to save his life. But she's driving towards him, so the law is going to defend him popping her.
Yeah,
it appears that she did strike him, if only mildly. She did brush up against him.
You heard something, but I'm telling you, the way that cop walked away, he didn't look like he was hurt.
No, he wasn't. He was. That's why I keep saying it was an optional shooting. He clearly had the ability to get out of the way of that car. If a car is coming at you 70, 80 miles an hour and you shoot the driver, that ain't gonna stop the car from coming at you. So I don't know why people shoot drivers to begin with. That ain't gonna stop them from hitting you.
And like I told you on Sunday, I believe she was going from that first pew pew. Because I don't think she would have took off like that had he not pew pewed her, because you could tell the way she was turning that wheel that she wasn't trying to go at him. But by him pew pewing her, the first one, she was gone.
Yeah, but he can always say he didn't. He could always say he looked up and saw the car coming towards him or something. He didn't notice her turning the wheel. I mean, there's a million ways of plausible deniability. Like I said, the law is going to defend that shooting. They're going because she was not compliant. She was breaking the law and trying to flee. So as much as I strongly believe he did not have to shoot her to survive, I do feel the law is going to ultimately back him up and pretty much clear him for that.
Mm-hmm. I got something else interesting. I was talking to a black MAGA today,
Dude, that's got to be fun.
This guy, and I'm around a bunch of them for some reason. But he told me that I was saying, we was talking about the whole ICE situation in Minnesota, and he told me that I said to him, well, yeah, Obama deported more people than what Trump is doing. I said, but Obama didn't do it like this guy. He told me that Obama was grabbing people off the streets like Trump's ICE people are doing.
Yeah. This 3,000 ICE agents in no, that would you didn't have, because if they had if the Obama administration had been doing it like Trump is doing it, MAGA would have been bitching and complaining about people's rights are being violated, and they weren't doing that.
This is what he told. He told me Republicans didn't care because they're for because they support deportations.
I remember Rush Limbaugh calling Obama the deporter in chief. They did care. They absolutely did. You're gonna hammer the other side even if they're doing something you like. They were saying negative things about Obama deporting people, but it wasn't happening in U.S. cities all over the country. That's absolutely not true. And real quick in the comments, Yip still says J.D. Vance just accused Mayor Mamdani of wanting to confiscate white people's property.
This is unbelievable.
Wow.
Did you hear what Trump's saying about wanting to take? He's saying America was at their best in 1887 or 1880s.
I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that, but that's what I mean when I say Trump.
When he was talking to the people in Detroit, when he stuck the finger up on them and stuff. I didn't even see that part, but I heard that part. He said that America was at its best in 1887, I guess because of tariffs and everything.
Yeah, and in fact, blacks couldn't work. Blacks couldn't work at all. In the comments, Shannon says Obama did deport a lot of people, but it was done legally. Not only was it done legally, it wasn't.
And that's what I was trying to tell the guy.
Yeah, you didn't
that's what I was trying to argue. He's like, no. He's like, Obama was just deporting people, and he was just grabbing people off the street. I said, you're not going to tell me that Obama... And I showed him a video of some kid that was working in Target that got, I guess he was an American citizen. He was like 16, 17. He was working in Target. And the ICE people came. They picked him up. They dragged him out the store. And and then when he got out, he had like a black eye. They like dropped him off like a mile away from his job and shit. Damn. And he had like a whole black eye.
Yeah, the thing about it, Trump, the Trump deportations are meant to send a message. Trump wants his deportations to be graphic and well known. Obama wasn't trying to do that. So with Obama's deportations, it's not going to look as bad because he wasn't trying to make it so well known. Trump is trying to make a statement. So his is going to look worse. I mean, it's because of what he's doing. He kind of really wants the misery of it all. Obama wasn't seeking that.
It's like they're getting off on it or something.
Yeah.
These people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like they're getting off I'm just sick.
Well, that's what somebody told me. That's what somebody told me that MAGA derives happiness from watching others suffer misery.
Yeah. I can't. I mean, but they call themselves Christians, and they base everything that they do off of Christianity.
Well, Charlie Kirk was a God-fearing Christian, and he said kids don't even deserve to get free lunch in schools. They get a job. Yeah. So I mean,
go figure.
Yeah. So that
drip.
They do. You sound like gangster grandma. In the comments, nobody noticed when Obama did it because he talked more about the war. Now, if Obama was doing 3,000 ICE agents to Minneapolis, if Obama did something like that it's hard not to talk about that. I mean, you sent 5 times more. He sent 5 times more ICE agents to Minneapolis than they have cops. There's no way not to know that's happening. They got more ICE agents in their town than they do police officers. Obama didn't do that.
I feel this is just the beginning. Like I told you on Sunday, I'm telling you, this is just the beginning. I know exactly how he's going to do it, but he's going to find a way to declare martial law. It's going to get worse. There's probably going to be a couple more people that are going to get pew-pewed or whatever. In a couple more states, he's going to go probably state to state, and eventually he's going to come to the tri-state area, and he's going to start grabbing up people. You just played 2 videos of regular black people just walking, and they're just jumping out. Like now, you come up but I don't know what cities those was, but
one was obviously in New York. One was in New York because the guy said I was from Brooklyn. It looked like that was in New York. I mean, it's mainly happening in liberal cities that he's sending them in. This isn't happening in Birmingham, Alabama, somewhere. He's sending them to liberal cities to create this chaos.
On purpose. Yeah. He's doing it on purpose to cause mayhem so that he can find a reason to suspend these elections come November. But if you think about it, we got how many months do we have? 6 months before
midterms?
More than that.
Yeah, you got more than that. You got 10, 10 months.
We got more than that. Yeah. This is just January. So we've got all the
I don't know. I mean, I guess he could try the martial law. I mean, we were at war during World War II and we still had elections. I don't know if that'll work alone, but that's not saying he won't try it though.
Look, you can't put nothing past this guy, like Mike said. And like he did with when what's the guy from Ukraine? What's his name?
Come on, Zelensky?
Yeah, when Zelensky came and he said, "Oh
yeah, he had an epiphany. He had a light went on when he thought about that." Yeah,
exactly. So if he can't have a war outside of America, why not have chaos in America, where you can't have
Well, speaking of chaos in America, isn't it kind of odd that he's threatening the Iranian government that if they interfere with the protests going on in that country, he'll start shooting? Yet we got protests going on all in America. He's actually defending the protesters in Iran and totally ignoring the ones in America. How does that work?
And best believe Israel and America is behind all the chaos out there.
Well, yeah, they want the Iranian government to fail. Thank you, Jay Barrio says, New Year's Eve 2026. Thank you. Yeah, they want the Iranian government to fail. So I understand a little bit that the Trump administration, kind of like the Arab Spring, where we want the protesters to cause damage and take out the current government in place. So they want the protesters in Iran to destroy the country because they don't like the current rulers of Iran.
Mm-hmm.
So
it is crazy times, man. I don't know what this next year is going to look like, but
it's going to look like the last. It's going to be more to say. I mean, wasn't it Nikki Haley when she was running against Trump, aka Bird Brain, that said the last thing we need to do is replace the chaos of the Biden administration with the chaos of Trump. So, and he's absolutely lived up to her claim. It's been a chaotic administration.
And Trump said that if Kamala wins, World War III was going to happen. I don't remember him saying that. I don't remember her saying that he was going to start World War III.
She did say that. She absolutely did say that.
I do remember her calling everything that's happening right now.
But she did say that Trump. She's talking about Trump would use the military on American citizens. But she did say that he would get us in the war.
She said she called that, and she was right about that.
Yeah.
I don't remember her calling saying anything about World War III, but he said it repeatedly that she would start World War III.
Yeah.
If she won.
Well, Joshua in the comments says we got it backwards. He says these bogus paid protests are the demon rats election strategy because they can't win on policy. So they are causing chaos and blaming Trump. Is there any evidence to suggest that the protesters are being paid for their work?
Huh?
That's what he said.
He sent 2,000 ICE agents to Minnesota. For what? Minnesota. Yeah. It's cold out there. Who the fuck is acting up in Minnesota?
I believe.
There's fucking snow on the ground all the fucking time. Every time you see an image, there's fucking ice on the ground.
Yeah. I believe that I believe they originally also stated that Renee Nicole Good, the one that got shot, was a paid agitator. I don't know where they're getting. Is there any evidence these people are getting paid? How do you get paid to protest? They said that most of the protests that the Democrats are involved in, whether it's Antifa, whether it's they say they're all getting paid,
right?
Huh?
And George Soros, he's the main funder, right?
They always say it's George Soros,
right?
Yeah.
And then what's the other one they always say? Can you identify what a woman is?
Well,
no matter what the subject is, the number one thing they always do is, can you identify what a woman is? I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like, what does that even have to do with anything?
Well, they believe that the Democrats are
out of control, Tim.
They believe the Democrats are pro-trans and they can't identify what a woman is. It does come up a lot. It comes up a lot.
I blame a lot of this on Biden. I swear to him not moving out of the way. He did let immigration get out of control. He did, but now because of him letting immigration get out of control the way he did, this is why we have what we have right now. Because a lot of people did get tired of it. Yeah. And I'm not saying
while I'll agree and I will blame Biden for not stepping down, I think I will also say Trump was just a really good salesman. Like I say all the time, I understand why people voted for Trump, because Trump promised some really good shit. He was promising that he could do things that were greater and could do them quicker than any politician in history. He was a really good salesman. So even if you didn't have Biden running longer than he should have, I still think a lot of people would have voted for Trump because his promises were just that good.
That's true. I know people I came across another black person that supported Trump, and I guess he's more like the America First Margie Taylor group, and now they're disappointed in Trump because he realizes now that Trump is not America First and that he didn't do everything. He's not doing what he campaigned on.
I gotta say, for a politician that promised to be America First, yeah, I haven't seen. I mean, you're saving Christians in Nigeria. You're sending money to Argentina. You're dealing with Venezuela. Or I don't see how a lot of Americans are benefiting from his administration right now. That's not to say over the 3 years that he may not fix the economy and things may not get better. But right now, I'm not seeing the America First he promised. He's everywhere else but in America. Now you're threatening for protesters in Iran. I mean, you're everywhere. You're talking about taking over Gaza. I'm not seeing the America First part just yet. It's still, the jury's out, but I'm not seeing it.
I bet you them Christians in Nigeria can't come here like the white Afrikaners can.
That too, but maybe I'm not looking at it right, Tamar, because Mike Hawk in the comments says because you're not looking at it correctly. So Trump is operating from an America First standpoint. We're just not looking at it correctly. I would like to know how should you look at it?
Okay, so how is it? So how is it? This person supported Trump, and they're even saying no. Like he made me believe that they wasn't pissing on me until I found out that it was piss. Yeah. That's what they said.
Marjorie Taylor Greene said that. Marjorie Taylor Greene said she voted for Trump because he was about America First, and he's everywhere else around the world, but not here.
And that's what he said. He said he basically feels how Marjorie Taylor Greene felt. You know, he said like he basically stood on the points that he thought that Trump was going to do exactly what he said, and he's not doing any of that.
What about Israel? Shannon in the comments says we're operating under an Israel first mindset.
Yeah, well, definitely. I agree 100% with that.
I will say Israel, there's probably no country on earth that is happier with Trump at the helm than Israel. Israel is getting its way. Israel is absolutely getting its way from the United States. So I agree with that too.
They're going to get a second strike on Iran because that's what they want, and they're going to get it. This guy, Bibi, he has an international warrant. He's been here more times. He basically vacations here. He basically comes here like a second home.
Yeah, Israel is absolutely doing outstanding under Trump. They're getting their way. I mean, I think we gave them money after we gave Argentina money. We gave them money for new jets and shit too. So Israel is getting everything they could possibly want from the United States. So he is operating on the.
If something happens in Iran, they're going to be involved in that.
Yep. Any battle that Israel has, any enemy that Israel has, they can depend on the United States to fight on there. But that ain't just under Trump. The Biden administration, all of them have been kind of doing that, have they not?
Yeah, there wasn't. It's different, but he doesn't give credit to nobody else except for Trump. He says Trump is the only one that, even though Biden was giving him what he wanted, but then Biden said, hold on, we're not giving you like the 10,000 pound bond or whatever it was. Like they stopped doing that, and the first thing Trump did, as soon as he came back in, he gave it back to him.
Yeah, I believe it's because
and all this stuff.
I believe it's because the Biden and Obama administration and the rest of them back Israel, but they try to do it behind the scenes so it's not obvious. Trump's case, he don't care. I'm going to make it clear we stand with Israel. So that's why they like Trump better. I think they even named a town after Trump, didn't they, or something like that? Trump is 100% pro-Israel.
Nah, what I heard was Obama, when he's responsible for the Iron Grid or whatever that defense thing is
Iron Dome, yeah, the Iron Dome.
But he told them, Iron Dome. But he told them that they had to stop doing annexing the West Bank.
Yeah, he went over there and told them.
Like, and he, and they didn't like that. But he did. At least Obama did tell them that much.
Yeah. You're not gonna get. They're not getting any chastising or tongue lashing from Trump at all. So they definitely favor him. I gotta move it on, but yeah, Trump is probably the best president Israel has ever had. So I understand why they like him. I gotta move it on to.
All right. Good night, Tim.
You too. Tap the screen, get us on up over the 150 hump, get us up to 160. They in Minnesota because there's a northern border crisis too, says Joshua. I don't know. I haven't heard to the point of crisis level. I don't know. I know there's illegals and drugs that come across the northern border, but I don't know if I would see it at crisis level. National security first, Israel second, Americans third, or maybe fourth. I don't even know if what Trump is doing can legitimately be referred to as national security. I don't think, listen, he was attacking Venezuelan boats and that, but I mean, now that we've gotten in that country and got access to their oil, you don't hear Trump attacking the drug trade anymore. I don't think it was ever about narcotics. You blow up a dozen boats, and suddenly $1 trillion drug industry is what we decided we're going to stop. I don't buy that. I don't think it was ever about. So I don't know if what Trump is doing is. I'm not totally convinced what he is doing is in our best interest in terms of national security. I think there's only so many people you can piss off before we become increased risk for terror attacks. I mean, you're pissing off the world. You're pissing off people that we normally considered allies. So I don't side with his actions being, in the best interest of national security. I don't even think dividing us up as a people is safe for our internal security. You could create a hell of a lot of domestic terrorists by doing that. And I'm not talking about domestic terrorists in terms of Renee Nicole Good. I'm talking about Timothy McVeigh types. Remember, Timothy McVeigh was upset with the U.S. government. That's why he took out that building in Oklahoma City. So you could absolutely create those kind of people based on what Trump is doing in the country. So I don't see what he is doing as favorable for national security. I just think there's only so many enemies you can make before it can come home and cause problems. Real quick in the comments, make sure I didn't miss anything here. What does that say? Obama had class with the things he has done. You can't teach that. This administration is a disgrace, says Damian Davis. But they like that. Look, a lot of folks feel that a president or a politician with class is two-faced. They're not actually being themselves. They're putting on an air, a false front. A lot of folks favor what President Trump is doing because they believe he is speaking his mind, talking straight from the hip, telling you actually how he see it. So a lot of folks favor having somebody like Trump versus Obama because they don't believe Obama is telling you the truth. Remember when Obama called Kanye West a jackass for when he jumped on the stage and took the microphone out of Taylor Swift's face? Or out of Taylor Swift's hand? He didn't mean for that comment to go national. Trump would have said it with the intention of it to go national. So a lot of folks favor Trump being brash and open and honest about his feelings. So a lot of people like that. Real quick in the comments, Obama started all the race baiting and anti-whiteism bullshit. He said Obama started all the race baiting and anti-whiteism bullshit. He was a terrible president, totally full of shit. He did nothing for the black community, not a thing. Yikes. Well, let me just start out by saying, if you didn't think Obama did anything for the black community, so you voted for Trump, you ain't happy. Even folks who defend Trump for what he's done for the black community, and I've been one of those folks, all of that shit comes from his first term. Trump's second term, there is nothing in there what he's doing for the black. We can bring up HBCUs and the job rate and all of that stuff started the first term. Trump's second term, there's nothing there at all. So if you got rid of Obama because you don't think he did anything for the black community and voted for Trump, you ain't happy because he ain't doing nothing for the black community either. Obamacare is a disaster, says Mark. Here's the problem with that, though. Trump came down the golden escalator in 2015, indicating that his goal was to replace to repeal and replace Obamacare. 2015, he promised to do that. Earlier this year, and this year is only, 13 days old? Earlier this year, he finally successfully found himself in position where he had repealed Obamacare. 10 years later, he didn't have shit to replace it with. Nothing. So all you were going to see is Obamacare get repealed and the healthcare subsidies go away. And he didn't have anything after a decade of trying to do that to replace it with. You can talk about Obamacare not being shit, but there is no excuse for why you've been chasing the car for 10 years. You catch up with it and you don't know what to do. Literally like the dog that chased the car, and once you caught it, you don't know what to do. You've been trying to repeal and replace this for 10 years. You repealed it. You have nothing on board for this. There's no excuse for that. Looking in the comments, Obama, he appointed 62 African-American judges to the federal bench, more than any previous president, including the first black female circuit court judge in the Sixth Circuit. They don't count any of that. They don't count any of the jobs that Obama's responsible for giving to the black community. They don't count any of that. So I didn't even go into it because if you say Obama didn't do anything for the black community, I already kind of know you don't count any of that stuff. Let me go back to the box. Gen X, fuck around and find out. Good evening, Gen X. Welcome to the program. How's it going, Gen X?
What's up, brother?
That's all good. Tyranny in America, what say you?
Hey, man, I hate to say this. It pains me to say this. But I wish Mike was right. I wish that Proud Boys were ICE, because I would die to join. I would give up a body part to join ICE. To be able to throw people out by the scruff of their fucking neck? Oh, yeah, let's go, baby.
So you don't believe any of the members representing ICE are Proud Boys?
To my knowledge, no. And I know a lot. Now, I'm not going to say all. I don't know every single Proud Boy in America. I mean, there's over 40,000 of us, but I don't know any. And I've met a lot from a lot of different chapters, not only nationally, but internationally. So
there are Proud Boys in other countries.
Oh, yeah. We got Proud Boys Europe, Proud Boys Africa, Proud Boys Australia.
What the hell? We have Proud Boys Africa. Are these Afrikaners?
I don't know. They're fucking, in their thing, they've got a fucking, an elephant with a shield, so. What is
the purpose? What is the mission statement of the Proud Boys? What is the purpose of existence?
Let me tell you what I believe. I'm a Western chauvinist, and I refuse to apologize for creating the modern world.
Damn.
we believe in Western chauvinism, and before you say, "Oh, you're a chauvinist, you hate women," no, Western chauvinism. It means we love Western.
The Western way of life. The Western way of life.
Tradition.
The Western way of life, basically.
Exactly. That's our mission statement. One of our credos or one of our mottos is, "I am my brother's keeper. Make your brother a better brother." Basically, we're a drinking club. That's how we started.
So a bunch of
we're a drinking club. We're a fraternity.
A bunch of drunks? Are you telling me you're just a bunch of drunks?
Actually, you know what's even funnier is that a pretty good number of us don't even drink. Okay. We're more of a brotherhood that wants to make each other a stronger man, a better man. Take care of your wife. Take care of your children. Support your communities. Give back to the needy.
You're doing all of this shit while supporting Trump. You don't follow any of that stuff.
Yeah, we do follow it. Actually, we do a lot of shit.
No. That's what I'm saying is you guys support Trump. Take care of your wife. Give back to your community. He ain't doing none of that stuff.
He's the president. He's got another job, dude.
Take care of your wife? You excused from that because you become president?
He takes care of his wife. You tell me one thing Melania needs.
The motherfuckers they ain't even together, Genix. They usually are rarely even seen in the same spot. That dude met her while he had another woman.
Let me ask you this. Let's put a great big long pretty wig on you, okay? And let's say for a minute you're a woman. And you're married.
None of that transgender shit now.
President. Hold on. Mike the boss is the president. And he's handling business day in, day out. You've got maids. You've got fucking people taking care of your house. You got nice cars. You got Gucci handbags. You got everything. Tell me, what the fuck do you need for your husband?
Maybe you want the person. I mean, that's they say you can't buy my love. I mean, I can shower you with gifts, but you may not see me that much. I mean, some women would not be happy with that. It ain't like she was desperate for money before she met Trump. Some people can't be bought that easy.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. Let's say you're married to this woman, okay? And she has the opportunity to have a job for 4 years, maybe 8, let's go with 4, where she's going to be busy 24/7. But at the end of it, because before his presidency, he treated Melania pretty good. He spent a lot of time with her. But she had to take 4 years to take care of her business. You're going to tell me you're not going to support her and be okay with that until she's done doing what she has to do?
I don't know, because I don't see Melania Trump as being a very active first lady to begin with. And I don't see Trump being one of those kind of guys where he gets on TV. And, I had to make sure before I ran again that the old lady was okay with it. I think Melania Trump found out Trump was running for president on the internet just like everybody else did. I don't think he even looks at her like I'm going to give her the ability to say yes or no. She just found out your husband is running again. I just think that's how Trump is. He going to do what he want to do. You can either ride with him or get rolled over by him.
I disagree. I think Trump confides in Melania a lot. Now, that's not to say...
I hope he does, because that's an 8-figure...
If he went against the meat of what he was doing, he wouldn't say fuck it and do it anyway. But I do think he rides with her opinion a lot.
I hope he does, because that's an 8-figure book deal coming out once he's gone. But I believe that Melania Trump, just like he does everything else he wants to do on the internet. A lot of people found out they didn't get fired for a job until he posted it on the internet. He just does things impersonal. I don't personally, maybe I'm wrong, because we are just speculating here, but I don't believe he asked Melania Trump one bit for her opinion on him running for president. And she just knew either I'm going to roll with this guy or he gonna just move on without me. I think when he got in trouble with Stormy Daniels, Michael Cohen, his lawyer, said something when it was a thought that Melania might leave him. His response was, "How long you think I'm gonna be on the market?" In other words, I'm the shit. It ain't like I'm gonna be single for long if she leave. I mean, he made it. That's what Michael Cohen said. And Trump's a narcissist. That sounds like something he would say.
That's something I would say. What would you say?
If you loved and cared about the woman, you wouldn't say no shit like that.
Bruh, if your ex-wife told you some stupid shit like that, you absolutely think, man,
Ex-wife,
how long
not
do you think I'm going to be on the market?
if an ex said that maybe, but not a current woman. He said that about his current woman. He still with Melania.
All exes start out as current women. Think about that. Right?
I mean, that is true, but I just wouldn't, I don't know if I would say nothing like that. I mean, that seems kind of wild. So we're talking tyranny in this country. You seen what happened with Renee Nicole Good getting shot because she didn't comply, and this guy. Let me ask you this, because I know you believe it's a justifiable shooting, right?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Do you think that if he didn't shoot her, he would be dead?
That's kind of a trick question.
How is it trick? That's the reason you shot her.
It's not a trick question. It's a loaded question, and let me explain why. If that ground was dry, yes, I believe he would be dead if he didn't shoot her. But because of that ice saved his life. Ice, baby.
How did the ice save his life? In what way?
Because when she stomped on that gas, and they've showed it again and again and again, her wheels spinning, if that car would have had traction and lurched forward, his knees would have been caught under that fucking bumper, and he'd have at least been run over halfway. I don't think he'd have died. He'd have feared death and wish he was dead when she ran his legs over. But if that ice wouldn't have been there, he'd have been in a real bad. I mean, look, he's slipping and sliding, trying to get away from it.
You know something? It's interesting you say that. I've never seen the tire spinning like that. I didn't see that.
Watch the videos. Watch the videos, bro. As soon as she stomps the gas, the tires spin and he gets out of the way.
Okay. Well, that's definitely a new angle. I'm trying to bring it up here on the monitor because I never noticed the tire spinning like that. Let me see here. Now they turn away. Okay, here's when the cop comes out of the car and he's walking.
Okay, watch the tires. Slow down and close up. Tires are spinning.
I don't think I've seen a little bit of slippage. I don't see it like that.
They had video, Tim. They had video.
I'm looking at the video. I'm not seeing the tires slipping that much like that.
No. What I'm saying, brother, is they have video close up on the tires that show them start spinning.
Yeah,
yes, they do.
So yeah, so you're saying if the ice wasn't there, he would not have been able to get out of the way?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Well, I mean that's a different take on it. I personally think this guy.
Let me give you another take. This is going to surprise you.
Okay.
If you watch his video where he's got his camera out.
Okay.
And he's filming with his camera. When she backs up, she turns and puts him in front of the vehicle. But if you look at her hands go real quick on the steering wheel to the left, turning it. So she's not trying to go towards him. She's trying to get around him.
so
you gotta watch the video and you got to watch the inside where she's trying to turn away from him. So I don't think that she was trying to run him over, but I still think she got what she had coming.
Okay, and listen, I think the law will defend him, but I'm the same way. I don't think this woman was trying to run this guy over. Where you and I disagree with though is I don't believe he had to take her life even to survive. I think this guy could have got out of the way and this car would have missed him. I think he exercised an option because once you drive a car towards an officer, the law does allow them to pop you. I think he exercised an option to take her life, but I don't think he had to.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're wrong. I'm not going to agree or disagree with you because I don't know. What I will say is that in that moment, when he heard the engine rev and saw that vehicle lurch forward, he didn't know either way, and he did what he thought he needed to do to preserve his life.
While filming it all on the phone.
He dropped his phone. There's video of him dropping his phone too.
Yeah, like I said,
the video he took walking around the vehicle at the end of it that they don't show now, but it's out there. He drops his phone.
But then I have to ask this: no matter how bad a suspect is, once you stop the threat, you were supposed to handcuff that suspect because a lot of them reanimate and become a threat again. You're supposed to handcuff the suspect and provide aid. Why didn't they do that with this girl?
No idea, but I'd have shot her again.
Why?
Because, and this is where the real fucked up thing is going to come from me, Tim.
I think it already has.
I'm so sick. Brother, I'm so sick of the left. After you've known me for a long time, years. Literally years. And I was always the peaceful guy, olive branch, shake a hand, let's figure this out. After Charlie Kirk, my perspective changed 100%.
Well, you already know my take on Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was inflammatory. I mean, the guy was about debating. That's fine. I'm about debating too. But he was an inflammatory guy. I mean, he had a bunch of strong opinions that were against a lot of different groups of people. I mean, listen, I don't think you should be shot for having his opinions, but it comes with the territory. If you go around saying a bunch of awful shit about people, if I go around saying a bunch of awful shit, hold on. If I go around in public saying a bunch of awful shit about MAGA in public at debates and stuff like that, I am going to receive death threats. That is absolutely going to happen.
Since when does getting shot in the neck come with the territory?
Did you not just hear what I said? If I go around saying a bunch of awful shit about MAGA, people are going to be threatening to kill me. That's guaranteed to happen. Guaranteed. If you're doing it at debates like Charlie Kirk, you got your own podcast like Charlie Kirk. If you're doing all of that stuff and you're saying a bunch of awful shit about MAGA constantly like he was saying about other groups, people are going to be threatening to take your life. You telling me that ain't true?
Nope. You know why? You know what the difference is?
No, I don't.
Look, hold on. What about the Young Turks? What about fucking Harry Sisson? What about Dean? They say the same shit about MAGA. They just don't have the platform. So you mean to tell me if they get the platform, then they're fucking open game to being shot?
I guarantee that if they get an open platform, it's possible that they could get shot. I guarantee they would need security just like Charlie Kirk needed it. Guaranteed.
Bro, that is so subjective that it's ridiculous.
I'll take ridiculous for 200, but if you're doing what Charlie Kirk did, but you're doing it against MAGA, that ain't safe. The idea that you're okay and nothing, MAGA's not going to do anything to you, you and I disagree vehemently on that.
Well, the conservatives are a lot less likely to be violent than the left is. Now, you can say, well, the conservatives have historically been more violent. Yes. Let's go back 20 years. In the last 20 years, and you can look at the stats on this, who has been more violent in the last 20 years with these new generations?
Well,
it's unequivocally the left.
I'll say this. It's hard to answer that question because I know people on the right attribute a lot of groups to the left that are not like BLM. You guys see folks running out of Best Buy with TVs and shit as the left. A lot of these people are felons that can't vote at all or juveniles that ain't even old enough to vote. And you're calling them the left. These people that are burning cities, these ain't card-carrying Democrats, and you guys are calling them the left. So I don't know who's more violent because you guys are attributing a whole lot of people as being left-wingers that ain't never voted in their whole fucking life. This person has no intentions of voting, or maybe is not old enough to vote, or legally don't have the right to vote anymore because of his criminal history. Yet you're calling them the left.
The left doesn't even give us credit where credit is fucking due. Let me give you an example. There was a gay pride or a tranny pride, whatever it was, parade in not Oregon, but Idaho. In Idaho, okay, and a bunch of people showed up to protest them.
Okay.
Black Lives Matter showed up to protest them. Black Lives Matter was saying, go home with your sick this and that and da-da-da. skinheads showed up and were calling them the N-word. You and this and then that. And then they came and stood with the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys beat the shit out of them and said, you're not with us. We're not here to fight with the black folks. We're here to protest the trannies and the LGBTQ LMNOP. You didn't hear a word about that on the news.
Well, there is right-wing media too. If the liberals don't report it, the right could have reported it. So they didn't report it either. I haven't heard nothing about it.
All you got to do is Google. Google's your friend.
Okay. Well, like I said, I don't know, but anybody can be BLM. So when people say BLM did something, that doesn't really say much because anybody can roam around saying BLM. You don't need to pass any tests. You don't join any club. You could be BLM. You could have.
I am BLM. Bologna, lettuce, and mayonnaise, women. That's what I want on my sandwiches.
In the comments, real quick, Ed G says, so since Granny talks the same of white people, if it happens to her, does it just come with the territory? It can. Yeah, it can. Anybody that goes around saying hateful shit about another group of people, if somebody from that group threatens you or harms you, it does come with the territory. You are doing inflammatory shit and expecting nothing to come out of it. To me, Charlie Kirk was an inflammatory person. That's what happened to him. Martin Luther King was an inflammatory person. That's what happened to him. If you were
a Republican.
Huh?
He was a Republican.
Okay, he was a Republican progressive. And the Democrat conservatives didn't like him. So they killed him. That's what happens. So yeah.
Who killed him?
Huh?
Who took him out?
The Democrat conservatives. The Democrat during the Martin Luther King era, hell, even during slavery, the Democrats were conservatives. The Republicans were progressives. Remember, conservatism is about traditionalism, like the founding fathers intended. Progressivism is about constantly evolving, trying to change things, pushing the envelope, giving people equality. The Democrats were traditionalists originally. The Republicans were progressives. That's why when they freed the slaves, that is a progressive idea. That's not conservative. Republicans used to be progressives. They changed their stance. They're now conservatives.
You know who my favorite three conservatives are?
Who?
Fred Sanford, James Evans.
What is it, Archie Bunker?
James Evans?
James Evans from Good Times. From Good Times.
And Archie Bunker.
My God.
My favorite three conservatives. George Jefferson runs a close fourth.
You like guys who get involved in racial shit.
No, I like men that are men.
I mean, Tim the two-man Taylor on the Tim Allen show, he's a man. He's not getting involved in racial shit.
No, he's smart enough to keep his mouth shut because he's an actor. And they've already blacklisted him from Hollywood once.
No.
Why? Because the liberals.
Well, like I said, when you get involved in inflammatory shit, bad things can happen to you. That comes with the territory. When Taylor Swift started speaking out against
Judge
Trump.
Joe Brown is good too. I like Judge Joe Brown.
Oh my God, he really, that guy can go to hell. I'd rather take your other three. Judge Joe Brown, once he started talking about Kamala Harris as an old hoe and all, you ain't even met the bride. You ain't even met her. You just throwing out wild shit. Once he started doing that, Judge Joe Brown, you can go sit down. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You talking about she's an old hoe based on something she did 40 years ago or whatever, 30 years ago, some shit like. You can go sit down somewhere. I gotta move it on, Gen X. Good talking to you, man.
All right, my brother from another mother. Always a pleasure to talk to you. I will talk to you soon. Let me touch base on one thing about the Bitcoin. He was absolutely correct. Bitcoin, you can be whoever you want to be. You can spend as much as you want to spend, and you can hide who you are with Bitcoin. You don't need an identity. Trust me, I know this from experience.
So, in other words, if Trump wanted to receive funds from a different government and it not be traceable, that would be a good avenue for it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I'm not going to deny. Yeah, he absolutely could.
All right. Straight talk, disagree. Gen X, thanks for coming through.
Yep, have a good night, man.
You too. And that was my whole knowledge. I don't get involved in crypto whatsoever, so I will admit ignorance on it. I'll plead ignorance. But that was my whole understanding of crypto, is that its biggest draw was that you could do things that people couldn't easily trace. I mean, it is called crypto. That is the root word of it is crypto. So yeah, I thought that's what I thought. That's what I've always thought, is that crypto allowed you to do shit that nobody could find out. I mean, the root word is crypto. So anyway, looking in the comments, the videos on this page are crazy. What videos are you talking about? The ones that are happening. These videos are not from the page. These videos are what is going on. Looking in the comments, he just said he likes men. I didn't hear that part. It's amazing 2026 people will lie about tapes that can be accessed. What kind of tapes are you talking about? Judge Joe Brown, damn that man. Yeah, Judge Joe Brown, when he started calling Kamala Harris an old hoe and all of that, here's what I don't get. And this is where this is why I truly believe there's a stereotype or a hypocritical viewpoint of how we treat men versus women. Kamala Harris allegedly slept with a superior, had an affair with a superior, and people are saying that just sparked all kinds of career growth from her. And somehow that makes her a whore or whatever the case these terms are throwing at her. Kamala and camel toe and all these other terms. Everybody knows Trump was cheating on all his wives. Way more whorish than anything Kamala Harris did. And the same folks holding Kamala Harris accountable for her sexual improprieties are supporting Trump. He ain't been faithful to any of his wives. You got porn stars that say he brought them in his house. We're dismissing all of that because Kamala slept with a superior a few decades ago. That is the definition of hypocrisy. We're treating her completely different because she happens to be a woman and totally ignoring President Trump's improprieties, sexual issues, because he's a man. That makes no sense to me. Porn stars wouldn't lie, and neither would people that slept with them. I don't know if Stormy Daniels lied or not, but the idea that Trump is walking around with a letter from her saying they never slept together and somehow paid her $130,000 to write it and sign it makes no sense whatsoever. How many chicks out there that you never slept with in your life have a letter from that they signed saying they never slept with you? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You just gave 130 G's for no reason at all. You got to make up a whole lot of shit to make what Trump claimed in that regard make sense. Your wife or your spouse would not accept from you what Trump is getting the people to accept. This chick says you slept with her. You're saying you didn't sleep with her, and you gave her $130,000 to not say this. And that makes sense to some people. That makes sense. This guy was banging everybody. It's far more likely, even if, let's say Trump is telling the truth, he never slept with Stormy Daniels, and Stormy Daniels, the porn star, is lying about it. Remember, Trump is the one that sleeps on his wives and wants to keep it hidden. Stormy Daniels sleeps with people on camera. It's a lot less likely that she would lie about who she slept with than he would. She does it on camera. She don't mind admitting sleeping with people. He does. So all of a sudden, we're not going to believe her. We're going to believe him. That doesn't make any sense at all. A porn star don't need to lie who they slept with. They do it on fucking camera for cash. Like I said, you gotta do a lot to make that make sense. The porn star is lying about who they slept with, and the guy who is known as a serial cheater is telling the truth. Yikes. MAGA knows he is a lying piece of shit. They just don't care, says Money. I think in regards to Stormy Daniels, yeah, he slept with her. I think that's crazy. Look, let's just say it like this: he slept with her when she was 27 years of age. So for folks who suggest, well, she don't look worth shit, and there's no way he would bang her, he didn't bang her yesterday. She was 27. I will say this all the time. One of the phrases I often say is, I'm not a big fan of Domino's pizza, but if you just show up to my house and offer me a slice, I might take it. It's not a place I would call and order pizza from. I'm not a big Domino's pizza fan. But if you're gonna show up to my house and give it to me for free, I might take a piece. Stormy Daniels came to his hotel room. He didn't have to do nothing to get that ass. Nothing. He didn't have to take her on expensive dates or anything. It's just free ass. The idea that that didn't happen, I don't believe that. I absolutely do not believe you just gave that woman $130,000 to keep quiet an event that never took place. And he is walking around with a signed letter from her saying that they didn't do anything. Who the hell does something like that? That makes zero sense whatsoever. Anyway, looking in the comments, JD Vance can't even make his wife become a Christian. You should not be able to make your wife switch religions. What is that something? Is that something that makes JD Vance look bad? That he can't make his wife change her faith? You shouldn't be able to do that. I don't know. I'm not a person that's strong in faith, so maybe I'm speaking above my pay grade. But hey, he can't make her go from what is she, Hindu or Buddhist, whatever she is over in India, and because she doesn't follow God, we're gonna blame that on JD Vance. What about blaming it on Jesus? If Jesus is all knowing, all powerful, why can't he make her change faith? Why are we putting it on a mere mortal, a mere human being? If Jesus is who we say he is, he has the power to go up in our hearts and change. Why can't Jesus do it? That's the person that you should be blaming. Anyway, looking in the comments, in 2026, forcing religion is called Islam. I don't know about that. I get your point, and I noticed you put it in 2026 because there's been a long history on this planet of Christianity being forced on people too. So I guess you're right. In 2026, if you have a religion forced upon you, it's probably the Islamists. That's probably true. They're probably the main religion that's doing that now. But there was a time when the Christians were doing it. Has anyone actually seen Trump go to church? If seen Obama and Biden, I don't think Trump has ever really suggested that he's very religious to begin with. He's on video saying that he's not a Christian. He's on video saying he's never asked God for forgiveness his entire life. So I don't think that President Trump is a Christian based on his own words. MAGA reacts. Good evening.
Tim, first of all, Trump's a slut. Harris is a whore because Trump did it for sex because he's, and she did it for money for her career.
What's the difference? Is either one better than the other one?
No. I think the whore is better. At least you're getting paid.
Well, listen, if you like the fuck, that's your pay. Is getting that nut off. I mean, that may be what you consider. I mean, if you got a ton of money like Trump does, you want something else that's rewarding. And being able to bang a hot chick is his reward.
Actually, I take it back now that you say that, because at least with Trump, it's something he wants to do. With her, it's something she did, whether she wanted to or not, for money.
But the problem is we don't know if the people Trump was banging wanted to be banged. I mean, the Epstein stuff is still kind of hidden. We don't know if all of them folks were actually consenters.
I mean, if they did it for money, they were.
No, maybe they did it.
I don't.
Well, wait a minute. If an underage girl sleeps with you for money, she can't consent. Legally, she can't consent.
Oh, I'll give you that. Yeah. But we have no proof of that.
The problem is the way he's acting makes it look like we do have proof of it. He just don't want it to come out.
I mean, that's their argument for everything. The way he's acting is proof. The way he's
I don't know anybody that is releasing redacted documents or something where the proof clearly exists. Either there's proof that would exonerate Trump or proof that would convict him. And he is making it clear he does not want us to find out.
Listen, there's plenty of people that saw the non-redacted stuff, and none of them are coming out saying, "Oh, there's proof in there." There's no victims that are saying he did anything. There's nothing. Like, what do we have here? But this is the same bullshit with his taxes, the same bullshit with Russia. Oh, the proof is there, and they're going to release it tomorrow. We're going to get his taxes tomorrow, and it's going to prove that whatever, that he's a criminal.
So then let me ask you then, why do you think he's been so secretive with this stuff?
I don't know. This is some very sensitive shit. It could be 1,000 reasons.
Any of them good? Is any of those 1,000 reasons good?
Of course, like protecting victims, protecting innocent people. He could be protecting people from the same shit he's going through.
Is there any possibility you could be protecting guilty people?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Some bad, some good.
Let's just be honest about this, MAGA. If this was Obama or Biden hiding the Epstein list, releasing redacted, you guys would be saying that dude is guilty. You know you would.
Yeah, but we weren't in that situation.
Yeah.
I mean, if I would be with you, if we didn't already go through this with Russia and his taxes. You know how many times they told us when they released his taxes he's going to go to jail? How many times did they say he was going to go to jail for Russian collusion and all the other shit? I've been waiting for this man to go to jail for fucking 6 years.
The only reason the man is not in jail is he won the election, MAGA. If he had lost that election, he would have. I mean, those 34 felonies and what Jack Smith was, he probably would have been in jail. The only reason he ain't in jail is he won the election.
And the Russian collusion stuff.
What?
What about his taxes and the Russian collusion stuff before?
Well, the Russian collusion stuff is Mueller making it clear that we don't have enough to convict him, yet we don't have enough to exonerate him. So there's not enough there to be for sure that he's guilty, but there's not enough there to be for sure that he's innocent. That's what Mueller said.
You can say that about any case. That's the problem.
That don't mean he's innocent, though. Because
when it comes to sleeping with what's her name, Stormy Daniels, I don't have enough proof that he did. I don't have any proof that he didn't.
Who the hell pays somebody $130,000 and he had no contact with him?
I mean, if let's say for argument's sake that he did, or no, let's say for argument's sake that he didn't. What does it change as far as the damage to his reputation if she lied about sleeping with him?
Well, we've seen Trump.
We've
seen Trump sue everybody from law institutions to colleges. If she was lying, he would have sued her for that. He didn't sue her for it.
He did sue her for breaching contract.
Yeah, but he didn't sue her for he sued her for breaching the contract. He didn't sue her for lying on him. He didn't sue her for defamation. He didn't sue her. He did not sue her for making that up.
He didn't get paid for the first lawsuit. Why would he sue her again when she doesn't have money to pay the first one?
That should have been the first one.
You got to sue for something. You can't just sue for suing.
Why would there be a confidentiality agreement, an NDA, if you guys ain't never done that before? Why do you have that with a porn star?
I just said because it could damage his reputation either way.
What could damage his reputation? That he fucked her?
If she says that he did, whether he did or not, and I'm saying he might have not. What's the difference?
So a random porn star just says that you slept with her and you're going to pay her $130,000 knowing you didn't. And you believe that. He don't even pay his damn employees. You believe that.
Yeah, if she could hurt his election or if she could hurt his marriage or if she could hurt his business, some shit's not worth. And then she has enough to kind of convince you either way. She's like, oh, we played golf together, or we did this together. I mean, again, I think he did sleep with her. But either way, like, she could have hurt him even if she didn't sleep with him.
I think you're crazy for even taking it down that road that there's a possibility that he didn't. Trump is not going to give you $130,000 because you made up allowing him. I don't believe that. I believe he slept with her and they didn't want it to be known. And that's the purpose of the NDA.
If she was lying, how would it hurt him any less?
What do you mean if he was lying? Well,
if she's lying, what would that change? What would that change if she was lying? Same situation, she's actually lying. What does it change?
She wouldn't have anything to come forward and show. Okay, you said you slept with him. He said you didn't. Give us something. She describing the inside of his crib. She describing his fucking dick. She is giving you stuff. You just ignoring it.
Bro, There's a book where his wife describes all that shit. Melania Trump came out with this book 10 years ago that describes all that shit. It's out there.
Well, to me, once you pay her $130,000, you just gave her story a lot more credibility. When you start doing that, you ain't helping yourself out. You're hurting yourself.
I got you. That's not my argument. I'm just saying, like, she could be lying, and it would be just as bad. Like,
yeah, but like I said earlier, MAGA Reacts, this is a woman that fucks people.
Kavanaugh.
Hold on. This is a woman. Wait a minute. Kavanaugh's different. The reason I'm saying this is because this is a woman that gets paid to fuck people on camera. So she don't mind you knowing who she fucked. He is the guy that goes around cheating on spouses and shit. He does care that you know who he screwed. She don't mind telling you. So we're supposed to believe that the woman is. We're supposed to believe that the woman is open and out in the open with her sexuality is lying, and the guy that's hiding all the affairs is the one that's telling the truth. That just sounds backwards.
No, that actually makes more my argument than yours, because it doesn't hurt her either way. If it would be hurting her and she could be punished if she was lying, I would agree with you. But the fact that either way she's fucking good, you know, and she has a chance to fucking lie and make that money, why not? Because it's not gonna hurt her.
You gotta explain to me why she got $130,000 in her pocket from you, and you walking around with a letter saying y'all never slept together.
Whether she slept with him or not, she could hurt him.
Why are you walking around with a signed letter from her saying y'all never slept together? Who does something like that?
I don't know. Anyway, this is like a waste of time.
Yeah, it's a waste of time. You're trying to defend the indefensible. It is a waste of time. I agree.
No, I'm not trying to defend anything. I'm saying either way, he's fucked.
No, he got fucked already by her. He's trying to say it didn't happen. He's trying to say it didn't happen. I don't even think I heard Melania Trump defend that shit. At least Hillary Clinton tried to defend Bill. I don't even think Melania Trump tried to defend that bullshit.
I was just trying to make a joke about being a slut versus being a whore. I didn't even mean to fucking go all in depth on it like that.
I wouldn't if you hadn't tried to defend that crazy shit. I wouldn't have went in depth. So what about the notion that we got tyranny in this damn country? What say you?
We had way more tyranny during COVID. Even if it was like justified by COVID, we had way more during COVID or CV-19 or whatever. And
how? Explain that. What do you mean by that? Elaborate on that.
We were stuck in our house. We had to show proof of vaccine. We couldn't do anything. We were censored online.
How were you stuck in your house during COVID?
Because everything was closed, and you got arrested for going. People were arrested for going to the gym. People were arrested for opening their business.
No.
People were.
Here's where I think you're getting it wrong. The tyranny we have now is coming by way of the government. The tyranny you're claiming that happened during the pandemic, those were businesses that were closing. Those are businesses that are saying you can't come in here unless you get vaccinated. That wasn't the government. The government was not telling you cannot let unvaccinated people come and eat at your restaurant. That was the people that own the restaurant that were saying that.
The government was telling gyms and churches they couldn't open and was arresting gym. There was at least 2 or 3 gym guys that got arrested in Texas, from what I remember, for opening their shit. So the government was doing
2 or 3
Every
people.
time I tried to go to the sandbar in the middle of the ocean, I would go there and a fucking cop would come and tell me I can't be at the sandbar, even though I'm like by myself on my jet ski. You know?
Yeah. I know
that government. That wasn't businesses. I mean, businesses were always also doing it, but that was the government.
But here's the point. During the pandemic, there are millions of people in this country that did not get vaccinated. They didn't lose their job and they lived as normal, and they still aren't vaccinated. So clearly, there was no tyranny from the government requiring you to get vaccinated. If you didn't want to get vaccinated during that time, you were not vaccinated.
Yeah, that's because they had to fake vaccination cards. And
there are plenty of people that didn't get vaccinated and had on Facebook, I don't care about your shot. People were open about their not getting vaccinated.
And how many got fired from the government? Didn't they fire people from the army and the military for it?
You can get fired from the army and military now if you join the military. They're going to vaccinate you. If you're going to war zones and shit, they still do that. That's always been. That ain't nothing new.
Either way, it was more than what I'm experiencing now. Right now, I'm not experiencing.
I don't think so.
I'm not. I could go anywhere I want, do anything I want. I mean, I'm just showing. Look, they might have even been justified for doing it. I'm just giving you an example of what tyranny looks like. And this is even targeted against Americans. I mean, the only reason these people were affected is because they were out there stalking and messing with the ICE. Like they were, I like to use the word impeding because they weren't completely blocking them, but they were impeding their path.
You weren't here earlier because I got videos where I can show you.
I was here the whole time. I don't know why it took me so long to get up here.
Okay, well, if you've been here the whole time, then you've seen videos that's clear that everybody getting fucked with by ICE is not messing with them. They're messing with people.
Well, I don't know about that guy in New York because I don't even think that's real. That looks kind of a little AI to me. But the other guy that was with the car that they pulled up to him on the car, he must have been messing with him because he already had his phone out filming.
It doesn't matter. You can't. What the hell could he possibly have done that would justify what they did, jumping out 4 deep, chasing them down the street? Unless he's throwing shit at them or something and breaking their windows or something. You see the way the way they acted. That's not legal. Period.
I mean, there were people doing that too, throwing ice and rocks at them. But I don't know. That part is missing.
But that's the point, is that if somebody fucks with ICE, you can see it. If ICE fucks with somebody, you have this assumption that they had to do something to deserve it. You ain't seeing nothing to show he deserved that. You just adding that in defense of ICE.
Listen, why did he have his camera out if he didn't mess with them? Like, why did he know?
Because you know they in the neighborhood fucking with other people and you're filming them. That's why you see them coming down the street, you know what they're doing to people. So you pull your phone out.
I guess I just don't.
They're not handing out teddy bears and baseball cards. You already know that ICE is not handing out teddy bears and baseball cards. Everybody they're dealing with is a negative experience. Everybody. So if they come around, you're going to film them.
They're not trying to deal with U.S. citizens. They're not targeting U.S. citizens like a tyrant would be. They're trying to get rid of illegals.
If they are demanding you prove your citizenship, then they are also targeting U.S. citizens. You're getting temporarily detained for doing nothing wrong. So everybody they're dealing with is a negative experience. Everybody. So of course you're gonna pull your camera out.
You know what's funny? This is also a deja vu because the same shit we had with the police 4 years ago or 6 years ago. It's the same shit. Abolish the police, defund the police. The same way the left was messing with the police 4 or 6 years ago after George Floyd and all that is the same way they're messing with ICE now. It's just with ICE is more specific and they're easier to target.
So you see people as messing with ICE, but you don't see ICE as messing with anybody.
No, they're definitely messing with people, but they're just trying to get illegals. If they make a mistake and some guy ends up being American, if they let him go, it's fine. They let that guy go. Tyranny would be if they didn't let him go and they arrested him anyways.
Yeah, but you don't know. When they come up to you and demand you as an American prove your citizenship, you don't know how they doing it. You don't know if they saying get your black ass up against the car. You don't know how. They're not friends. They're not approaching you from a friendly standpoint. Just because they let you go don't mean they didn't ruin your damn day. 5 or 6 dudes walking up to you with rifles and shit, that alone may be enough to ruin how you feel about law enforcement. Just because they let you go don't mean the damage ain't done.
Listen, don't water down tyranny. People messing your day is not tyranny. Otherwise, I'm being, everybody.
What is tyranny to you? What is tyranny to you?
Taking away your freedoms, putting you in jail, taking away your free speech.
So if you no longer can walk down the street without somebody grabbing you and making you prove that you're an American, you don't see that as taking away any freedom. That ain't something you used to have to worry about.
Wait, so how many times have they stopped you today?
So because it didn't happen to me, it's irrelevant.
They're only trying to get illegals, and honestly, if we were more cooperative and less, agonistic, we would be fine. But the fact that the left is
so I'm asking you then. So pulling an American over because of his skin color or language he's speaking, or he's hanging out at Home Depot, and making that person prove they're an American, something that did not used to happen, you don't see that as any loss of freedom at all.
If they arrest him, even though he's not illegal, then it would be loss of freedom. It's an inconvenience, but, they have a reason, just like COVID.
You don't have a reason. Stopping somebody because they're brown is not a reason. You don't have a reason to do that.
They're looking for illegals. That's their reason. We had a huge influx of illegals thanks to Biden, and they're looking for them. And they're trying to...
Whatever happened to bad hombres, rapists and murderers? Is that what they looking for when they do this stuff?
I don't know. They could be pulling over anyone. I don't know.
And you don't see any loss of freedom in it. You don't see any loss of freedom in this stuff at all. You're okay with. You think this is a good thing?
We're on here both talking about it with no problem, and neither of us are being bothered by it. Most people in this country are not even going to see ICE, but we're hyper focused on the one.
Okay, so you're saying we're hyper focused on this. Meanwhile, your side is talking about men and women's sports, something that ain't no fucking body dealing with. But this, because we ain't dealing with this, which is obviously happening to tons of people. We shouldn't talk about this. But men playing women's sports, which ain't happening no fucking where. You talking about that all the time. You don't know what a woman is. What are you getting at?
That's actually a good point. No, you're correct. Good point. We're hyper focused on that too. But, and the same reason, because you guys made a big deal about it, we ended up getting hyper focused on it. But, ICE is supposed to be kicking out illegals. That didn't really start yesterday. They've been doing that their entire. That's the reason that's the reason we have ICE, is to get rid of illegals.
So where does this stop? So where does it stop, Mag? I mean, if you're looking for a drug dealer, can you stop anybody and demand that they empty their pockets? I mean, where does it stop? I'm looking for illegal immigrants, so I can just stop people and demand they prove citizenship. If you're looking for an illegal gun owner, can you just stop anybody with a gun? I mean, where does it end?
But the thing is, this didn't start with Trump. We've been looking for...
That ain't what I'm asking you, though. When does it end? If you allow cops that are looking for somebody to just stop anybody based on their skin color or where they're located, what happens when you're looking for people that committed another crime? I mean, do you just get the right to stop anybody you want at random?
I mean, if you have probable cause that they're selling drugs, like that you have probable cause they're illegal.
They don't have the people that they're stopping. They don't have probable cause. Being brown is that a probable cause?
If they have probable cause and thinking they're illegal because of their language or with how they look, I don't know. I don't know the law enough to tell you what probable cause they need. That's a whole different argument that neither me or you could fucking talk about.
But you do believe that they have probable cause for everybody they're stopping.
I don't know that.
Then why bring it up? Then why bring it up? You went to something. You went to a subject, and when I asked you about the subject, well, I don't even know if that's happened. Then why bring it up?
No, you brought it up.
No, you said it. You're the one said probable cause.
They're tyrannical because they're pulling people over. I'm like, no, they're just doing their job. Maybe they're doing it badly, but...
What is their job? What is their job? You said they're doing their job. What is their job?
They get rid of illegals.
Okay. So getting rid of illegals, if you stop somebody that's not illegal, is that wrong?
They made a mistake. You think they did it on purpose? If you know they're American and you stop them pretending they're illegal, yes. But if you stop them for another reason, then they're fine. If they knew 100% someone's American and they want to pull them out the car to just harass them, that's 100% wrong, and I would agree with you.
Do you see any possibility that they may be targeting people solely because of skin color, language, or where they're standing?
That's because they're looking for illegals. I mean, it's unfortunately the majority, 60% of the people here are white, So they have a high chance that anyone that's not white is not from here. It's just simple math. It's not even like racism. It's just simple math.
And we're gonna. I mean, look. Most of the people that in this country that commit financial crimes are also white. Is it okay to just start auditing white people?
They audit white people the most, I bet. Yeah.
No. So
that's what they do.
So you're saying it's okay to just.
You have proof that they audit black people more?
No. I'm asking you. So you're saying because most of the white collar crime in this country is committed by white people, it's okay to just show up at somebody's house and demand access to their laptop and go through all this shit. You're okay with that because, after all, most of them are the ones committing the crimes.
That's literally what the IRS does.
No, it is not. The IRS does not just literally show up at somebody's house and start going through all this shit. That does not happen.
And they mostly do it to rich people. But,
they don't do that just because you're white, and they don't do that.
I guess again, this is something neither of us know about. So
you guess.
Defend it.
Okay. You
Yes, yes, because you asked. I'm trying to answer your question.
Is there anything in this country that the police fucks with people just because they're white that you can think of? Because there are plenty of things that white people do more than black. Is there anything that they just mess with white people solely because of their skin color?
Yeah, I'm sure drugs all the time.
Explain. What do you mean?
Well, there's a lot of meth heads and crackheads out there. You know, the white people, poor white people, they get harassed by the police just as much as anyone that's poor. It's really more about your money than anything.
No, with the immigrants, it's about skin color. It ain't about money. It's about skin color. I'm asking, is there anything about whites that is skin color related?
I think it's more how rich you are. Because when I had a cheap car, I used to get tickets all the time.
So in other words, being white is not going to cause a negative reaction with police at all. But being black or brown might, is what you're saying.
I just can't think of anything right now.
Right.
I'm sure as soon as I hang up with you, I'll think of something.
Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and end it here. And when you think of something, you be sure to let me know.
I want to cover some lies real quick.
Real quick.
I want to cover the shooting so much. When he switched phones, he did it to keep the wife in front of him. And he also did it to grab something from his car. There's 2 videos from the other side of the street where you can see him going in his car. Like half his body is in the car. In fact, one of the angles, he's completely covered by his door. So what he did is he put the phone in his left hand while he was going in his car with the right. You know, you usually grab your steering wheel and get in your car with your right half of your body. So he was about to get in his car until his cop friends showed up trying to pull her over or whatever. And that's when he kept filming with his left hand. Because the wife and everybody was on his left side while he was in his car with his right side. And then if you could put on my camera for 1 second.
Real quick, I gotta move on, man. I'll give you a minute of this.
All right, hold on. Give me 1 second to turn. All right. Okay. I used everything I got to figure out where he was and everything, right here. This is where they started. He was in his car. Her wife was standing right in front. You can see that right here. And you see that pothole next to his car?
Yeah.
Is this this manhole right there.
Okay.
So he was standing right here when this all started and the wife was there. And then this is where the car started, where the wife started. And then he was standing right here when it started. And then if we get this out the way, when she backs up, she ends up in this position, and the wife gets pushed to this position, right?
What point are you trying to make? I don't.
Triangle right there.
What point are you trying to make?
Basically, he started here. He took 1 step forward. This is where he was before the car started moving, and then he took maybe 1 or 2 steps more, which puts him here or here. No matter what, if he didn't take the last 2 steps, he would still be in her way. He would be right here, and he would still be in her way because you see that door that was open.
Well, we can talk about the ifs, but the point is what I've been saying the whole time is he'll be deemed justified, but I don't believe he had to do that to save his life. I believe that it was an option. He took the option. He'll get off with it, but he would have lived whether he shot her or not. That's my take.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, how is he supposed to go behind the car? He's right here. He's all the way to the right.
I think the point I'm making is I disagree with the notion that the only way he survives is by shooting her. I don't believe that. I believe that he exercised an option. I believe he was going to survive no matter what. He didn't have to, because I don't think him shooting her changed her direction or anything. He got out the way is why he survived. It had nothing to do with the shot he gave her. He got out the way. That's how he survived, by getting out the way.
Well, I think he was on the corner and he got lucky, but if he didn't take that last step, he would be more in her way.
You can call it luck. You can call it whatever you want. I'm just simply saying the shooting of her did not save his life. That shooting did nothing to help his survival. Nothing at all. That's what I'm saying.
There's one more little photo I gotta show you.
I gotta go. We'll see it next time. I gotta move on, man. You way over time.
You can see her tires pointing right at him. She was going right at him.
All right. Well, I gotta move it on, man. Appreciate it. But yeah, I don't buy that the bullet to her face or head or whatever somehow saved his life. He was going to survive no matter what. That's the point I'm making. That was not a necessary shooting. It was an optional shooting that the law does allow. If you I don't care if you're driving your car towards a cop at 1 or 2 miles an hour. If you're proceeding toward the cop, he can shoot you. Now, clearly, he can get out of the way of a 1 or 2 mile per hour car coming at you. But if he tells the jury or tells his superiors, I thought this person was going to step on the gas and go from 1 miles an hour to 30, so I shot him. They're going to let him get away with that. That's the point I'm making, is that he didn't have to do this. He chose to do it. But the law allows him to make that choice. Anyhow, I appreciate you folks for the 173,000. I do got to step away, but I appreciate the 173,000. If you favor this program with uncensored content and you're watching us live on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook, follow the program. If you're watching us on YouTube Live, give your boy a sub. We're here most weekdays. Until then, you guys take care. I'll see you tomorrow. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. I got to go. Catch you later.